Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of This Space, a new week of This Space, and a new edition of PEPAGANDA. Hope you guys are ready for some fun today. Number one, are you treating yourselves well? Because you know what? If you guys were hanging with me last night, you might have noticed that I was having a little bit of a time. But I was able to have a nice meditation and do the whole relaxation thing, really put things in perspective, and I'm feeling a lot better. So this is where I have to always ask, though, are you taking care of yourselves? So with that being said, just want to welcome in Johnny. How you doing? Thank you for taking care of everything today. Jet, also thank you for taking care of everything that you do, and welcome in. Ken, how you doing? What up, This Space people? Yes, we are on This Space. As you guys file in here, please do the thing. Hit the like button if you have not already subbed to the channel. I don't know what's up with that, but also, you know what? Make sure that you are subbed, because I've noticed that I've gotten unsubbed from a few channels that I was still actively watching. So I don't know. YouTube be on some YouTube. So yeah, just be aware. But I wish I could say that I have good news today. I really don't. Unfortunately, there was a major court case that got litigated that I think is just, for some reason, just not really getting picked up in a lot of outlets outside of The Guardian. But I wanted to bring... Oh, that is not what I wanted on here. Give me 1 second. Let me bring this up, because The Guardian had some pretty good reporting on this subject, which I just have to say, I've had some issues with The Guardian lately. They are very hit or miss. So I'm glad that they have been kind of focusing on the ICE court cases, though. They're starting to gain my trust back. HuffPost, still not there with them. If you guys know anything about what the hell is going on at HuffPost, enlighten me, please, because that is one of those sites that just, holy crap, it's insufferable. Alrighty. So, like I was saying, this is not great news. This is going to bring a whole bunch of bad shit on people here. So you see what they were saying about Texas anti-ICE protesters convicted of terrorism charges, sentenced to at least 50 years in prison. Now, it's almost like they watched that one movie, and I'm not sure who. I'm not sure if it's the cops or what's going on here, but if you know what movie I'm talking about, it's that Paul Thomas Anderson, or is that his name? One Hill, or what is it? One Battle After Another. I was like, I really hope I don't have to look this up. The Leonardo DiCaprio movie, where it essentially is about, like, it's almost like a parody of what, you would think, like, what the leftists and all this shit is. So a group of Texas protesters convicted of terrorism charges received harsh sentences of at least 50 years in prison Tuesday in a closely watched case. So they are totally making an example of these people. Like, it's insane. And they're doing it for exactly what we've been fearing, where they are just going to they're going to blanket label anybody that's protesting the Trump administration now as domestic terrorists. So The problem with this one is they did fire on a cop, and they were planning a noise demonstration with fireworks, and they brought their guns, and they had somebody stationed in the woods. What are they doing? You know, like, this is kind of what pisses me off, is if this is real and this wasn't like a false flag thing, and like this actually was like a domestic, situation, what the fuck are you doing? Like, do they understand what they just handed the Trump administration here? Like, I hope that, like, they understand the cause that they were trying to further has been set back so fucking far. So, that's assuming that this is not a false flag thing, which I don't know, man. I wouldn't put it past the Trump administration anymore. I'm over being charitable with this stuff. Because a lot of people are just like, I don't want to go there. It's like, no, we kind of should. We could. It seems like they're doing this stuff. I mean, look at the way that he's blaming Obama and leftists for ruining his little pool. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Trust me, there is fun to be had here, but this is why I want to get the serious stuff out of the way. Yeah, I'm gonna just, for some reason, this is just ridiculous with its. Yeah, this is why people use ad blockers. All right, even though the protesters did not know each other or were loosely affiliated, prosecutors said the attacks on officers was premeditated and part of a conspiracy, and they convicted them on this. Now, this was in Texas, so obviously this is going to be a state-by-state thing, but they're also being prosecuted on federal charges, so I don't know, guys. This is not good news. The fact that they were convicted and sentenced to such harsh sentences, like that 50 was the average, by the way. The guy that shot the cop apparently got 100 years in prison, which, I mean, come on, dude. What are you doing? Like, what are we doing here? You could argue that, there's been way harsher sentences or way less harsh sentences for way harsher crimes, which that's an argument to be had. But here, I'm just going to say it, man. Like, this sucks. It's Texas, but this does actually impact the national conversation over this stuff, because now they're going to point to this and be like, hey, you see this? This is what they were vandalizing, because they were also vandalizing cars. Like, that. It realistically is at like the thing that I see where I'm like, that's not helping and it's not accomplishing what you think it is. And honestly, I hate to be like that tut like big brother in this, but I gotta be. That's not going to push anybody into revolution, and that's what they think is going to happen, guys. Like, and I hate that I have to call this out the way I do, but that's why I'm putting the movie. It's like they watched that movie and went, that's a great idea, and they just decided, let's go to an ICE facility and do this. It's almost like the same shit, but this is also why I look at it. I'm like, it is a little sus that it is almost like exactly like the movie, and none of these people knew each other. Like, there wasn't even a Facebook group that like brought them together. The biggest thing that they said was like they were all part of like the same book club, which, if you know anything about book clubs, those are like pretty spread out. A lot of people just kind of follow like a blog and then talk about the books. Like Oprah's book club. It's like literally like one of the oldest things that I can think of, where it's like my mom was part of the Oprah's book club. And like, that's like that's old school internet. Like, that's what brought us to where we are today. Accelerationism is literally the least thought out ideology. Yep. Yeah. And honestly, what pisses me off is how when I like criticize some of this stuff, they're just like, well, that's not helping either. It's like, yeah, no, I'm just being realistic here. Like, do you guys see how they're using this? Like, come on. I hate it. I hate the fact that it's like, you just set us back. Like, guys, they essentially just made it so they can label any of us as domestic terrorists now. Yay, good job. Because, bringing that gun and shooting that cop, great. But this is, again, if it was exactly as they say, which this is Texas and this is also the government. So I'm one of those guys now where I can't trust the government. Yay! Isn't that fun? And then we spent like, now I do kind of feel bad where I'm just like, oh shit, do I owe some of these dudes an apology? Because wow, well, that's one way to get a movie spoiler, I guess. Dude, it's literally the beginning of the movie. I'm spoiling the first 5 minutes. My bad. I'm spoiling the bit that you would miss if you were late to the movie or you were, taking a piss while the the previews were on. Anyway, he already passed the. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, literally though, this was like the first 5 minutes of the movie. Like I highly recommend going and watching that movie. Just for the first 5 minutes, I didn't like it. I don't like that guy's movies. They are, and listen, I don't begrudge you if you do like it, but I just hate movies that are so up their own ass that you just it stinks the entire time, and a lot of people are just holding their nose, going like, "Isn't this great?" I hate also when there's a movie that you have to over explain to me to tell me that it's good. Yeah, and I'm not coming at this from like I only watch superhero movies. I don't like smart stuff. It has nothing to do with that. It's literally just like this was not like tongue. If this was tongue in cheek, it's just like, okay, well, you're choking on it, man. He makes pretentious stuff, but sometimes you want pretentious, again, and that's what I mean. Like if that's what you want, cool. I don't begrudge that. I'm fine with it. I also have similar opinions about like Tarantino. Like Tarantino like his stuff is good, but if you overanalyze it, you're just like, God, he's so pretentious. Like, God damn it, dude, we get it. Like some of it is really, really cool, but then there's other parts of his stuff that, like, number one, the long-winded dialogues, and like again that like you tune out halfway through and you're just like, this sounds so smart. I love it. But then again, there's the other side of it where he makes really, really good movies. So, specifically like the Hateful Eight, I love that movie. Inglorious Bastards is also, peak cinema. But it's just, you go back to even Pulp Fiction, man. Pulp Fiction, I dare say, and I'm just gonna say it, Pulp Fiction, overrated. It's overrated. Okay. The Godfather, overrated. Dude, that was one of the funniest Family Guy bits where like the floodwaters keep rising. What do you mean? Anyway, Tarantino is also allegedly a monster. Yeah, exactly. Like allegedly though. Yeah, but still, it's the same with Joss Whedon. Joss Whedon, like, I cannot watch Joss Whedon stuff and not have this like thing in the back of my head where I'm just like, oh, this guy sucks. That sucks. Because I just watched Dr. Horrible. And I was so like upset about that because like Dr. Horrible is great. Fucking Firefly, Buffy, even. Like, dude, they're all good. Angel, like, dude, it sucked. It sucked that Joss Whedon had to turn out to be such a fucking massive piece of shit, especially one that was like, outwardly like, oh yeah, I'm women's rights, blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, oh my God, like, why can't anybody just don't put your faith into anybody anymore? I tell you, I love Dr. Horrible. Yeah, I love Dr. Horrible. And that's why I was so mad about it. Oh, you've heard good things about Firefly. You need to watch Firefly and Serenity. I recommend it. It holds up. Honestly, though, for leftist media, if you guys haven't seen Deep Space Nine, watch that, man. I'm telling you, like, for a good allegory on the Israel-Palestine and like situation, and just how they called all of it. I swear to God, like, just the way that Israel's been acting, you're just like, oh, that's the Cardassians. Like, this is crazy. Oh, okay. Yeah. So the Bajorans are just the Palestinians. Got it. Okay. And then the Maquis. Like, yeah, the Maquis are technically an allegory for Hezbollah. Yeah. Okay. For sweater vests. Uni, you remember the weirdest shit from that? This is his hair. The fan club. This is so nice. I just might sleep with the same girl twice. They say it's better the second time. They say you get to do the weird stuff. We do the weird stuff. Anyway, if you've never seen Dr. Horrible sing along vlog, you very much should. Captain Hammer is such, oh my god, the way that, like, dude, he is the most chud ass chud, and then you're like, oh my god, that's literally like every fucking content creator on Kick. Ha! That's funny. How funny. Not at all disturbing. What is that, 20 years old? His fan club is the best. I mean, dude, they turned on him so fast too. That was so funny when, like, at the end they got their own little goggles. Oh, bad horse. He's the thoroughbred of sin. This has turned into inside jokes. I mean, whatever. Okay, we should do this. We should probably talk about the serious thing that is literally happening. God, I still can't believe that they prosecuted him. I'm hoping that here, actually, I didn't even check to see if Democracy Now! Covered this. Because this really does seem like it should be a much bigger deal. Protesters, DSA versus establishment. Was it the 23rd? All right. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize that I think this broke like right before I started stream, so we're probably not going to get anybody talking about this till tomorrow. Yeah, shit. I don't think we are. Yeah. No, this will be a tomorrow thing. All right. Well, you heard it here on this space first, guys. Yeah, the the protesters in Texas were sentenced to over 50 years for conspiracy, and they're now labeling, Antifa as an actual domestic terrorist organization, like they already did, but now they're using this as an example of like, see. So cue the breaking news music. Oh, dude, I don't have even if I have it, like, I don't think my soundboard would work here. Yeah, the digital one I would have to load. Shit. Yeah, that's too much to do on the fly. It's okay. Well, let's get to the other stories that I have queued up here, because Trump was blindsided as Israel rejects his plan. And yeah, this is why we got that pivot, like that real, like, weird but quick pivot. The bob and the weave, the pivot and the swerve, whatever the fuck he calls it. Yeah, all of a sudden now he's just like, well, you know what? The deal might not be done. We have to be strong. We have to go and we have to make an example. Well, it seems that this might be led specifically from Israel, which, surprise, were you guys surprised that Israel was going to be upset at the deal, and they were just going to be like, nah, we're just going to keep bombing Lebanon, like, they're not going to notice any of that. And now, now they're doing the thing where I swear to God, he's gonna now try to renegotiate the deal and be like, no more Lebanon. Lebanon can't be part of the deal, which that's the first part of the deal for Iran, to be like, no. Like, so I'm gonna go out on a limb, guys. I think this deal might be in jeopardy. Like this, who could have seen this coming? Exactly. Oh my God. It's just like, yeah, it's so surprising. But this is where even I will admit I was surprised was that guys like Ben-Gvir are just like outright saying it. Like, dude, I'm not sure if they're trying to get us to pull our funding from Israel. Like, what happens? Like, guys, please sound off on this because I am actually like genuinely curious about this, and also I am not the authority here. So, what would theoretically happen if they did turn on the United States? Would that put Donald Trump in a very a pretty fine predicament where he would have to, make some tough calls as to whether to keep funding Israel? And what benefit would they have by pushing the United States out? That's the main one that I'm asking about because, yeah, that's it, it's weird. It's weird. It's weird. So Midas Touch actually, for once, had a really good video on this. I was only able to watch half, so you know what? This is considered like a half pre-watch. So you see what I'm doing here. Number one, I hit that like button. You should do the same on the stream. Yeah, so I don't know why this wasn't like kind of played more obviously, where like we all saw this coming. So why was the mainstream media why were they doing this? Like, oh, oh, JD Vance is going to Switzerland. Yeah, they're still talking, even though Trump just threatened Iran again. Oh boy. Well, that's just Trump being Trump. They got psychologists there, which they didn't understand what they were like letting out of the bag there. Like, do you understand? Like, Trump should technically be more pissed at that than the reflecting pool coverage, but I digress. So yeah, Israel, like I said, is just like coming out with it, and for Ben-Gvir to just be like this, fucking, just out with it is, I've been asking what was gonna happen. I've seen reporting. Wait here. I've seen reporting that they're actually considering trying to regime change the Big I because they keep sabotaging things. Don't know how true that is though. Ooh. Well, oh, that would be an escalation. Woo.
For every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn. With
God, he's a demon. Like, how do you not just see this and go like, oh, you're a literal demon?
All due respect to the Americans, Israel must make it clear to the
all due respect.
Entire world that the blood of our sons and the security of our citizens are not forfeit. All of Lebanon must burn. Our supreme duty is to protect the citizens of Israel and the soldiers of the IDF, and this commitment takes precedence over every other consideration. I told the Prime Minister, even in our private meetings, for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. Enough with the ping pong in the Middle East. You don't win with measured responses and restraint. You need to go berserk, to obliterate, to crush the terror. Hi, my name is Sari Crow, and you're watching the Midas Touch Network. That is Itamar Ben-Gvir, the Israeli National Security Minister.
And now I'm wondering, like, where.
And I just happened to notice as I was reading it, he talks about the sons of Israel, not the daughters, who, by the way, also serve in the Israeli Defense Forces. As noted by Iranian Foreign Minister Sayed Abbas Aghirti, which I'm probably messing up his name, this is not a rant by a random genocidal lunatic. It's a public post by the National Security Minister of the Israeli regime. The genocidal death cult headquartered in Tel Aviv is a threat to all of humanity. It threatens all humans. Its only interest is permanent war. Israel is having a blowout diaper mind bender of a temper tantrum over
That's a hell of a way to put that.
Trump's
Ew.
Iranian peace deal, which is on tenterhooks anyway. As I'm writing this, there have been bombs dropping all day long. Israel, which has refused to abide by any ceasefire measures with either Gaza or Lebanon, As Shadow of Ezra notes, Benjamin Netanyahu is now holding the world hostage and openly admits he will not comply with any peace deal. Instead, Netanyahu says he wants to control all of Gaza and will continue the war in Lebanon. We do not leave as long as Israel's security arrangements are in place. And then Shadow of Ezra says it's time for Benjamin Netanyahu to be arrested, which, by the way, he is officially considered a war criminal in the international court.
ידידינו האמריקנים שלחמו לצידנו כתף אל כתף, ואנחנו מעריכים זאת מאוד. אנחנו נמשיך לנווט את דרכנו בתבונה ובשיקול דעת, לשמור על הישגי הממשלה, לשמור על הישגי המלחמה.
Okay, the fact that they have like this Chiron thing like blocking it does not help.
אלה הישגים של עם ישראל כולו.
Achievements of war are the achievements of the entire people of Israel. To restore security and tranquility to the Gaza Strip. Will we restore? I don't know. And tranquility to the community. This is how we will live. Maintaining the security zone in southern Israel requires that we do not leave as long as Israel's security arrangements are not in place.
First of all, my question is security arrangements for what? Iran did not attack Israel.
I have never seen her before, sort of. Does anybody know like where she came from?
It was the other way around.
I'm just curious because Mises Touch tends to pull creators that have like, you know, at least a couple thousand. Like there was a guy that had like 10,000 subs. He has 100,000 now because he joined Midas Touch.
And Israel invaded and attacked Lebanon. And yet Netanyahu completely turns things around.
You didn't see that coming. Like, this is where I saw the blatant shift this weekend where I was like, holy shit, like they are just now, like this is the new talking points. Lebanese, like the Lebanese are now the terrorists, like they're the instigators, Hezbollah. Like they're literally doing the thing, like where they're just like, no, they're doing what they did with Gaza. It's the same playbook. At what point do we all just go, no, nice try?
Convinced Donald Trump to start this loser.
I don't mean us, obviously. I'm talking about like the Tucker Carlsons. Like, when do they hop on this one? Like, did they already do that?
Of a war. And as for concern about nuclear weapons, Israel is the only country in the Middle East that actually has nuclear weapons, even though they never confirm nor deny. Iran had agreed to give up their nuclear weapons program in a very, very complex and delicately knitted together disarmament treaty with the Obama administration. And
I'll be glad when we don't have to look at his evil face anymore. Same with
one that China and Russia had agreed to sign on to. That in itself was like a masterful achievement for the Obama administration. And it was orchestrated by, at the time, Secretary of State Kerry. And then here comes Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, who tear it up, just get rid of it because Trump hates everything about Obama and is inherently jealous of him. And Benjamin Netanyahu always wanted to go to war with Iran. And now we are stuck as Americans paying Iran $300 billion to behave, whether or not.
Again, I don't like how that one is just blanketly reported on as U.S. doing it, because we're not technically on the hook when you really look at it.
They'll do that. We don't know. They will have more access.
Just out of like the interest of not spraying misinformation. This is one of those ones where it's like, no.
To uranium.
Community Notes would say like this is a coalition of, the Gulf states that are technically on the hook for it, but because the U.S. is the one committing to it and the Gulf states have not committed to it, it could be perceived that it is on the U.S.
Uranium.
So,
and now
just trying to like give you guys, the finer points of that. Just
they get to run the Strait of Hormuz and charge fees. What a shit show. And things are bad when you've lost former pro-Israel conservative Piers Morgan, who writes, how can anyone still support this Israeli government when psychopaths...
Well, to be fair there, Piers Morgan, like for the last year, has kind of been on the Like, what the fuck is Israel doing?
Gothic monsters like Ben Gvir are ministers in it, advocating genocide in Lebanon. Disgusting. That's a shocker from Piers Morgan. He's been going through some things in his evolution on Israel. And speaking of Piers, here he is with definitely not to be trusted Tucker Carlson, who on this one occasion is right on this one particular subject.
Popular, getting ever more unpopular. And I know from speaking to many of my Jewish friends around the world, whether it be London, New York, LA, or further afield, they're all very concerned about this. So this idea that Netanyahu,
I have my listening face on. Also, I hate how he stares directly into the camera.
who represents what most Jewish people think, for example, I think is for the birds.
I'm not aware of a single
creepy, right?
Nazi official who was as openly bloodthirsty as
dude. Okay,
Ben Gvir, including Goebbels, who was a nutcase in my opinion. And they of course were all executed. The ones who survived the war were executed at Nuremberg. We don't actually have visibility into what's happened in Gaza because they've murdered so many journalists and no one's allowed in to see it. But we know over 100,000 people have been killed, most of them non-combatants, tens of thousands of women and children.
Yes, Tucker. Except we have to stop making it seem that Netanyahu, Smotrich, another vile character in the Israeli cabinet, and Ben Gvir are the outliers, because they're not. They have millions of Israelis who support them. Many Israelis who don't believe that Arabs deserve to breathe the same air or air in the first place.
What reality is this? It is a weird one.
Just ask Arab and Israeli Jew Alon Mizrahi, who posted this, and he actually left Israel. I believe he now lives in London. That Ben Gvir post that everyone is sharing aghast. It is a perfectly normal and common Israeli view held by millions. It is the Israeli mainstream and not extreme in the least. I grew up hearing that endlessly. And as for us Americans, the secret is out, or at least I hope it is.
I have zero trust in Tucker. I mean, this is kind of my problem with the way TYT approaches him.
We cannot unsee.
Where they're just like, see, he's a good guy now. Same with MTG. It's like, no.
What has finally...
You can admit that they have good takes now, like on some things, but you do not have to blanket, just welcome them in and go like, see, you can trust them.
Been exposed after decades of collusion between the Israeli government, paid off American politicians, and the Western media. Americans are finally waking up to the horrible truth behind Israel's evil deeds.
Seen too much. It doesn't work. We listened to Henry Jobs' 911 call. We've seen 400 videos of crying children in rubble while the bombs are still going off, mothers screaming, learning their families have been killed. We saw the father digging in the rubble for the remains of his children with his bare hands, maniacally. I still think about this guy a couple times a month. They asked him, it was like November 23, are you okay? What are you digging for? What are you looking for? And he said, my 4 children. So yeah, we saw that. We saw all that. We're not anti-Semitic.
Nope.
We love Jews. We love the real Jews who stand against this madness. Mm-hmm. We love the Jews who are out there practicing real tikkun olam, solidarity and empathy. Those are the Jews I'm with. Not this shit of blowing up babies. I'm not with that. Mm. The IDF is the one that puts a Star of David on its back. The IDF that drops 6 Nagasakis on a civilian population on a strip of land the size of Austin, Texas. The IDF that puts crying baby MP3s on drones so empathetic Palestinians venture out of a safe place to go check on a baby in danger, and then the drone kills them for the crime of being compassionate. We know. We've seen this. You can't call me anti-Semitic. You can't say I hate Jews. We're done with that card. I saw the little boy carrying his brother's body parts in a trash bag on his back. We saw the bullets fired at the aid distribution, Hunger Games, Squid Games bullshit. We saw all of it. You can call me anything you like, but there's no coming back.
Or this Palestinian
The problem is we really didn't see it. It was kind of like just buried on Twitter.
Red Crescent staff member trying to comfort a terrified little girl to cross an evacuation corridor near the Israeli forces.
ولا حاجه ان شاء الله تكون نهايتها هذه يمكن تسهيل المهام نروح على غزه بدك عصير ايه بجد هيعمل لك هيك باي عند البحر ايه تضلك معي ترجعي
Compassion that those two men are showing that little girl because she's afraid of the Israeli army, the Israeli forces that are there is just like, I don't know, something. It just breaks me. And, all too often, the Israeli forces.
And these are the people that are targeted first.
Target the Red Crescent, which is the equivalent of our American Red Cross. They specifically will go after first responders, Red Crescent.
Stopped since the so-called ceasefire, 1K civilians at least. Yep. It's the same thing with Lebanon.
People who are there to help.
They killed over 40 people just within the last week.
That's what the Israeli army does. They're not going after, as they.
Yeah, and when I say and it's civilians.
Always are.
That's the craziest part is somehow this whole conflation of, but Hezbollah might have been in a basement or something. Like they're pulling the same exact bullshit.
Claiming Hamas or Hezbollah. They're going after the very people that you just saw in that clip, the helpers.
It's literally the same talking points with Hamas.
The little babies who are terrified. And yet it's always Israel that's playing the victim card. We're being attacked. It's us. We have to defend ourselves. From what? As American political scientist and activist Norman Finkelstein says, if there were an Oscar for best theatrical performance by a country, Israel would win every year. It's a country based on theater. It's a lunatic.
This guy, he's pretty consistent, man.
State.
Bob Roberts. Hello.
Completely insane. But here's how Israel's drama has played itself out for years on American media, selling and justifying a genocide funded with billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars.
Right to defend itself.
Right to defend itself.
Right to defend themselves.
Right to defend itself.
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 Right to defend itself. Right to defend itself.
The right to defend itself.
Right to defend itself.
Right to defend itself.
Right to defend itself.
Savagery.
Savage.
Savage. Savage.
Savage.
The savage.
Savagely savages.
Savage.
Savage. Savages.
Savage. Savage.
Dana Fash.
Savage.
Savage. Savage.
Savagely.
Savagely.
Savage.
Barbarity.
Barbarity. Barbarism.
Barbaric.
Barbaric.
Barbarians.
Barbarous.
Barbarism.
Barbarism.
Barbaric.
Yep.
Barbaric.
You know why this doesn't work on
Barbaric.
millennials, and this is why they're aggressively targeting essentially targeting millennials and targeting groups that would be overrepresented by millennials, is because we were conditioned with the not post 9/11 bullshit, and we wrote it out and we just saw the evolution of it, and we just we not only kind of disconnected, but we also were just like, no, that's bullshit, that's just blatant bullshit, like this is all bullshit.
Barbaric.
Barbarically.
The barbaric.
Barbarity.
Barbaric.
Jesus Christ. U.S. media outlets were crucial in helping Israel sell the Gaza genocide to the American public. Adam Johnson's analysis of over 12,000 articles and 5,000 TV segments proves it.
Thanks to The Intercept for that mashup, they did an intensive investigation on the collusion with Western media. And that's exactly how we end up voting in compromise.
For anybody kind of curious, I like her because she has, you ever have that thing where you're just like, you remind me of my mom? She reminds me of my mom.
Politicians again.
My mom, she had funky glasses like that. She actually this. My mom would love this style on her and just be like, yeah.
And again, politicians like Democrat Adam Smith, who proposed a bill that would completely integrate our military with Israel's. Here he is getting caught off guard by Drop Site News.
Do you think the American people want that, linking those two technologies, the most sensitive technologies, biometrics, cybersecurity? I mean,
well, they're already very linked.
I know, but this would link it much further.
What I'm looking at is Section 224 really doesn't link it anymore. We already.
I mean,
I'm sorry, you're asking me questions, or you telling me?
Well, if the answer is counterfactual, I'm going to correct the record. I mean, it does link them further. The biometric technology would be, but I'm asking you where you stand on it.
Okay. So, first of all, we already have existing shared relationships with Israel on a wide range of these issues.
God, microphone technology has come so fucking far.
What this does is it puts one person in charge of coordinating those relationships. Okay, so it's an overstatement to say that it is a dramatic.
It's like as an audio guy, like the fact that that little thing has so much compression in it.
Doesn't this amendment in and of itself does not specify, create any new program in terms of sharing. Now, you're absolutely right. Before you get all excited, it creates more. It basically says that we want to look for more opportunities. It does. That worries me a little bit because, well, I think we can benefit a great deal from this type of technology sharing arrangement.
Yeah, this is why everybody's freaking out about flock cams.
You know,
and you should be.
We need to learn how to do more counter-drone, better missile defense. The Iron Dome project that Israel has helped inform us in terms of how we more cheaply deal with missile defense. So we can benefit from it, and I think the technology sharing is important. I do not like the way the Netanyahu government is engaging in wars in Gaza, the West Bank, and Lebanon. So how separable are those two issues? I think that's a very fair point, and that's what I'm trying to decide.
Pat, wait till you hear about USB sticks. No way.
Do you understand people's...
You're telling me they have compression technology for digital storage? You're telling me I don't have to carry around a hard drive and a whole slat of just freaking...
that we're...
what do you call those things? Oh my God, servers?
Or at least their perception that we are giving up leverage unnecessarily to a government who could then strip those.
You're telling me that there's flat screen HD technology? What year is this?
Cybersecurity technologies or biometric technologies from us should they decide to, when in reality right now, even though
I have a secret. I've been rocking a CRT and a gateway PC. I don't know how.
Not using it, we do have the leverage over them.
I don't think so, but I'd have to understand that argument a little bit more because, again, we have these mutual relationships with Israel right now in terms of developing a variety of different technologies, defense technologies.
I
don't think this transfers anything more. I mean, Israel's developing.
Anytime I type on my keyboard here, I should get the little ching.
So no, I don't think
you think the Israeli lobby is noticing that public perception is going down and they're trying to deeply entrench this relationship before it can be rolled back as...
Ooh, fucking drop site. Who's this guy?
No, actually,
is this Jeremy?
Yeah, I frankly...
You think? Of course, Israel recognizes that the tide is turning. They know that they have a fading rube in Donald Trump, and they see that the American public is wakey now to the hellscape they leave behind. So Israeli-sponsored politicians are racing to line their pockets, and Israel is racing to get as much out of the United States as they possibly can while there is still time.
Yeah.
But take a look at this from a June.
This is where I was kind of saying, though, like, isn't it weird that, like, now they actually have the very strong possibility of Trump turning on them?
2026 interview with the publication Jewish Currents. Josh Paul, who is a former Biden State Department official who resigned in opposition to the Biden administration's decision to continue arms transfers to Israel amid the Gaza war, said this about Adam Smith's and Mike Rogers, a Republican who also proposed this 2024 bill to merge the U.S. military with Israel's. Paul said this: integrating Israel as a key source into the Department of Defense supply chain, on the other hand, opens up prospects that could not only make up for, but over time dwarf the billions in handouts Israel's military currently gets from the United States. And unlike the current grant assistance, which mostly pays for U.S. weapon systems, this would be money going directly into Israel's economy. And that's before accounting for the access to emerging U.S. technology and intellectual property that Israel would have access to and be able to spin commercially. In other words, they would take our U.S. technology and then spin it off for their own financial gain.
Yeah.
So, I mean, is this what we want? To send billions of dollars from our own wobbling?
I mean, according to America First, absolutely fucking not.
And weakening.
But this is also where you have to call out Trump supporters and like the people that claim to be America First on their bullshit, because realistically, guys, that's all we have.
Economy.
You can't let them keep doing the spin. You have to just you got to point out just how they constantly fucking move the goalposts.
To yet another nation. We're already going to be paying Iran in this horrible deal that Trump signed off on. Now we're going to continue to fund Israel and merge our military with theirs.
Yeah.
And they're going to have control of emerging U.S. technology properties that they will use for yet more genocide and killing of people like Mona Khalil, an environmental activist who dedicated her life to saving sea turtles along Lebanon's sea coast. Israeli bombs dropped on her home this past June and killed her. She's not Hezbollah. She's not an enemy.
Watch them twist themselves into pretzels to explain how it is somehow America First. I mean, that's where I'm saying they're just going to come out with it. The evangelical Christians in America are just going to come out with it and say, that's our promised land. And then you're going to watch a lot of Israelis go like, what?
Me. She's a woman who cares.
I know the inevitable outcome of this. This is kind of why I am like, it is kind of playing out too. That's why I am so fascinated that Trump is like, all right, baby, bet.
Out the sea creatures near her home. I will drop a link to.
All right, we done with this? I think we're done with this. Yeah, we're done. For once, shout out Midas Touch for the coverage. That was really good. You know what? Here, I'm gonna drop this link. So just in case you guys want to watch that uninterrupted by myself, you guys will be able to. Unfortunately, you know what? We might be able to start posting our links in the description. It's just, yeah, you know what? I will try to, here, you know what? I'm going to do this. Give me 1 sec, guys, for description. There we go. Hey, that can only help. And then, you know, it can do that thing where we can tag some of the people that we use and maybe, you know, get a little noticed. All righty, folks. We're going to continue talking about some news. Now, the other news story that's going on and that's bothering the crap out of me, that it is the top news story. Like, they are talking about this more now than they are the Iran deal, which it's almost like there's a reason. The reflecting pool. Now, undeniably, the reflecting pool situation is very interesting, because of the way that Trump keeps telling on himself. Like, dude, there has not been a scandal that he has exposed himself more in, where it's just like, oh, this is so obvious that this was caused by mismanagement, a bad contractor, which you gave a no bid contract to. And then on top of it, like, just ignoring the science behind it. Like, I was covering this on my show yesterday and just kind of talking about like how pool science works. Now, if you've ever seen a swimming pool, right? Any swimming pool, and I mean any swimming pool, you will see that there's a dark liner that goes about halfway through the pool. The rest of the liner on the bottom is going to be light. Now, if somebody has a dark bottom pool, they're trying to retain heat, which is not great when trying to fight algae. They're probably like paying a lot for chemicals. So this is why I'm going to revise. Most pools, I'd say like 90% of pools, have the light bottom because it reflects that light, right? Yeah. You know, like a reflecting pool. So what he did is this dumb motherfucker was just like, pools are blue. Every time I look at my pool at Mar-a-Lago, it's blue. It's blue. Why isn't the reflecting pool blue? It should look like a giant pool from Mar-a-Lago. It'll be beautiful. And he legit thought that that's how this was going to go. He thought it was going to, like the way that water sheens off of a nice, clean pool. He thought that's how this was going to go. Because he doesn't understand that also there's no way to fill this without going with water from the Potomac. Like, you understand, like, if they actually use city water, how that's also very stupid. Using purified water in there, like, then the pH is going to be fucking ridiculous. Like, having a natural pH is actually not that bad. Like, seeing that much algae, yes, it's definitely bad. Like, that much algae is bad because they only made it worse with the hydrogen peroxide. Because, yeah, that's what also happens when you have a bunch of garbage and, duck fecal matter. And this is sad, some dead ducks. Some of them have died from all that hydrogen peroxide, which also, because they were non-union contractors putting all that hydrogen peroxide in, they didn't have any PPE. So not sure if you guys know this, but hydrogen peroxide has very thick fumes. You're supposed to wear a mask, and also you're supposed to wear protective gloves, even thin ones, because yes, any splashing of that hydrogen peroxide will not only damage your skin, but it could cause serious issues down the road. So this has been, I hate to say it, very interesting to me because I know about this stuff. So Morning Joe, actually, leave it to them to actually have a kind of funny segment on this. I'm kidding. Like, this was actually kind of shocking. We covered Mika I think it was last week. So I hate the fact that, Morning Joe is now a Pet Talk staple for the last 2 weeks. Ugh. But all right. And then I got another funny one about the reflecting pool after this.
We had vandalism. Vandalism.
Yeah.
We have I think 290, 300 foot slit right
I really wish he didn't call.
through it.
I'm just going to say.
Probably a
Ew.
box cutter or a knife of some kind.
National Guard employees have been all over the
Can't
mall.
prove that,
How
though.
would these vandals?
Because the thing is, even if there was, that wouldn't do anything. It wasn't a sealed liner. It was a painted liner that it wasn't even a liner. It was technically fucking just paint without a sealant on it.
Have gotten so close.
What the fuck?
To do something like that. Do you have any proof of
I mean, we didn't have.
This is the most obvious one. Paint it white, you dumb fuck.
Have a lot of them then. Who would think that somebody would go into a pool and take a knife and start?
Nobody! Because it's not fucking true! You moron!
Cutting it.
Do you have proof of that?
Yeah, we have proof. Well, let's put it this way.
Totally have proof.
When you have a 300,
we have so much proof.
350, I think it's 350, not 250. A 350 foot slit.
He keeps saying like a bigger number. God, I hate the fact that this dumb motherfucker is just getting away with all of it. He's getting as I said, what pisses me off the most is that our authoritarian and our dictatorship is the dumbest one.
From one end to the other?
God, the least charisma. When you actually look at oh no, they're gonna say he had so much charisma.
Yeah, that's
Look at him, just okay, Grandpa. Okay, doing that thing do you believe this? Do you believe it? I mean, dude, he's literally got that thing where he's acting like a petulant fucking kid.
Bad no bid contract, Will.
And the worst.
That's what the bid is. I mean,
devoid of reality lie that you can just see for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The size of the alleged.
You see that I hit that like button? Do the same, please.
Ash apparently keeps growing in President Trump's mind. The president claims vandalism is to blame for the large pieces of liner that have been floating in the water at the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool.
paint.
The president also claimed without evidence.
It's not liner.
That somebody put
Quit calling it
fertilizer
liner.
in the
It's
pool,
paint.
causing the massive algae bloom. He told reporters the pool.
Have to go to a meeting. We'll be back. Robin, awesome. Hey, hi. and I'll see you later.
Would have to be drained again to repair the
All
more
right,
than $14 million renovation
I don't want to read
job.
any more of this.
No, it's really,
no.
it's
I don't want to
actually
read.
quite symbolic.
But actually, this is where we are. This is
where we are.
This is where we are. Where you have Jonathan Muir, you've got a president who is focused on his legacy now, but so much of his legacy has to do with changing things in Washington, D.C. It's like Donald Trump, the contractor, is coming out, sort of this
with the
next phase of his presidency. And he really is. He's obsessed with it, whether it's putting gold on anything that doesn't move in the White House, whether it's tearing down, the east wing of the White House, whether it's this reflective. He's obsessive about it because he's Donald Trump, the builder. And the focus on it is, if you're she and you're looking at this, you got to be thinking, my God, he's lost his mind.
Yeah, I mean, more power to him, he probably would say. I mean, yeah, and it's not just that. It's also the Kennedy Center. And of course, he was dealt a defeat there, and his name has come off of it. It's trying to build this, what I would deem a blasphemy, like an arch that would obscure that sacred view between the Lincoln Memorial and Arlington National Cemetery. And now there's this. I mean, this is pure fiction. This is pure fiction. And he's all over Truth Social claiming that it was Antifa, that Obama played a role somehow, that the former President Obama was something to do with the algae bloom. Here in the pool, he's provided no evidence of this slap.
No, he doesn't. Again, he's blaming Obama for something that happens in nature, and we're so dumb. And we also have we just eat this shit up. And again, these guys are kind of pointing out how ridiculous this is, but so many people just eat this shit up, where they're just like, yeah, Obama did it, or yeah, there was vandal. Like, they take everything he says and they're just like,
slash,
spoon feed me harder, daddy.
300-foot slash down this side. We even had a dead duckling in the pool, reflecting pool, Willie, because of whether it's toxic algae bloom or the chemicals.
No, it's not the toxic algae bloom. That's not how it works.
They poured into it to try to turn it blue, which
the algae bloom became toxic because of hydrogen peroxide.
That didn't work either. And let's remember, this is because of all the celebrations coming in the mall in the coming days for the 250th, including the Trump rally. And he's afraid of what that backdrop's going to look like.
This is a snapshot of the whole administration. You have incompetence, doing a bad job. You've got,
as I said,
corruption.
Dude, these are not the gloves that you're. Oh my jeez, oh my fucking god! Any day one pool cleaner would tell you, well, y'all, that's all right, man.
Guy in
That's
Palm
cool.
Beach who lives near Mar-a-Lago.
Skin cancer's fun.
Has no idea how to do this kind of work, and then when it fails because of the incompetence.
Also, that's not how you do. You have to dilute hydrogen peroxide. Oh my god, I just realized that, because that's not chlorine. That's if that was chlorine, that's a different story. You can put that direct from the bottle into the pool. Hydrogen peroxide, you need to put into a bucket, and you need to stir that shit, dilute it, and then toss it in.
You create a conspiracy theory.
This is also going to, that's what, oh my God. I kind of said this on my other show, but this is 1000% confirming what I was saying. This is why it ate all of the fucking paint around the edges. This is why you don't see it in the middle of the pool.
You tell lies about.
I'm convinced that this was a planned distraction.
People.
I'm starting to go there. I really am starting to go there more and more, and it's working because it's so visible. But then again, I don't know, man, because Trump really is just that stupid that I could just see this being
you detain American citizens.
But yeah, you know what? The fact that this has pushed Iran out of the story.
Questioning who put their hands in the water, or you suggest.
Oh my God, guys, guys, skin cancer's fun.
That's that reporters who.
Because you do understand that these polls, they go under, then they come back. All of that shit is on his hands.
Pick up a piece of the paint that's
God,
floating.
dude, this is literally day one shit.
And show it to a camera. You have Jeanine Pirro on TV.
I want every one of their names so I would never hire any of these people to fucking clean my pool, ever.
He's saying they're looking into investigating and perhaps prosecuting that reporter for telling the truth. They are completely.
Make sure you burp that line. Make sure there's no air in there.
Out after waste.
Otherwise, that pump that you're using on the other side is about to have a real bad time.
$16 million of taxpayer money on this nonsense project that's now going to have to be started over again. And Donald Trump.
It's going to have the same impact. Like I'm telling you right now, if he uses that same blue, it's going to be the same shit. He's going to call it's just going to be over and over. They're vandalizing it. We have to close it down.
Cannot stop talking about it. He's obsessed with it.
Because no, this is where I'm saying I don't think it is a false flag the way that we like. This is him just being him,
creating these wild conspiracy theories.
Such an idiot.
Again, blaming Obama.
And by the way, the
also that oxygen I'm telling you right now, like this is so funny that he is getting beat by a single-celled organism.
Look at the slash, which no one saw.
There is no slash. This doesn't matter. It's not a fucking pool liner. The weirdest part is this is a guy that has had pools that are made of stone. Like they're made of limestone. So like, what the fuck? Like this guy is talking to like, this is why he's talking to a bunch of idiots that have above ground pools that like, they think it's a pool liner. Like these people, oh my God.
290, 300, 250. He's making.
I'm sorry, guys. I really hate doing it, but dude, the meme of the average American is just a fucking buck tooth, not even buck tooth. It's literally fucking like no teeth having, fucking overalls wearing, fucking pit stain having like motherfuckers out there with the
up numbers about this slash that these vandals.
Like seriously.
And Antifa went in to cover for his own.
What do you mean that's a green color? That's the color of my pool. I go swimming in it all the time. Chlorine's for the gays.
Confidence and corruption of the administration.
Well, speaking of Obama, Jay Martin, your latest.
It's so stupid. The area is recorded 24/7. If someone did a thing, they would be blasting the footage all over the place. Yeah. The thing is, you know for a fact, he's like, maybe we could have some AI. Do we have anybody? Do we have some AI where we can accuse somebody and then arrest them and put them on blast? Anybody?
Column for Politico magazine. You write about the opening of the Obama Presidential Library.
Yep.
Quote, the unveiling of presidential libraries has always been one of those political rituals that blends past, present, and future. In Chicago, however, it was as if yesterday, today, and tomorrow all converged. It was inevitable that the current president would shadow the gathering because this is, like it or not, the age of Trump. Who he is and what he's done to the country and presidency is inescapable. Yet, in their impassioned effort to argue that there is and was...
Except well, that's the other part. Like for every dick, like this is, why I can't stand people that talk about Nick Shirley's waste fucking investigations because of shit like this.
A better way.
Also, they never look at who Trump has pardoned, any of it. And like, this is what really pisses me off. Nobody really has these arguments like ready to go.
Obama's all but dragged Trump on stage with them. Obama invoked the country's founding and its promise, simply citing checks and balances, an independent judiciary, and the necessity of a peaceful transfer of power to assail Trump. Those values, Obama said, didn't belong to any party, but were American values we can all share.
So, Jay Martin, talk about the shadow looming over this event.
Well, first of all, I'm just glad to have an alibi, guys, that I was not the one creating that 4,000-foot jagged line across the reflecting pool.
Exactly.
I was in Chicago, so it wasn't me. Now, look.
He was definitely in Chicago, and I would argue that it was outside an establishment that had an old-style sign.
These events, guys, are so fascinating, right? Because obviously the politics of the president is always inescapable. You know,
I'm sorry. I don't mean to like insinuate that this guy's a drunk uncle, but if he was, it would be just fucking hysterical because it's just like, how are you a caricature?
You know, there's this famous moment where Jimmy Carter unveils the JFK library in '79.
You didn't see me at the pool. I'm telling you, I wasn't at the pool. I was at the YMCA pool, pretending it was the reflected pool. I saw my reflection more at the YMCA. YMCA, yeah.
And Teddy is sitting right there about to launch his primary challenge of Jimmy Carter. Don't forget George W. Bush's library in 2013 opened in Dallas. That morning, Barbara Bush goes on the Today Show and says the country doesn't need any more Bushes. Sorry, Jeb. So there's.
And that's when the shaved pussy started becoming a thing, because they took it literally, and then all of a sudden we had a new trend, and I was just like, wait a minute, I was a Bush guy.
Always sort of present-day politics infused with the
Wait a minute, we're not talking about this. I thought we were talking about Bush's
past. But it's so striking with Obama because on stage you've got his two would-be successors.
I'm sorry. When I thought we were talking about landscape.
The two heirs to the throne who were a generation.
What do you mean there's a President Bush?
Older than him, Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton, who the previous week had mixed it up long distance because Hillary said Biden never should have run and hurt his legacy by running. A little awkward. Then you've got the president, which obviously is as thick in the air as the humidity was, which is
seeing his teeth light up with. I don't know. I'm sorry. It's mesmerizing.
Everywhere in their remarks because he has to be, given what's happening.
Those aren't veneers? Holy shit.
Happening now in the country. And then, guys, lastly, the future is inescapable because they're looking down at a crowd. And who's in the crowd in front of them? Well, it's Josh Shapiro, it's Gavin Newsom, it's Mark Kelly, it's Pete Buttigieg, and yeah, it's.
I'm not saying this guy's favorite character is Gopher from Winnie the Pooh. I'm just
local boys
guessing.
Named Rahm Emanuel and J.B. Pritzker. So this event ostensibly is about Obama's library, but it's really about the politics.
It does
of
look cool.
The past, present,
I mean,
future.
it looks really cool when you pass it.
They're all converging there in one glorious place at one time.
All right.
All right, Politico's Jonathan Martin. Thank
I like
you
it
very much.
When it was first starting to be built, though, I was just like, I forgot that it was his presidential library. I was just like, is that a college?
Thanks
for letting me riff. Coming up. Yeah, we love it.
It's a great article.
Glad we got you to finally get in the chair there. He rolled in a little late.
He's a big J-Mart, you're busy, man. Like
it's a mess.
You got a lot.
I've got algae all over my arms, guys. I was having to get it off before I got on the air.
Speaking of that, J-Mart, we want
to get a towel, get the algae off.
Oh,
here's Truth Social.
Yeah, this was from yesterday. This was part of President Trump.
This is high humor.
Many thoughts on the.
You used to see this man on vaudeville.
The algae situation. Yeah. He put up a picture of one of those inflatable frogs that took off during Portland protests, holding up a sign that says "First they came for the algae." I mean, I don't know if we can show the.
No.
And he goes on to make the comparison to making the World War II. I mean, I won't even get into it because it's so nonsensical, but it's illuminating as to where the president's head is right now. This is where he's obsessed with the reflecting pool, and he's grasping at any straws, including slop that he sees on Truth Social, to try to explain it to avoid responsibility.
I'm surprised they aren't in black and white. Hey, I gotta send this one to Talivani. This is a good one. Also, look at how proud he is of himself. Ugh. Our fucking that show, Our Cartoon President, man, did they nail that. He really is. He's just a freaking embarrassing cartoon of a man. All right, so this was great. Chris Hayes, he got an exclusive interview with the Olympian that was arrested at the reflecting pool. Yeah, if you didn't know, an American gold medal Olympian, I believe he's a gold medalist, or he might have just, competed and come in 16th. I don't know. See, I'm doing the Trump thing. He had so many gold medals. He was an American hero. I don't even know how many gold medals he has. He just probably has them all because, when you're an Olympian, you have so many gold medals. People don't know this, that you get gold medals in other things and other competitions, not just the Olympics. The canoe guy, the canoe guy, who ironically has actually canoed in the Potomac, and he's just like, this is the same water. And that's kind of what he was doing. He was just like, interesting, because he actually knows about that. This is another thing. There's a few types of specialists that understand pH balance in water. It's your average scientist, your pool chemist, or somebody that is constantly in water sports, or a swimmer, because they, might have some trust issues, which they should. Even swimmers need to you should test the pool, because also sometimes if there is too much chlorine, it is a skin by skin basis. This is why, like, when you see a 7 parts per million, like, I would say, like, if you get, like, between 6.5, gets a little hairy there, Now, where we start getting the rashes.
One of the visitors who was arrested, this guy by the name of David Carter Hearn, 67-year-old man of Bethesda, Maryland, who owned a company that made composite used to build watercraft. Now, Hearn happens to be a former Olympic canoe racer. There he is.
Holy shit.
Look at him go. That was a while ago. And he told the AP he briefly touched a peeling chunk of the pool bottom to inspect it and let go when told to by a park worker. This is something that we've seen lots of people do. Hearn said he was detained by guard soldiers and park police for 5 hours before being given a summons for a court appearance next month. I'm a curious citizen, Hearn told the AP. I reached down to see what it felt like. It was very rough.
I have a feeling that this court is not going to convict him of anything.
The recipe here. Just last week, okay? Again, we know this because they posted it online. It was Trump's Interior Department, as we were covering this, the algae blue, right? And the peeling chunks of paint.
He's old. Watch it.
Department was lying to us all. Right? Like, what are you
27 years, and then I'm right there.
Talking about?
Watch it.
You psycho libs, posting photos of the reflecting pool from like the low angle to get the reflection of the sky, claiming the water was, quote, crystal clear with the American flag blue coating shining brightly on the bottom of the pool.
That's not how.
Now, the president of
I hate how dumb he is. It is just, this is basic fucking science. I'm talking elementary school science. Dark retains heat. Like when you sit in your car, if you have a lighter seat color, then it's not going to burn as bad as if you sit on a black seat.
Have to admit, that's not true. The pool's in worse shape than before.
By the way, is there anything worse than like sitting on a black leather seat in the middle of a hot day where you're just like,
I mean, they pivoted in like a day or two. And then in classic authoritarian fashion, they pivoted from claiming the water's perfect and clear, there's no peeling paint, to yes, it looks terrible because it was sabotaged by secret leftists like this Olympian and that journal.
I'm so glad that he brought up the pivot too.
And also, we are now going to be bringing law enforcement authorities from around the nation as part of our summer surge force to arrest people who are guilty of the non-existent crime of putting their hands in the water. Doesn't matter whether it's an election he contested and lost, or a war he started and lost, or a reflecting pool renovation that he absolutely screwed up from start to finish in every conceivable way.
Hey, Latino Mafune.
When Donald Trump screws up, as he always does, he needs scapegoats because Donald Trump is president. What it really means is he now wants arrests. Norman Eisen's the co-founder and executive chair of Democracy Defenders Fund, as well as the attorney for David Hearn, the U.S. Olympian who was arrested at the reflecting pool, and they both joined me now. It's good to have you here, Mr. Hearn. I saw some video of you out this weekend when you were at the reflecting pool. You were in biking gear. You were
every time I see a lawyer and a client, I'm always waiting for that moment where he's just like, shut up.
Out for a long cycling ride, a very active individual still. Can you just tell us how you ended up at the reflecting pool, why you went down there?
Yes, Chris. I was just out on about a 50-mile bike ride, and I decided to swing back over by the reflecting pool on my way.
It was a simple 15-miler.
As a concerned, curious citizen.
Fucking overachiever over here.
And you checked out the pool. You told the AP that you just put your hand in the water. And then what happened? You had
literally, like, this is something that kid, like, so you're telling me that, oh, your kid accidentally committed a crime when they saw a body of water and just went, ooh.
You seen like National Guardsmen came up to you and then park
police?
This is
insane, dude.
How did that all go down?
As soon as I left the side of the reflecting pool and went back to my bike that was laid down on its side on the edge of the grass, 3 National Guard troops sort of materialized and started talking to me about, after I greeted them, they were talking to me about the park police wanting to talk to me.
And they arrested you? They put some sort of cuffs or zip ties on you behind your back?
I didn't think I'd done anything wrong, so I had no reason to think I was going to be arrested, but I suggested we walk over toward the park police rather than waiting for them to come to us, and went over and furnished my ID, and kind of before I knew it, I was being handcuffed and realized I was being arrested.
The nice part is, like, yes, okay, so they got the optics, right? Which is the point, but the payouts, I hope they understand, like, this is going to be my next project. I'm saying it right here. My thing for my contribution to the internet is making sure that all of these people that get paid out, I do like a little story on and make a video a la Nick Shirley where I'm pointing out all the waste, fraud, and abuse from the Trump government. Because you know what? We care about waste, fraud, and abuse, people.
Norm,
I want to make sure that everybody knows how much these little stunts are costing us.
You're his lawyer here. Is there, like, this seems so impossibly insane to me, but they're threatening 10 years in prison, and I'll ask you, Mr. Hearn, about how you feel about the president
space
threatening
exclusive.
that. But is there even, like, what? Is there a crime here? Is there anything here?
Chris, there was no crime when these accusations were made about the distinguished journalist Jonathan Karl. There's certainly no wrongdoing as to Davy. This is a reflecting pool where people have, for decades, touched the water. How can it?
It's ours, by the way. Our tax dollars go to it, so it's the people's. Like, you know, when they say the people, we're the people. People forget about that.
Crime.
People.
To touch the water of the reflecting pool, Chris. What you see is a desperate effort to cast blame anywhere other than those responsible. When you paint the bottom of a pool in the height of the summer heat, a dark color in a body of water that already is known to have severe algae problems, of course you're going to have more difficulties. When you issue a no-bid contract, Chris, including involving one of the president's Mar-a-Lago cronies, that, of course, is going to lead to poor performance.
I mean, he literally looks like a crony. He looks like Fat Cat from Chippendale. I said that yesterday.
This coding is coming up of its own volition. Obviously, Mr. Hearn did not dump algae or toxic chemicals or run a 250 or 300
Jesus.
foot
Do you know how much shit has to be in there for it to look like that, though?
knife line down this pool. And it is one of the classic signs of an authoritarian regime to abuse the criminal powers, just like we saw the AG Letitia James case thrown out, just like we saw the Jim Comey case thrown out.
Yeah.
So many other cases that have been rejected by judges, by grand juries. And it's outrageous. Every American should be concerned about this.
Mm-hmm.
It is a sign of authoritarian behavior.
Yeah.
As you know,
that's the weirdest part, is like the clearest example of him going full authoritarian is this stupid fucking pool.
Have over 300 legal cases and matters. This one is among the most important because we can't let the criminal justice system be abused this way. That's why we
It's them sending a message. As I said, the photo op and the fact that they arrested an Olympian.
These cases.
Mr. Hearn,
they probably at first were rejoicing when it was an Olympian, but then they were also probably like, ah, shit, Andy's a water sports guy? Ah, fuck.
You were. Am I right that you were detained for 5 hours?
It's like, please be a shot putter. Please be a shot putter.
After this arrest?
Yes,
kayaker. Fuck.
I was in the lockup at Haynes Point Park Police jail, and I didn't know how long I was going to be held. I was held. After an hour, I was told that it was going to be a cite and release, so that led me to believe that I might not be there that long. And it dragged on. I was photographed, and they put me back.
Next thing, I mean, honestly,
and fingerprinted, put me back in.
This is the type of shit that does inspire people to be like, yeah, fuck this.
And I had not been able to.
If I was a campaign manager or like somebody that did like, you know, political.
Allowed to make a phone call. Nobody really knew I was there. I was held incommunicado that whole time. Was never read my rights.
What?
What? Oh wait, he wasn't Mirandized. This lawyer should just be like, yeah.
Did they tell?
Fucking yeah.
Are you charged yet? Have they even furnished the charges?
We do have 2 misdemeanor citations, Chris, but there's no basis for this. We're going to contest it vigorously.
Oh yeah, this is you go to the it's like you require a fucking trial by jury. Even for the misdemeanor, trial by jury. Now's like, honestly, do not settle cases anymore, especially if it's federal charges. Make sure that you fucking fight that stuff and you get an attorney that will, because you don't settle with the Trump administration. This is what I was saying about ABC. When they paid that $15 million, that was one of their biggest fucking mistakes. Because they thought, oh, this will just make him go away and this will placate him. Nope. That showed that you're just a piggy bank, and that honestly, you should have saved that 15 mil, paid your attorneys, and won the First Amendment case. But nah.
It is not
hindsight being 2020.
It's not a federal crime to touch water. If you look in the statutes, you'll see there's no such federal crime.
As someone who represented this country in the U.S. Olympics, we got to show that clip of you, which was incredibly cool. One of my favorite events to watch, actually. It seems completely impossible and defies the laws of physics. It's so surreal, but how does it feel to have the president and then the U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia essentially, threatening to throw the book and talking about 10 years in prison?
Well, Chris, I'm concerned for our country. I'm cautious about the future, but I'm confident in my counsel, and we will contest these charges.
All right. Norm, you have filed.
I want to see the court date so badly. They're federal charges. We're not going to.
Ethics complaint.
If it was a state charge, maybe.
It's against Todd Blanche. You're litigating a bunch of active, a bunch of sort of active lawsuits against this Department of Justice. It seems to me that it's gotten worse there somehow, and almost improbably. Is that the trajectory it seems to you as well?
Well, Davies' case is a new low. They've hit bottom again here, and the courts are pushing back.
It's hit the bottom of a pond.
Chris, as you know, we won the Kennedy Center.
You mean the shallow end?
Case. We helped defeat the slush fund, the $1.8 billion, and we're going to fight this case as well. We can't have the Department of Justice
muddying the waters,
bullying American citizens for touching water. That cannot be a crime. So this is a very important matter because it's an effort to shift the blame and scapegoat for the consequences of the administration's corruption. We're going to be contesting it vigorously.
Well, I would just say to the folks that are tourists or residents of D.C. down there, based on what I've seen from reporters, our own, and social media, the block is hot down there. They got surveillance vehicles. There might be plainclothes officers waiting to snatch you up if you put your hand in the water. So just, be forewarned. This is the state that we find ourselves in. David Hearn, Norm Eisen, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Yep. That guy sitting on the ground, that's literally like part of it. Pep, you've sunk to a new low with these puns. Got him. Hey! Welcome to Pep Talks. Actually, welcome to PEPAGANDA. If you guys are just joining us, welcome to this space. I appreciate you hanging out today. Hope you guys are having fun. All right. Well, we're pretty much done with that. Let's see. What else we got? We got the ice story, Keir Starmer, and that's pretty much it. Hell yeah. So, yeah, I wanted to cover this yesterday, but I figured that this was good to cover on PEPAGANDA here. So the ICE protests are continuing at Delaney Hall. I am glad that they're doing this. So on Father's Day, it got really bad. So there was a 10-year-old girl that went pretty like, I would argue, mega viral. And then, of course, the federal government being the federal government, they went out and were just like, that's AI. It's AI. Turns out it's not AI. It turns out that it was an actual little girl who got, thrown to the ground by ICE with her mother because she was trying to give her dad a card, and also this was during scheduled visitation. So take that for what you will. Well, apparently on Father's Day, things got really intense. So, and I mean, like they hit someone with a car. This actually made mainstream news. By the way, everybody go follow Status Coup. I'll do the copy the link here. Jesus! It doesn't get any easier to watch, guys. The way she just folds into the car, which actually, that helped her, by the way. The fact that like she didn't tense up, that's why she didn't get hurt. I know, physics. Oh, God. Oh, but that's a sore hip. That's one of the contractors.
Get the fuck back in your car. Go work in your concentration camp.
Nice. That's got to be wrestling fan knowledge. It is. Let's just say I know how to fall. That shit's gonna get a lot worse, guys. Uh-oh. Trouble's here. Is your name Trouble? Yeah. Doing. Doing. Yeah. Hey. Hello. Yeah, these guys are so much more violent than at Broadview and at in Minnesota, which is saying something. Like where we had a bunch of isolated events, this is almost on the daily with these guys. And it's almost like you're being told to instigate and antagonize them. Hey, stop. Oh God, we're doing this today. Okay. This is why I need wireless headphones. Cruelty is the point. Yeah. No, but this is going to have the same, like, honestly, this is going to have the same effect on Mark Wayne Mullen. Like, the public is not for this type of fascism. And like, as I said, the 89 million Americans that didn't vote are paying attention to this shit. Your average American does see this. Your average American feels it. Like, the economy's not good enough for people just to ignore this shit. And that's where Donald Trump is really overplaying his hand.
You're on her neck. Get off, you big ass.
This is where I do like maintain hope, but this is also where we have to be like, I hope you, yeah, me too. Me too. Because if I'm wrong, then just so you guys know, that's all she wrote. America was a fun experiment while we had it. And honestly, I kind of lament all the times that I played the American bad card without understanding that we're still in the infancy of our country. So like the fact, like, this is what does kind of piss me off about some of this is like, we don't recognize how far we've come as a nation, where like in my lifetime, I grew up with the idea of a black president and gay marriage, like being a federally recognized right, as pie in the sky, fucking like no fucking way, to it becoming a reality. But I've also seen us teeter towards this bullshit because this was the response to that. But this is also where I got mad because it's like we can never accept the small wins that like we're the like, and I'm not just saying the left. This is just America in general. We get that thing where it's just like here's a little bit of something good, right? And then we're just like, but that's not enough. I need more. But then, the following year, we don't even get that. And we're just like, well, I guess I had it all right. Like, you don't know how good you have it until it's gone. It's like a relationship, Definitely have problems. Definitely some toxic shit, that led us to this. But in reality, things were kind of moving left. We were on the right track. And then we really just we fucked up on this one, guys. For anybody that keeps saying that Kamala would be doing the same shit, I will just say that's bullshit. She would have probably gone to war with Iran like that or Venezuela or something like that, sure. But it wouldn't be like this. There wouldn't be this blatant authoritarian push. And all the fucking, just outward corruption. God damn, I didn't know I'd miss the days where it's like, at least they used to hide it. Because even when they hit it, they weren't so, egregious with it.
Get back! Don't touch it! Don't touch it! Don't fucking touch me! I have right. I have right. I have right. Not breathe. What you mean?
The ones that okay, so when you holler like that and you do actually hurt your vocal cords and shit, that's where I'm just saying don't hurt yourself at these people's at with that one. Try a mega. This is why megaphones are effective with that. Where I don't know, man. I hate watching people hurt themselves in situations like this where it's just like, oh shit. Also, I hate when I had the situation happen at a protest with me where the noisemakers, the cowbells and shit. This kind of speaks a little bit to the possible autism where I was too overwhelmed and I got to get out of here. And I just kind of realized I was like, man, that was so counter effective because it essentially made somebody that would be there demonstrating leave. It's like you want to be effective, then at least go near them.
Yeah, this is great, right?
Again, this is the stuff that will, it's going to backfire like it did last time.
Where? Here she is! Here she is!
All right. This. Share this.
I want to bring in New Jersey Democratic Congressman Rob Menendez. Congressman Menendez, I want to begin with your reaction to that video and what happened on Father's Day at Delaney Home.
Yeah, it's just horrible to see. I mean, the lawlessness at Delaney Hall continues. As you mentioned, this was a group of individuals who were there, highlighting the fact that many of the detained individuals at Delaney Hall are fathers. They're inside on Father's Day. It was the same situation on Mother's Day when so many mothers were not home with their children.
Jesus, dude, that's blatant.
Many of whom are you?
That they're like, you want to talk about like the way. So you're telling me under the justification that ICE uses, she could have used lethal force because she felt threatened? Like, Jesus, fuck.
Children, because of this administration and who they are choosing to detain, not just at Delaney Hall, but across the country.
I want to get your thoughts on a striking new report from the Marshall Project, because there are these elements of the Trump administration's crackdown that are very visible, like what's happening at Delaney Hall and what's happening at Dilley in Texas. But then there are these other parts of the machinery in the background that I think very few Americans and voters are aware of. The Marshall Project has this new report out about the Trump administration using a little known and little used 1996 law in order to fine immigrants. And some of them are facing fines over $1 million. They're said to have deportation orders, but still be living in the U.S. But according to attorneys, some have open immigration cases, have permission to stay. In one case, a woman is married to a U.S. citizen who's an active duty U.S. service member. She and her husband have 4 U.S. citizen children, and she's been applying for legal residency. And she has a massive judgment notice against her. It appears that the administration is now sending these private firms after immigrants to try to collect this money from them. And I just want to get a sense from you about what's happening here and whether it's above board.
Well, what you're seeing
above board
is a
I'm going to go out on a limb here, lady, and go, no.
continuation of Stephen Miller and the Trump administration attempting to use every possible tool to inflict as much harm as they can on our immigrant neighbors.
This guy really likes decanters.
They will utilize any option that they have, including levying fees against individuals like the one you mentioned who are trying to go through a broken immigration system, but nonetheless go through it to the best of their abilities. And this administration is exploiting that.
How do you like this? I got it at Decanters R Us.
Immigration system to carry out this very extreme, un-American immigration policy that's headed by Stephen Miller. So you're going to see a number of things like this, whether it's fees, whether it's the detention of nonviolent individuals, which ICE's own data shows to be the case, slowing down DACA renewal. All of these things are meant to grind the system to a halt. And it's meant to break these individuals so they give up.
Yeah.
That's the reality.
That's literally
this
it.
administration wants to deport as many people as possible, not just the worst of the worst, but just as many.
Like I had that moment yesterday where I kind of realized that I'm like, wow, I'm literally playing into exactly what they want. They want me as a left-wing creator to just stop.
Volume. They will use every tool
Just
that
be
they
stressed
can,
out.
and Americans need to continue to speak out against it.
Yeah.
Well, Congressman, what do you make of the fact that DHS now under Markwayne Mullin's leadership, they are pulling away from their plan to utilize these massive warehouses? They sunk hundreds of millions of dollars into these, what were supposed to be these mega detention centers where there'd be up to 10,000 people inside.
Concentration camps. No, they're concentration camps. Stop.
Them. They're backing off.
We're literally gas showers, like shy of a fucking Holocaust. Can we stop now?
Of that.
Like, no. Stop manufacturing consent for this bullshit. I don't care who you are in the media. Have a little bit of a spine. You are supposed to be the left side of this media space. Can you at least have that little bit?
Plan now. They're going to try to offload these warehouses. Does that signal to you a change in strategy, or are they just sort of moving the same ethos, the same ideas, a little bit more into the shadows?
Yeah, I think it's the latter. I mean, I don't see this administration doing a complete 180 on how they've approached immigration since last January. It's a welcome step, especially for New Jersey, where one of the proposed sites in Roxbury. It's our understanding that that's one that may be shelved by Secretary Mullen. Just for awareness, that is a Republican town, and the entire Republican Council was against that proposed site. In addition to myself, Senator Kim, and members of the New Jersey delegation. So, it's a good step, right? It's a good thing that they're not going through with it. But there's two major issues. One is they overspent for all these facilities, and now they have to figure out how to unload them. It sounds like a lot of waste in our federal government. They cut $1 trillion from healthcare in reconciliation because of fraud, waste, and abuse. And now you're seeing a DHS that has been given more resources than they would ever need by Republicans in Congress. They don't know how to spend it. They don't have a plan, and all they are doing is causing harm. So I still worry about what's next for our immigrant neighbors. We will continue to stay vigilant, but one decision that's moving the right direction does not mean that I have any confidence that they will take other actions to get us to a much different place than where we are today.
Congressman Menendez, thank you so much.
Right. Yeah, this doesn't actually like do anything to address the fact that there are still like the inhumane treatment just happening in Delaney Hall on the daily. They're still doing they're still locking up these people without due process, indefinitely detaining them. And the reason that they're even doing that is because of these private contracts. Like, this is as simple as billionaire contractors got their fucking money, but they need to justify having this happen. So, like, I'm telling you guys, this is the shit that Alex Jones used to fucking like preach about Obama fucking doing, about how they're gonna build concentration camps in these in right next to your home, and they're gonna lock up American citizens. Like, they're just shy of the American citizens, but that's the craziest part. They're locking up people that are legally here. That's what really, like, anytime that some fuckface tries to tell you like, well, they're here illegally, it's like, no, this is the thing. There are so many cases where they are locking up people that are here legally, going through the process. Well, maybe they should have thought of that before they came in. Like, just always hold them to the fact that they're just fucking racists. And just point out that it's, and like, seriously point that out, where it's like, this person is a fucking racist. Plain and simple. Brown people, they think that brown people should have less rights than them. I know you've heard me bitch about this before, but this is why they're going after the 14th and not the 12th and 15th. Yep. Yeah, but also they're going after the 4th Amendment too, which fun. Just be aware of your rights, guys. Okay, so this Keir Starmer thing, I want to cover this on the back end here. We got 20 minutes. I don't really know much about it. I've been so focused with our politics. Like, you cannot blame me for not knowing what's going on in the UK. So I'm wondering how much this has to do with the Cenk and Hassan bit too, where do you think that it was like Keir Starmer's government that kind of was doing the like banning Cenk and Hassan, or was it the new incoming government? Because this is kind of crazy when you really think about it, that during all this political turmoil, this guy just outright just goes, you know what, fuck it, I'm done. Makes you also think, like, I think that Epstein stuff might have been a little bit worse than they were letting on. So I found this from the BBC, or no, not the BBC. This one's from CNN. I have one from BBC coming up next. Zateo did some good coverage on it. Damn, I kind of wish I would have found that first. Well, I set this up specifically to talk about this. So let's get some background into how the far right is rising in Britain, and that will bring us to the Keir Starmer situation.
Let's take our country back!
It's always the whites.
There's a magma chamber of anger sat underneath British society right now.
Britain's been shifting to the right. I've spent the past few months trying to understand what's happening in this country.
No one speak to the media.
Attending far-right protests, including Unite the Kingdom, one of the biggest far-right rallies ever on the streets of the UK, where tens of thousands responded to the call of this man, anti-Islam activist Tommy Robinson, a convicted criminal turned anti-establishment figure.
Are you ready for the Battle of Britain?
But it's not just on the streets, and it's not just the extreme right that's on the up. The populist right-wing party Reform UK, led by longtime Trump ally Nigel Farage, made massive gains in local elections in May. This rightward shift isn't one single movement. The different groups represent different shades of right-wing politics, but they all seem to be feeding off of a divided Britain. At the heart of those divisions is the issue of migration. Just this week, a horrific attack by a Sudanese refugee on the streets of Belfast almost immediately turned into the latest "I told you so" moment for the far right, transforming a local tragedy into a national rallying cry. Powerful allies amplifying the message and fanning the flames of hate.
People in Britain are angry.
Joe Mulhall infiltrated far-right groups undercover here in the UK and in the US. He's one of the UK's top experts on these movements.
You know, if you look at the way that people's lives have been, you know, lack of jobs, houses, schools, hospitals, stagnated wages, living standards going down or stagnating for years and years. And they feel that mainstream political parties have not met their material needs. What the far right are really good at is going to those people and they turn up and they say, you're right to be angry. And they give them a scapegoat and they say, it's because someone has come to this country and taken it from you. They're really good at redirecting people's anger from where it should be directed.
I've seen exactly what Joe's talking about. There have been hundreds of
thanks, DJX. I appreciate that.
Across the country over the past year, according to activists tracking far-right movements. It's mostly been about migration and how consecutive governments have dealt with this issue. And with the center-left Labour Party back in power for the first time in 2 decades, the far-right senses conditions are ripe for a resurgence. It's in tight-knit communities like this one, in the sleepy market town of Faversham outside London, where we saw it all play out late last year. Walking through town with a protest organized by a far-right activist,
fucking chromosome on them.
You see those divisions and feel the anger.
Hey. Don't touch me. Shame on you. Shame on me. You know, you die.
Right now, they're marching towards this facility where unaccompanied minors, asylum seekers, have been housed in this town.
They're a loud crowd, but it's clear they're more noise than numbers. And you do see locals coming out to confront them.
No hate, no fear. Refugees are welcome here.
The main event kicks off with a rambling mix of racist rhetoric, fear-mongering, and white supremacist conspiracy theories.
They're teaching about Muhammad and Allah. We will not tolerate our children to be taught about LGBTQ and what pronouns are believed that they can identify.
It's literally like, this is the same manufactured bullshit that was the culture wars in America. And it's the same fucking bullshit that's all over, permeating in these right-wing cultures. Like, look at these fucking dumb motherfuckers. Nothing behind those eyes. Literally nothing.
Keep up the pressure and one day you will be victorious.
At this one tiny town's protest, we find one of the leaders of the UK's extreme right.
Our country's been taken over by mass immigration. We're fed up. This is not the future that our grandparents
Ah, shit, we got music.
and great-grandparents fought for each other. 2 world wars. They didn't fight.
All right, here. Go past his little interview here, because that...
We want our country to
Really?
foisted on us.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Gotta skip this part.
The election of Donald Trump is not only an inspiration for this one extreme right figure. At every far-right event I've been to, it is a constant theme. Trump's Make America Great Again.
Well, to be fair, you guys do like monarchy, so fuck you. With all due respect. That's the most American thing I think I can do is tell a British person to fuck off.
Okay.
This is mega. Make England great again.
He's the man. Trump is the man.
I have so much respect for President Trump. He is saving not just America, he is saving the West and he's saving the world.
You're wearing this because
I'm a Donald fan.
What is it that's going on? How much of this is really influence from the US.
There's no question there's a huge influence. When the far right is small little fringe political parties, that sounds fanciful. When you've got Donald Trump in the White House, the most powerful man in the world, they can then point to someone and say, look, it's happened there. If it can happen there, it can happen here.
Are we headed into a direction where the far right is turning into a significant political force in Britain?
I think there's no doubt about it, right? The far right is no longer something that sits on the very margins of our politics in Britain, an annoyance to the right. It is increasingly something that actually has the real chance of taking power in Britain.
Yeah, it's weird how we've already kind of sped run through that, and now we're going to the far left.
The once fringe voices seem to be moving into the mainstream. It's a small but vocal minority that's threatening to change the face of Britain. Now they believe their moment.
Anybody else kind of feel like an asshole? Because why?
That's a riot.
Why? How come it works out for them? Kind of wondering. Hey, Reboot. I love that show. If you guys haven't seen that show, you should check it out. It's one of my favorites from the 90s. Also, aged incredibly well. Let's do this. By the way, guys, the bricks and minifigs thing, I will be covering the final bit of that on my show later. All right. Here's the final bit. Why did Keir Starmer resign? We're only going to play half of this. This is from the BBC. We're just going to get, if I have to kind of fast forward, we will, but reboot. Ooh, reboot. Incredibly relevant. Yep. Really is. What the fuck did he do? What? I'm still very unclear what actually happened.
Hours now, and nobody has come forward to put themselves
How it
in
started.
the processes.
Let's
that
get there.
exist.
Fuck this. All right.
And as Big Ben strikes 10, the exit poll is predicting a Labour landslide.
Sir Keir's departure came just 2 years after a spectacular general election victory for Labour.
We did it! You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now.
It was a sort of celebration unlike any other we've seen since Tony Blair, in that he was walking through a sort of crowd of activists who were waving flags, the Union Jack, and then each of the nation's flags as well. And it became emblematic of the sort of the celebration that the Labour movement had.
I have to be honest with you. Things are worse than we ever imagined.
I think they rather clumsily handled the inheritance. I mean, you had a rather sort of piecemeal attack on the Tory inheritance, often used to...
Keir Starmer looks like a Wallace and Gromit character. He really does.
...justify unnecessarily performative policies which became deeply unpopular, like the winter fuel cut.
Like the what?
Rachel Reeves. Labour claimed there was a £22 billion black hole in the public finances. The Chancellor made an announcement.
Today, I am making the difficult decision that those not in receipt of pension credit or certain other means-tested benefits will no longer receive the winter fuel payment from this year onwards.
Oh shit. Oh damn, dude. They cut the poor subsidies first. It's always that, dude.
After backbench Labour
Haven't they fucking learned?
MPs threatened revolt, there was
Center
eventually
left.
a U-turn.
I mean, come on.
More revolts and more U-turns were to follow.
That might
What's interesting is the
cause some
Conservatives did
pushback.
this all the time. The Conservatives would focus group a policy idea in the newspapers, and if it didn't go down swimmingly with the public, someone would come out the next day and say, we never said we were going to do that, and not implement the idea. Whereas if it went down well, they would actually carry it out. What Keir Starmer has done is pay out everything on the main stage, and so there's no room for fault.
I want to bring you some breaking news from here in the UK that's been coming into us in the last short while. News that several people have been stabbed in Southport.
Just weeks in, tragedy struck. 3 young girls were murdered in a knife attack at a dance class, with 10 more seriously injured.
Our thoughts and condolences with the victims, their families, their friends, and the wider community.
Misinformation on social media, including false claims that the killer was a Muslim asylum seeker, sparked disorder.
Of course.
Former chief
Of course.
prosecutor and somebody who
Somebody literally just went, oh yeah, these girls were killed. It was a Muslim immigrant. And
does
people
care-
were just like,
care
yeah.
deeply about.
This is why I have like a big problem with the whole we need oh my god,
Community
oh my
cohesion.
god,
It allowed Keir Starmer to sort of
we
come
have to
into
be
his
so
own.
careful. It's like, yeah.
More than 1,800 people were arrested.
We need to push back against that shit so aggressively because I think that it starts because we're just like, "Oh, what are you talking about? What?
Critics argued that the response had been
what the
unduly
fuck?
harsh.
It's not protest. It's not legitimate. It's crime, violent disorder, an assault on the rule of law and the execution of justice.
So he's resigning because he can't be hard on fucking right-wing fucking crime.
And so, on behalf of the British people,
You got to be honest, man. That's kind of
who
fucking whack.
expect their values and their security to be upheld, we will put a stop to it.
Thank you, Conference.
Freebie Gate. Profile resignations, Trump relationship.
Labour's first
Trump's
conference in
background.
power loomed, but it would be overshadowed by so-called Freebie Gate.
Effectively, it was the Prime Minister himself and other cabinet colleagues taking gifts, hospitality from Labour donors, the most prominent of which was Lord Ali. Now, he was somebody who had donated to Keir Starmer's leadership campaign, and it eventually emerged, had purchased clothes for the Prime Minister, glasses, and also clothes for his wife, Victoria Starmer. There's
Yeah, this is I'm gonna just end it there because that is like the most just aggressively British fucking scandal ever. Freebie Gate. Oh my god. Oh my god. Meanwhile, our president fucking his new Air Force One is from the people that literally sent airplanes into buildings on our continent. On our continent. On our country. Yeah. 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 Things make so much sense. He was also anti-Epstein class, so anti-austerity. Dude. So he just quits? What, dude? As I said, it's so obvious. The pivot right wing, the Epstein stuff, nothing happening. They get exposed, nothing happens. But then again, got to push back on the public that wanted this in the first place. Like, this is our punishment for wanting to have like corrupt billionaires and pedos fucking dealt with. But yeah, you know, they definitely yeah, they definitely got us on that one, guys. Holy crap. Excuse me. Oh. That was a fun show. He lost support from his MPs, so he kind of has to quit. Oh, okay. Well, his MPs are probably like, I don't know. See, this is where I want to learn a little bit more about it. So I'm just going to guess that his MPs were getting pressured by whatever their equivalent of lobbyists or oligarchs are over there. Like, I don't know. I don't want to assume, but yeah, it just kind of seems seems a little off. You know what I mean? Hey, there's the kitty. Yeah, say goodbye to everybody. Come here. Everybody say hello to Lito. Oh, this is not kitty arm jail. This is you just wanted. I want some kitty love. Yeah. Say hello. Say I'm the cutest. I get away with everything because I'm so cute. Yeah, you see those eyes? Those are the eyes of trouble. Of so much trouble. Yes. Yes. Yeah. We call him Catzilla because he really is. He causes so many issues. Like right now, he's trying to go and knock my pumpkin seeds down because he thinks that they're his treats. That's probably what you've heard me yelling at him about like yesterday and today. Also, he is chewing on my. Okay, let's not. Can you not chew on this? I don't want to wear wireless headphones, dude. All right, guys. So I appreciate you hanging out today. Today was kind of a chill show. Also very informative. But if you guys want to hang out a little bit later, I will be on in about 2 hours on my channel at Pep Talks TV. Also, come and hang out with us on Twitch. There might be a special something happening. I'm just kind of playing this by ear, but oh boy, yeah, if I go on the Twitch show, just so you guys know, that's going to be a real fun show. Like we're going to be watching Jubilee clips and we're going to have a lot, like a big old smoke fest. You know what I mean? So, all right, guys, appreciate you hanging out. Check out Primetime Pepaganda tomorrow, and I will catch you on the next one. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Like, I'm looking at Jackson. I'd like to know, is there any woman in the audience that thinks they can tackle that guy? Because I'd like to meet you. I'd like to shake your hand. I don't know. Jackson, you think you could play against women okay? Do you think you'd have any problem? I don't think so. But don't get involved, Jackson. Don't get involved, Jackson. Don't answer that question. No, I'm looking at the legs. He's this beautiful guy. He's got legs like tree trunks. This is not a good thing for women. This would not be good.
Jackson, he's like Jackson. This is a guy. I said, is he a male model or what? He's a handsome guy, like a beautiful guy, and a conservative guy. He said, "I love you, sir." And I didn't know he was doing it, but he's potentially a great quarterback. He's a young boy. He had just really started.
Hello, humans. This is your power report for June 2026. Technically recording on May the 31st. So I guess I'll make it Sunday. It's been a minute. This is your power report. I am here with C's. Pleasure to be on with you. Thanks for making the time out. And literally, I'm on like senior levels of like setting up the stream and shit. I'm just like, wait, where are my headphones? Wait, where is this?
No, yeah, glad to be here. It's been a minute. Definitely miss being on the show. So yeah, I mean, we all, it's been a minute. So it felt the production game takes a little bit to come back, but we good. We're chilling.
Little upgrades. I got a capture card for my camera, so I actually come in like much clearer and crispy, as you are looking as well. Let's go through a tunnel walkthrough. Let's see what the drip is. I like your Destroy Ice shirt right there.
Yep, I got Kumi right here, my shooter, ready as always for the stream. Wait, Kumi, get in the frame, goddammit. Kumi right here, post it up. We're chilling. Oh, Kumi right here chilling. We're chilling. Yeah, so yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, I am in my LA Metro Ride the D shirt, celebrating the opening of Los Angeles' first subway extension in fucking decades, probably.
K line, right? I think it's the K line or something.
No, it's the D line.
Oh.
I guess, I'm not going to get into light rail.
No, I know there's like a K line too that also is the LAX extension now. So I was just,
yes,
there's stuff happening in LA. Stuff is happening since you left.
Clearly, I was the problem.
Us back. We're good now, baby. Yeah, stay over there.
It's like if the Knicks are winning, the entire city of New York just sort of stops and slows down. I create that much chaos for Los Angeles.
Yeah, Los Angeles is like, wait, Dan's gone. Hold up. Should we just start investing in infrastructure? What the?
Dan's gone. Holy shit. Let's elect a socialist mayor.
Let's just see how things go. Now we're here.
It's like the meme of society if Dan leaves. It's just futuristic Jetsons and everything. I did want to, as usual, shout out Sachi, making a great one rundown here. I definitely want to jump in with our chief California correspondent over here. There's that guy who is on Saturday Night Live and he does the bits of Tucker Carlson and he just goes, "What are we doing? What's going on here?" And that's just how I feel about California. I mean, that's how I feel about the mayor's race. That's definitely how I feel about the governor's race. But the mayor's race has got me 38 hot. But I want to hear like how you've been reacting, responding. Did you vote yet? I did not receive my ballot. Missed it in the mail. No, I'm kidding.
I did my ballot for the governor. That one was, I think the governor race was a tough one for me for sure. This one was like, I think it was a tough decision. I did my drop off ballot. LA mayor. My idea was like, as long as I don't see Pratt, I'm happy. I don't want to see no motherfucking Pratt in here. You can use the Lakers logo all you want, buddy. That shit don't work on me, sport. That's not gonna work with me, sport.
I haven't seen any. Actually, I've only seen a couple of ads on TV and things like that through my big VPN era. So I am getting some of the LA ads, and it's just so cartoonish. In the past week, I've gotten. I only took a screenshot of this, but I got an ad of Spencer Pratt setting up, literally staging a homeless encampment in front of Karen Bass's house and Nithya Raman's house. It's like LA's got such a problem with homelessness, you can't even pay him to be here anymore.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
There's that. I've been seeing a lot of ads that are just like attacking some of the DSA endorsed candidates, and it's California, so 5 seconds of the ad has to be like a big ass, like paid for who and such and such. And, it's the usual suspects. It's the police unions. It's, those sorts of people who are paying for these ads. But literally one was like, oh yeah, here's one. It's kind of harder to see here. And I might just try to pull it up on the screen. I'm clearly very slow with this right now. But they have Nithya Raman in like a fake sort of ad. I'm not sure if it's AI or not, but she's wearing a shirt that says "I love cops," and they're calling her Flip Flop and Ramen. And it's trying to say like, oh, well, she used to be wanting to defund the police, then she became a city council member. She doesn't want to do that. Which that's not like, you have to be clear, DSA is not running this ad. This is an ad meant to wedge opinions about Nithya Raman to hopefully tank her and get her to lose. So it becomes a race between that guy, Spencer Pratt, and Karen Bass. But yeah, you also have another one for Marissa Roy, who I think is running as like the attorney candidate for something for the city of LA. But yeah, you look at this ad and it says, this ad was generated or substantially altered using artificial intelligence. I love California law, man. I love just like, this is AI, by the way.
Yeah,
ad paid for,
you need it, honestly.
This ad that's criticizing Nithya Raman for, you know, saying she's not defunding the police or whatever, paid for by the Los Angeles Police Protective League Independent Expenditure Committee.
Yeah, that was crazy. I'm like, wait, isn't DSA suing them or something about that? I thought I saw something about like, or they just put a post out talking about how like that and like another police union were basically doing wedge ads like that, trying to like split the base. I'm like, y'all are really trying to get creative out of your own police unions. A lot of time on your hand, I guess.
Time and money, because
their money's crazy. Their money's crazy.
Cool. I can get some of these onto my screen here, it looks like. But yeah, these ads, I forget how they do it everywhere else. Why I keep saying like I love California and some of its ridiculous laws sometimes. Because you're forced to disclose these things on your ads. And yeah, you can see that the Police Protective League or whatever dropped 1.6 milli on both of these ads. There's the Marissa Roy ad, and then this is the Flip Flop and Ramen one I was talking about. Yeah. 1.6 mil on this AI generated ad, which honestly I'm like, did y'all really?
That ad is such an abomination. It's just.
And then Douglas Emmett Properties LP. So like, you know, the proper thing here is that the police unions are afraid of Nithya Raman. And they're not like, oh, Nithya, she's a reasonable person. Now she wants to, you know, keep LAPD funded or whatever. That's cool. No, they're like, let me depress some turnout for these DSA approved candidates. Yeah, it's just this isn't even the most of it, but that's been my interaction with the LA mayor's race. Of course, like not being in LA, is just seeing these ads, and I just like take a screenshot at the end whenever they pop up for me on YouTube, so I don't have like the full thing. Nor do I really want to torment us and watch the entire thing.
Yeah, please.
But yeah, it's just like even when it says like AI generated here, it's like so many substantial like aspects of it are just ridiculous. But that just goes to show like the kind of money that's going into this race. I think you can also point to some of the failures of Karen Bass to like deliver on some of the things that people have wanted her to do or like have wanted to happen in California or like in LA overall. So yeah, it's a rough one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to be like I'm not trying to do like the person who lives in LA County, like, you know, like the separation of that. I'm not trying to be that guy right now, but I will. I just went fully DSA with the LA mayoral race. Although they did have 2 chapter members a part of it. I just went with the endorsement for Nithya. And I thought that was just kind of the way to go. And even with Long Beach just having a race at the same time, and the DSA Long Beach endorsed Anthony Bryson, so that was fine with me. You know, that's a vote. That's easy vote for me because everybody is just holding
for mayor, right? That's for mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, look out, Rex.
Yeah.
Look out, Rex.
Yeah, Rex. Huh? Is Rex the reason the LA Fitness on Bellflower got shut down? Because we got real smoke. I'll show up to a town hall for that. Hey, man,
you lost
LA Fitness on Bellflower. What? I'm gonna be that.
You
guy.
lost the LA. They replaced the LA Fitness and they're giving you a concert venue by the Queen Mary.
I don't want that shit, man.
No one wants that shit.
Give us the Pride thing back. That shit was lit, you asshole. They shut down
the only
Pride,
thing. The only thing more depressing, and you know, I generally, you know, Long Beach is a wonderful, beautiful city. The most depressing thing about it, almost even more depressing than the decrepit state of the Queen Mary. And how fucking expensive and how bad the food is on there.
That shit
is the fact
smells crazy over there too. It smells crazy over there. It smells crazy.
Yeah, because if you're going to that Continental Cruise, which is definitely the worst part of Long Beach. Talk about that boat noise, just like
there's like a submarine there. I'm like, when did y'all put that submarine there? That's crazy. Where'd that come from?
Long Beach, like, why are we addicted to building like venues that we then never use? Because we have that dome that was like for some boxing match. In the 80s, like
the dome. Crazy lore. It was for Disney. Disney was like, this shit stank, and they left and built Disney in Tokyo. Well, actually, Long Beach people voted against Disney being there because there was going to be traffic. Oh, thanks. So I guess there's no more traffic. Disney went to Tokyo and built Disney Sea. But yeah, that was supposed to be for Disney, and Disney was like, never mind, this shit crazy. We're out. Fuck that.
It's bad enough we got
to Beach, by the way. We saved that one.
Disney, like, it's bad enough we got to share fucking Anaheim with Knott's Berry Farm. Yeah. Now you're telling us we're neighbors to the aquarium in the Pacific.
They're only giving us 80% of the people's electric grid. This is some bullshit. Fuck Anaheim. That's what Disney thinks every day. No, but no, to your point, like that has been like an pressing issue, and you know, obviously I don't want Rex Richardson and I don't want Karen Bass, so I'm gonna go DSA for that. But I would say I don't know how many Californians feel. I feel like the tougher race has been the California governor race. It's felt like both like left-leaning candidates at the top of the ticket have had pretty aggressive ad campaigns against each other. That's been pretty divisive. So I'm really curious on how it goes. You know, I made my decision, and it's one of those things where I voted for Tom, but voting for Tom felt, you know, it's not like I feel like I'm just like I'm ride or die. I'm just like, look,
I have to wash your hands afterwards.
Yeah, I was like, look, man, sometimes listen, I know this is gonna be crazy on the show, but sometimes we gotta have a little faith in Whitey once in a while. Like, please, dog, please. Can y'all please just make this work one time? I'm trying to believe.
Power report. Left so light, and that's actually left so white, and that's actually a good thing to say.
Yeah. Why y'all are the majority. Can you please do good things now? I need some help, please. Dog. I just paid the craziest state taxes ever. Can y'all just help me?
Listen, I'm looking at all the other candidates, and it's literally, I think I do have it here. It was the sample ballot for LA, and you're looking at all of the like mayoral candidates, and it's just obscene. I actually may not have it on here, but it's like, oh no, fucking yeah, I do. The governor's candidates.
Oh yeah,
I gotta adjust.
Can we get some limits? Or if we're gonna allow everybody to join, hey, California, can we do some rank? Maybe some rank voting, because if you're gonna have 850 motherfuckers and I already have ADHD, I gotta go through all this. Can you give me a chance? Look at this shit.
By the way, this is page 1. I can't even fit it in the entire. I can't even fit it in the entire frame. And there's another like it's a double-sided thing on the back. There's more fucking candidates. So like,
yeah, I thought I saw Dan from the internet on there. I saw fucking Sean. It's like they just add in people who are just part of the country on there. If you're just a citizen in California, you're on the list. You're on the governor list.
They made a mistake, and those people outside of to use more incredibly annoying and asinine local jokes for everyone else watching, the people outside of the Bristol Farms. Oh, sorry, it's Lazy Acres now.
Yeah,
off of Bellflower.
It's like R.I.P. Bristol Farms. You had a good run, you know. R.I.P. Bristol Farms.
I saw at my bodega. I got some like salad dressing from Sprouts. It was Sprouts branded salad dressing, and I almost cried because I've not been to Sprouts in so long. I miss that shit.
Sprouts is fire too. Sprouts is fire too.
But my joke was like, you know how you have petitions outside where you're signing petitions for stuff? Sorry, we messed up the paperwork. Every person who signed that petition is now running for governor.
No, yeah. I'm assuming that in the Trader Joe's, I'm assuming they just signed me up to be a LA mayor. Or a governor. I'm assuming I'm just part of the ticket now. You're like, what?
I didn't make the Trader Joe's joke because I was like, I don't think Trader Joe's parking lot can handle signature gathering. Like, it's the exact place where you would get signature gathering from.
They got them out there. If you go out to the backside of Trader Joe's, Greenpeace has gotten swarmed over by random bills, and then they're trying to hit you to sign this bill, and you read the bill, you're like, forced removal of homeless people. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what is this signature? No, dude, what the hell?
Oh, like shooting the unhoused like wild hogs from a helicopter? What?
And you know they got like the kid that's dressed like Gen Z to the T, and you're like, oh, it's probably some let's see what this bill is. And it's like, the line of fire shootings and helicopter machine guns for homeless people on the channel. It's like, whoa, I don't want to sign this, bro. What the fuck is this shit? So
yeah, I had so many opinions about the mayoral. I mean, I keep switching, but the governor's race. From one of, listen, if we just didn't run on anything political and we just played that clip of Tom Steyer dancing to back that ass up during the South Carolina primaries in 2020, I'd be like, yeah, that's the best we got.
Because see, man, you just exposed why I checked that box. You just exposed me, and I don't appreciate that. I'm a simple man with simple values.
If I didn't get a copyright flag, I would definitely play the video because it was
sure you rocked.
that was the time when South Carolina was the great rat fuck of 2020 that led to Bernie not winning and all the hell we're living in right now was going on. And that's legitimately the only thing that made me happy that weekend was seeing Tom Steyer actually black it up a little bit. It's like, okay. Play that funky music, white boy.
Desert has some homies for sure. I could tell. I mean, once again, here's Power Report, and this is not I'm not trying to be like, yo, start writing for billionaires. Don't quote me on that. I'm gonna take all his money. He's clearly down for it. So let's go ahead and take that real quick. But Tom Steyer, if there's one billionaire that was winning me over, he's been doing a good job, and he's been a little bit consistent on it. So I gotta make a choice at some point.
I certainly think the only reasonable take on this is what I believe DSA of California said about Tom Steyer in recommending him, not even endorsing him.
Yeah,
was just time will tell to see if he's really a class traitor.
Exactly. Time will tell. And don't get me wrong, this is not me being like, I don't fuck with. I think Oliver Ma is fantastic. I think he's fantastic. I would love an opportunity. I just think there's like a three-headed monster in this race, and it's like it feels. Most respect to Oliver, it feels a little bit like I'm just kind of throwing away a vote when I feel like it's going to be a close race. And that's why I want to Tom. But Oliver, like you're a real one, homie. Like I got nothing but love for him. It's no heat at all.
Everyone talks about how incredibly talented Zohran Mamdani is as a politician, and the like Wario version of that is Katie Porter. It's like so profoundly not good as a politician.
Yeah, but okay. But listen, we got to start thinking through now. If we want a swinging sword of violence and destruction, Katie Porter front line. Put
Dan for governor.
Yeah, Dan. Well, Dan will get us probably fucking excommunicated from Congress forever. But Katie Porter will be. She will run through. Now, will we take some L's on the way? Yeah. Will we get bulldozed too? Yeah. But if we have to, that's a bulldozer. But the things I've seen, no, Katie Porter, I'm a little uncomfortable.
Katie Porter was really like
early
other
on.
People said this. I think it's a good take.
Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah. Because she did the impossible of turning Orange County blue and like representing them, and like I'm like, okay.
Irvine going hard, by the way, and Irvine going hard as fuck, which is crazy.
I'm like, all right, Katie, let your nuts hang. Like, oh, let's go. I'm good with it. And you know what? This is the PowerPoint episode where we renounce all your values.
Mm-hmm.
If you're yelling at your staff behind the camera or like behind the scenes, first of all, let he was not sin cast the first stone. Second of all,
Dictator Dan is like, you know what? That was sucks, but I respect it. That was Dan when he saw that clip.
Dead ass. I'm like, that is not truthfully how I want to lead any organization. But like, I as far as a politician running a state like California, yeah, sure, yelled some interns. Like that was not too much of a problem for me. It was when she was attacked for it and then doubled down by I love what Pinkerbell said, being this year's Klobuchar, being Stapler Katie Porter. And I'm just like, dude, come on. Like that's why I said she's the Wario to Zohran Mamdani's political Riz.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is just completely, oh god, I'm getting clipped for this shit. This is gonna be awesome. Thank you, Sega Fan 1.
Wario is a play. Wario is a good one. I had to give you that one.
And so the parallels I have, and I mentioned this maybe I did a little like gaming stream a couple weeks ago, but the parallels between the governor race and the mayor's race in LA are number one and above all else, the profound failure and laziness of the Democratic Party in states like California, but also writ large, to one, try to entrench their power, and B, one, trying to entrench their power, and B, not giving people things to vote for in the affirmative. You can't just tell you can't just tell Californians, hey, whatever you do, we just don't want a Republican, right? Because California has proven every once in a while we will fuck around and elect a Republican.
Yeah, for sure. California, for now, consistently, like with Arnold, and what was not after Gray Davis, I forgot the Republican after, I forgot his name after, but when we get a Republican, I don't think they've had a control of the seat. Also, they don't have a control of the House, or like the Senate, which is like fine. So like it's hard for them to push legislation other than just like a lot of like pro tech company legislations, which, you know, they have so much money. You're going to lose some of those bills for them. You're going to lose that shit to the big tech orgs, techs, especially when tech is in San Jose and Silicon Valley. Like they have a dominant amount of power in the state, and you know, they're part of why we're such a profitable state in general, or how much money we have.
And it's also like, just a quick sidebar, it's also why I give Ro Khanna some side eye, because I'm like, okay, you're pretty progressive on all these things. At the end of the day, you are the congressman from Silicon Valley. So there's going to be a very tough line on that, which is why I think Ro Khanna was like, billionaires tax, I don't know. And Tom Steyer was just like, let me just put my dick on the podium and say, billionaires tax. Fuck
I think what's great about Tom, it's not like when you vote for someone like Tom, it's not that he's trying to hide or admit that he has a lot of money. He's like, I have a lot of money. I've consistently shown that money I've given back into causes. You can see where that money is traced to. So I can appreciate that. We're not playing some game of like, you know, what are we doing here? Like, you put a little.
And he's been pretty. I've heard of some of his like challenges on like, okay, well, you used to have money in like private prisons and stuff like that. And he gave a very like earnest answer about like that was a major mistake. And once I found out that was happening, I stopped and tried to take that back.
Exactly. And also another quick note, I know people have been watching some of the debates. If you've watched debates now versus 5 years ago, we're in like a new world when it comes to questions. The questions are like structured literally for clip farm. It's actually crazy that they just clip farm questions when it's like they're trying to make I'm watching a debate and they want you to go down the line and give me yes or no. It's like, yeah, because they want to do a 30 to 15 second clip to drop it in there and then put a subtext on it. But I'm like, if you're asking a complicated question, I personally want to hear the governor give me an answer. I don't want to hear him just be like, you know, yes or no, because things can be complex depending on what kind of socioeconomic status it is. I need to hear context though, because I want to hear if he's smart. Of course, Chad Bianco can give me a yes or no. Of course, he's a fucking tool. That's fine. I want to hear him talk. And when he talks, it's just talking points that are garbage. And that's why, although I agree with you that it could be more done, I have this feeling that they're going to get ransacked. I don't see Chad Bianco really having like when it comes to when it comes to getting down to it, I don't think he's the Republican to like win that. You know what I mean? I don't think he's the Republican to win that at all.
Yeah, I've always seen him as like Timu Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Yeah, like that one guy from
and Riverside. How do we feel about Riverside? That's all I'll say.
I've always said County Sheriff. I've already said so many cancelable things on the show. I'm like, I will say this though. I would literally rather vote for the Imperial County Sheriff.
IE? Oh, yeah. I'd rather vote for the City of Bell's fucking sheriff, okay? I'll fucking take you.
I see your bell and I raise you a Bell Gardens.
What is it? I'm sorry. Has he transformed Riverside? Because I don't know. All right. That's all I'll say.
Oh, don't even go there, man. Don't even go there. Because when I think of Riverside, I think safe to walk down the streets, very low on crime. Yeah. Literally the
two streets that exist that people go on. Yeah, it's great. You know, where UCR is in downtown. That's where you're walking.
It's a night and day difference getting on Metrolink, going to like Orange County, where like they don't care, versus going to Metrolink either to Antelope Valley or to Riverside, where they basically have armed police on the train.
Yeah, you know, you if you guys ever watched Fallout, that's all I'll say. That's how I feel about Riverside.
Here's another quick thing while I'm popping it off. I feel very esteemed to say this as a Californian who has a British accent. I get so jingoistic when I hear Steve Hilton talk. I'm like, are you dead fucking serious right now? we're gonna do like the thing American like Hollywood does with like British supervillains, and it's like, yeah, fuck it, he's American now, like whatever. Like, are we really gonna do that, California? Are we really gonna elect no, fucking a British guy who's loved California so much, he's lived here since 2012. Like, yo, I got nieces and nephews who have been in California longer than this guy, and he's like, yeah, you know, I moved to California, I bought a mansion, I've been on Fox News, make me governor of California. And I'm like, yeah, that perfectly makes sense for the Republican Party, honestly. But I don't know how any red-blooded, steak grilling, radioactive waste dump person who's living in Stanton or Huntington Beach or Westminster or whatever, I don't know like how much you can be a Republican and sign a box to have a British guy be the governor. I don't know. That's a tough ask for me. That's a tough ask.
If they do this, I hope we get the most Muslim man or woman of all time. I hope we get a niqab woman running for the governor of California, because we'll bounce back so fucking hard. They'll get my vote immediately. I hope. I swear
to God, if Steve,
I will vote for.
If Steve Hilton makes it to the general, I will fly back to California and write in Butch Ware. I am not even fucking kidding. I am not kidding.
No. I fucking dare you. I fucking dare you to vote some Brit from 2012 to win. 2012. He was in England when they actually unironically had Tony Blair, and now you're gonna have this guy be over here now and run for California. No,
just the hits, like nothing but the hits. Like
no.
Tony Blair, truly the Al Gore of like British politics. Like, I wish I didn't use the Wario joke, because that's Waluigi right there. Like, that is just fucking. I can't believe that actually went down. I hate all of it. Can I be spicy again about the mayor's race?
Yeah, go ahead. Is it about Karen Bass?
No, it's about Ray Wong.
Oh, okay. Let's hear it. Okay.
What the fuck are we doing here, man? I watched one debate. I haven't watched any of the governor's ones, because I'm like, what is this, like Hollywood Squares? Like, how many fucking people are gonna put on that stage? Like, I don't again, I don't have the heart for it. But I saw the mayor's race, and I had first heard of Ray, very clearly going for the Zoran Mamdani, like, I'm gonna make cool videos, I'm gonna appeal to younger people, I'm gonna talk about ideas of like what the city should do and what the city needs. And at first I was like, that's cute. Like, that's very cute. And I'm not even like non-condescending, non-derogatory. I'm like, you listen, you're not gonna win. But I like the way the conversation is going. And Nithya Raman, who had been a DSA endorsed councilwoman for at least 1 or 2 terms now, I think has won re-election. And also, mind you, she represents the Valley in Los Angeles, all right, as a DSA candidate. And yeah, you have a lot of like, DSA, like 30-year-olds around there. You also have some of the most conservative people who live in Los Angeles, who live in that like North Hollywood sort of area that she represents, I believe. And so that's a testament to how well she's able to get things done and be elected. Nithya Raman literally went to college and has like advanced degrees in city planning and management. So she's really well qualified. Anyways, I go to watch the debate and I'm like, okay, I made my mind on either like, Nithya Raman or Ray Wong. Let's see what Ray's gonna talk about. I had to stop myself because I was about to say something way too wild. Here's as close to the lines I'm gonna go to. It was like watching a beauty pageant contestant stumble over like conjunctions and adjectives during like an actual like mock UN speech and debate thing. Like, Nithya knew her shit. Karen Bass is great at lying. Spencer Pratt's it was actually all Democrats, right? Like, 'cause I'm not spending time listening to Spencer Pratt, but it was Raman, Wong, and Bass. And I think there are multiple times where Ray was like, I'm sorry, can you ask the question again? I don't know what you're talking about or understanding. I'm like, can you rephrase the question? And And then some of her policy ideas like congestion pricing for downtown LA. I'm just like, oh man.
I thought Ray visually came in with a really good campaign. Like I said, if you're somebody young, or if you're thinking about politics in the future, for right now in this time period, that flat pastel design is the way to go. It's smooth, it's clean. I went to Ray's website, and I think that one of the things I originally was like, it says all the things that it's good. Like, obviously everybody wants housing for all. I just also think you need to put one of your pillars is healthcare. It needs to be your pillar, and it's not a pillar in her website. It's not one of the top 5 things mentioned. I know it's complicated, but it's something that's talked about. Mamdani talked about those things. I think it's really important to people here. And I think that it would have been nice to have that as part of one of the top 5 things to discuss. Clearly, maybe that might have been a little bit complicated or something, or difficult to navigate in some of those debate formats. So maybe they structured a way where that's not a paramount part of the discussion points. And also it's like, I know people can get nervous too. I know it can get a lot. It's a big stage, a lot of lights, and people you're with have been probably doing this maybe a little bit longer and in the game, but that's the moment. And like you said, you're somebody who's tuning in to see this moment. You're tuning in and you're like, let me see what's up. And that, she's young though, right? Ray's young. You have time to build and grow and develop.
Here's what I wanted, honestly. Like, here's what I wanted. I was like, you know what, Ray, run your campaign month before the election, like in May, before most people have even made up your mind. Just say, hey, listen, I'm dropping out of the race. I endorse Nithya. She's the DSA candidate. We definitely disagree on a number of different things, and I want to be able to push her in some way where I can. And Nithya should be able to go, okay, thank you for the endorsement. I got a nice office for you in my administration. That's exactly how it should have gone. That's exactly. And it sounds a little bit dirty. And I think there was some story that came out that like Ray refused to drop out, and Nithya's team like tried to give her money or something that was alleged. I'm not sure. These things kind of happen in politics all the time. Mm-hmm. But as mean as what I said about Ray Wong, I think that if she just learns how city government works, if she learns that Los Angeles is not a New York City where like the mayor does not have a lot of power, it's the mayor, and then you have city council members, and then you have like, because of the weird geography of Los Angeles, you have county supervisors who also play a big role too, and how there's just some shit you can't do unilaterally as a mayor.
There's stuff that New York really doesn't deal with that we do.
Yeah, and it's truly just that like the New York City mayor is a very powerful position, the way the government is structured. In Los Angeles, it's almost like the Confederacy. Yeah. and I've made that example many times, but like it really is like Nithya Raman has in many cases like the ability to do more things, at least for her neighborhood and her district, than Karen Bass can do alone. Right. So like, and Karen Bass, like Nithya also, I'm like many DSA people who run under the DSA banner who then make it into public office, they realize, okay, no, I can't be squeezing the trigger, no pun intended, when it comes to the police, right? Like I can't just be emptying the clip when it comes to attacking the police, because unfortunately you do have to work with them in some ways. And as Bam has famously said on the show, the police are a gang. And if you are not at least, if you don't at least do that LA, tap in, check in a little bit, then they're gonna ruin your, even if you do check in, they're going to make AI generated ads of you.
Yeah. So, no, they're going to make you wear an I Heart Cop shirt. So
yeah, like Ray Wong needs more time actually working within LA city government before I could ever possibly think of endorsing her or recommending her or anything like that. And when she was talking about policy, she didn't just seem like, it seems like it seems like she was running a campaign from Hassan's chat. And it just didn't feel like, and again, like no hate to Hassan or anyone who watches him. In fact, niggas going through it right now. So all that, but this is not a policy sort of discussion or a conversation. People have talked about congestion pricing in parts of Los Angeles before. Here's one reason congestion pricing works very well in a place like Midtown Manhattan. You pay a fee. I mean, honestly, you pay a fee to walk in fucking New York, but all the bridges and tolls and all that shit. But like, you pay a fee to get into Lower Manhattan because the only cars that should be in Lower Manhattan are delivery vehicles. Everything else is just taking up space. If you want to get to anywhere in Manhattan, it is the best place in this hemisphere for public transportation. You can stumble out of a bar at 4 a.m. in the morning, not even look at the schedule, and just walk downstairs, and there will be a train coming in 5 minutes. Yeah. No, not even that. Like, something just doesn't show up. It shows up every 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, even at night, right? BART up in the San Francisco Bay Area, after like 8 p.m., you can catch one like every 40 minutes. It's like basically Amtrak. Like, it just sucks at that point, right? Also, millions and millions of people are trying to get in and out of Manhattan every single day, and it's very easy to do that. Los Angeles, downtown Los Angeles, is not the densest part of the city. It's not even where the business goes. It's not even where the action goes. And yes, we have a transit system that is built to get you from certain parts of the county into downtown Los Angeles very quickly. Yeah. But the truth is, you have more people working in these little clustered mini downtowns that are all across the Southland, from downtown Long Beach, downtown Santa Monica, downtown Torrance, downtown Pasadena, West Hollywood, North Hollywood, Studio City. All of these places, like the density, it's really wonky, but like the density doesn't work in downtown LA or really almost any part of LA to make that make sense. I can see maybe at some point in the future, if they build a line that replaces the Sepulveda Pass and the 405, I can see a congestion pricing on that. Cause I'm like, dude, we fixed the worst problem in American traffic, which is the Sepulveda Pass, the 405. Instead of sitting there and spending an hour of your life each day back and forth, you can take a train and it's 7 minutes and it runs all the damn day. That might work, but it just, that was a moment to me where, and there are many moments like this during that entire debate, where it's just like, Ray, dog, do your homework. Please do your homework when you're like presenting these ideas and these topics, because there are activists and locals who have tried these things. And, you know, as much as I shit talk DSA, at least they have spent an immense amount of time over the past 10 years building institutional power in a lot of cities, especially in Los Angeles. And it was very clear she talked to almost no one like that. She didn't talk to anyone about her campaign. She didn't talk to any of these policies. She's just like, what are people talking about, and what do people want who watch internet shows about on the left? like, what do they want? What are they talking about in comment sections? I'm just going to copy paste that directly.
Yeah,
it's tough.
It's tough. And I know on the point earlier, it's like, I think that I know it got messy in between Thean and Ray and everything, but it's like a moment of learning and growth in politics is understanding the campaign you run and what you're founded on, understanding what Nithya runs on. I'm not gonna. You guys, they both can't tell me that they disagree 80%. That's crazy. Then that means you're from two different political parties. If it's at least 60% and plus, you enter a position where if that person wins, you get someone in the office, you get a position in office too. You follow those guidelines and just be stance upon the work you want to do, or maybe you get assigned to a role where the things that you specialize on, you can be focused in and you can grow in and build your base in that way. You need to have an approach where it's not all or nothing. It's not always all or nothing. At times it's one step forward, 2 steps back, 1 step forward, 3 steps, then you take 5 forward. This is the game it's a long-winded game. Of course, there's going to be people like Mamdani who can build enormous amount of steam, but those are flash in the pans. Those are moments in history. That's why it's transformative. But you got to understand that you're not always going to be that person that's going to explode onto the scene. So if you can't explode instantly and garner that attention, you need to find a way of restructuring yourself, building yourself back within communities, building that base and grow and expanding that in different areas or in different office roles within the governor. So that needs to happen now. I don't know what happened in terms of money and all that. I don't know. And like you said, politics is that game sometimes, and that is it's not public knowledge for me. So that's why I'm like, they got to figure that out on their own. But also with your point with the transit, yeah, for sure. And there's been infrastructure that's happened, I would say, in like the east to northeast, west, and like north quadrant of LA has had ratifying infrastructure change due to the World Cup and Olympics coming. That's like added incentives to do it, and political pressure, of course. I think the next transformative, right into D is the way to go. That's the motto, especially in LA. But I think the next transformative big push is if right now the main line runs through LA to go to OC, it takes you over to Fullerton, then down into Irvine. If we have a main metro line that would go along the beach cities, maybe along the 405 into that 22 pass, there's a large dense population of people that are along the beach city populations that do work into those areas, and they just take fast track and cars. If we were able to do that, that would help with traffic. That would obviously be a beyond $1 billion investment, but they did it for LAX. They did it for the K and the D line. It's possible. Everything's possible, and if we keep putting people in positions of power that want that kind of growth and change, we'll see that in California. And of course, I know we all want the fucking bullet and the SF and Vegas. Let's we got to take what we can get right now. Let's fucking ease up right now, okay? Because they were going to give us a bullet at 80 miles an hour. I'm like, if I'm going out there, I'm going faster than that shit. Fuck that. 80 miles an hour. That's what are we doing? What the hell is that? That's like the scooters that kids are doing wheelies on now. Fuck out of here with 80 miles an hour.
Literally.
80.
No, you were spitting right now, but I like the piece you're talking about when it comes to Nithya and Ray. I don't want to focus on them too much because like I hate the personality of politics and like how politics definitely gets reduced to like not policies or ideas, but basically like who's your guy, like who do you root for? Mm-hmm. But I started this by saying the reason we're in this situation is I'm not going to do left punching here, but like the reason we're in this situation is because the Democratic Party in California is one of the most entrenched state organizations of a party you have. So many of these different laws, these different things have been put in place, have been made to benefit people like Gavin Newsom or Javier Becerra or I'm just trying to Kamala Harris. It's meant to benefit await your turnism kind of thing that I've talked about in politics so much. And like, Hillary Bernie was a big microcosm of this. Now, the Democratic Party needs to realize that you can't rely on just California's blue and people don't like Republicans here no matter how much they bitch and moan about it, no matter how many times they say, I'm moving to Texas, I'm moving to Florida. Guess who still has the most popular economy in America? California. Guess whose population is still growing in most of its major cities? California. Elon Musk. There's been 2 times where Elon Musk has been greatly humbled. There's that one time where he's like sitting next to Trump in the White House and Trump posts that Truth Social thing. Like he would beg like a dog for me.
That was the last bar. That was the last bar that Trump ever did. That was when we lost it. That was like, damn, that was the last bar.
And then
the booing at the Chappelle show, that was also a moment.
There's a ton of good things, but it's a little lesser known. And I'm like, hey, in rare defense of Gavin Newsom here, Elon Musk made this whole fit about like, we're going to be moving our companies out of California. First of all, I've seen that Elon Musk private jet account. He's always staying there. He's always staying.
You kind of California around here, buddy. SpaceX. Yeah. I still see them every day. So I don't know where the fuck these motherfuckers went, but
no. Gavin Newsom said, Elon Musk called me on the phone talking about, hey, actually, I'm going to open a new factory about whatever for like SpaceX or whatever in San Jose. Yeah. And so I'm wondering like how you can help out here. And it's like
he's our male Katie Porter. You gotta love it. He's our male Katie Porter. He can get on that shit and get real petty real quick. I'm like, goddamn, that's a spicy motherfucker sometimes, dude.
Yeah, too bad his son is basically probably gonna end up like Chud the Builder. But like so the point I was making is that Democrats need to stop thinking about politics as this entrenched thing. And we need to develop a bench. And I'm not even saying we as a Democrats need to develop a bench, but if you're like a Ray or a Nithya and you're in DSA, it's right that like, between Nithya and Ray, there's probably like 20% of disagreement. And I'm being very generous. And between Nithya and Ray and Karen Bass, there's probably 40% disagreement, and that's being very generous, right? But the truth is, the Karen Basses outnumber you, and I think as Karen Bass has shown in these kind of also behind the scene attempts to boost up Spencer Pratt, doing that Democratic playbook that Hillary did, saying, oh, I'm gonna boost Trump because he's so crazy no one's gonna vote for him, and then that flipped around and turned really bad. If our only options are Karen Bass and Spencer Pratt could very definitely win because people just don't like Karen Bass for a number of valid reasons and many unvalid reasons. But if you're on the left, yeah, you got to do that. We need more Brad Landers and fewer Ray Wongs. Someone who's like, hey, you know what? I got to hold this L real quick because it's more important that the left gets power in the city versus just throwing it away to the establishment, or worse, letting Democrats who act like Republicans or Republicans who act like soft Democrats get into power. And that's like, that's what Karen Bass is doing. And that's where I'm like, that's why I'm pissed about about Ray's strategy and all the people who are like really shouting her out and voting, like saying, oh, we're going to vote for her because like, how are you going to change the system? I'm like, fucking not that.
Yeah. and Spencer Pratt versus Karen Bass, it's dangerous because he's able to come in a position where he's not accountable for the destruction and stuff that happened under Karen Bass's leadership. Like, not saying Karen Bass is directly responsible for one of the largest fire catastrophes in LA history and California history, but she was in office when that happened, and everybody's going to be hypercritical of response to that, right? So that happened. It was a mess, and there's been other things that have been a mess in LA from the discussions about the homeless and the housing that, you know, has been flip-flopped on her stances that she ran on. You know, Spencer Pratt, he comes in a position where he didn't have to endure any of that in a terms of having to be responsible for it and held accountable for it. So he can run campaigns that's absolutely detrimental to her and that will sway people in the city to vote for him, especially with his goofy ass LA Lakers messaging and some dumbass NBA players who got kicked out of this fucking city, showing endorsements over there playing in DC like you have anything to do with this anymore, showing endorsements to him. Kakuzma. So it's like, you know, we play this game, but like that's how it gets dangerous. That's how the Hillary Clinton thing gets dangerous. You know, you boost somebody thinking people are smart. People are not that smart. So, you know, I just don't want to leave my hand in fate like that. And so that's why, you know, I wouldn't mess around with having those two on the ticket together.
And let me do a little bit of a sober review of something I said earlier. For however clueless, ditzy, egotistical that I kind of find Ray Wong sometimes, bro, Spencer Pratt is a whole nother level of stupid. I can guarantee you Ray Wong is smarter and can run circles around Spencer.
Yeah. No, Ray. I'm not taking Pratt over you. Fuck that. That's crazy. I'm not doing that. It's not happening here. Yeah.
I hope that came out right. Yeah, I'm not taking Pratt. But let me just play this because when I was working with Satch yesterday to produce this, someone had mentioned this off like Cantor thing, like I'm not gonna vote for a crystal bitch to be the mayor of LA, and I was like, what are you talking about?
Is the deal with crystals? Do you believe they have powers? I know nothing about crystals.
No.
Do you believe the ocean has powers? Do you believe waterfalls have? Do you believe hummingbirds have power? I believe anything God put on this earth has energy, and I respect the earth and the powers of God. And so I don't worship crystals. I think they're beautiful. The ones I collected all went up in value before Mayor Bass let them burn to the ground. Great.
yo, he had dog. You're a crystal mommy. He said that motherfucker sold my fucking crystals. God damn it! They're so poor now.
He says, "Oh, I'm not fascinated with crystals."
Have power. What is that? They're literally, my mom puts out a cup of sugar and water and they bend and cry and they run around and jump around all day. What are we talking about? Power? What? I respect God's power. Hummingbirds, water, and crystals. I mean, God, I think, went harder than that, allegedly. So, I mean, if it's hummingbirds and waters, the folk and crystals, you know what?
Spencer Pratt like invested he blew so much of his money on this like crystal company that he founded. So he's trying to play it off like,
He
oh,
thought
I'm
that
not
shit
obsessed
looked
with them or
nice. He's
anything.
like, this is gonna work. This shit nice.
he put like linear TV money because he made a lot of money from those reality TV shows. He put his linear TV wealth in crystals. I gotta finish this.
Yeah, please.
Collected all went up in value before Mayor Bass let them burn to the ground. They were investments.
Damn it, Karen.
Collection. When I went to heaven, they would be in a museum. The Pratt family collection at the Natural History Museum. These were
Because of what you've collected.
These were specimens. These are not.
Dude's tearing up.
Dan, he's big mad. I mean, the baby is big mad. He's so mad about this right now.
He don't even get this worked up about homeless people.
Yeah, he's homeless people's whatever. He's just like, that fucking bitch made my crystals broke. How dare he? God's crystals.
I wanted to be buried with my crystals, my divine energy.
He could have just got. Why don't you just get a grill or something and look fresh? You fucking loser. I've been tight.
Karen Bass stole my angel number. Everyone knows I'm 333, but
he's like, on the red moon last June, I had the crystals out on my balcony. That motherfucker Karen Bass ruined it. It's like, okay, dude.
They want homeless people to come into your house and steal your crystals and then charge them using their own energy.
You know, I know what happened, Dan. He got his house broken into by the violent crime spree in LA, right? They broke into his house. They stole everything, the batteries from his remote, the dog feeder, all the good shit. And then he came back in the house and the crystals were still there. It's because Karen Bass made them cheap. No one's stealing my crystals. Fuck this place, man. Fuck this place.
Spencer Pratt is the meme of two dumb bitches going exactly, but like that's a mayor candidate.
Yeah, he got into a town hall in Lakewood and it went crazy when he was screaming about this. So he's like, let me get on NBC and keep that fucking energy about these crystals. Let me get this energy going.
With respect to the farmer's market, these are not, what you're getting when you get your avocado.
Hey man, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that for?
Listen. I've never seen someone so effectively grab like the crunchy liberal like white LA aesthetic and then immediately throw it out. Like, by the way, these aren't your ex-girlfriend's crystals, by the way. Like, I got the real shit. Like, you got that, that Temu shit down.
Pratt, I don't know who you think you are, Mr. Pratt, but don't you ever put farmers markets. Don't talk bad on a farmer's market, you fucker. Don't you ever. How dare you, sir? We'll run the hands over this guy. Be like, this isn't your farmer's market avocado. This is fucking a Westwood crystal, okay? This is the kind of stuff they have at the Grove only. Like, okay, dude. Fuck you, bitch. I hate him so much. This is what I'm talking about. Like, I can't have this man win. I can't have this man win. I don't even live in LA. I don't want to fucking see his face. Okay?
I'm a little bit more Getty Villa, and you're LACMA. You're the Museum of Latin American Art.
He's a LACMA? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, fuck this guy.
I'm Tiffany's, you're Temu.
Yeah.
No. It's hard for me to get through this clip because I was genuinely like, there's nothing that annoys me more about California politics. And believe me, we've talked a long time about it. There's nothing genuinely that annoys me more than the fact that a British guy could be the governor of California. Like that really, but this actually tops it. Like after watching this video, I'm like, I really hate Spencer Pratt.
Yeah, you know, California's a real hot button talking point. So we got dudes dissing farmers markets and avocados. Like that's what we got over here. Way to make us look good. Thanks, man. Thanks, dog. Cool.
Bam. The fire should have protected his house.
Yeah. The fires should have engulfed and protected and created a wall of protection around his home with the crystal there.
These are. How would you describe? Do you think they have special powers, or you just think they're nice to look at?
I'm so mad that he's asking this seriously.
Okay, this watch right here has quartz in it, and it has energy. It's moving. Power. That's as much energy as I know. I'm not.
Okay.
God didn't tell me the details, but I think stones and the earth grounding as much energy as taking off your shoes and going and hugging a tree.
Yeah.
So, which I think has power.
Okay, now you want me back. What? Can I get my ballot back? I do love a good tree hugger. I do love a good tree hugger. Guilty.
But is it an avocado tree? Because I don't know.
If he's hugging jacaranda trees, we're good. If you're hugging avocado trees, I don't know. I don't know.
I was like, how does he look 14 and 40 at the same time? No, like he literally has like that vacant look that Nick Shirley has in his face. It's truly like nothing's. We got the Pentium 3 up here. Like it's pretty slow. Like nothing's moving.
I'm really mad at someone telling me that. I'm mad that someone can tell me something and then be like, "Hey, buddy, easy." God didn't give me the finer details. Okay, he only said me love crystals. He didn't say me love crystals because of energy concerns and how they transmit perpetual motion machines. God only said me love crystals. And I've just lived by that my whole life. Don't fucking do that with me. Don't play this game with me. If he's going to talk to you, have a follow-up question for him, okay? Because I want some goddamn details, okay? I want some details.
I wish we could keep having fun, but I did want to finish out this conversation with this. So this was posted on Reddit, the LA Reddit. Coordinated fake homeless takeover videos were filmed on Councilwoman Nithya Raman's street in Silver Lake this weekend, currently being distributed and pushed by 4 pro-Pratt accounts. So I'll play the video in a moment. There's a lot of stuff going on here, but basically, in the past 24 hours, Owen Richards, Street People of Los Angeles, Susan Collins, LA, and Zach Commissar, and I hate the reason I know these people, distributed some of the most vile, racist, and fear-mongering propaganda I've seen during this election cycle. Each account posted these fake videos around the same time, tagged each other, and passed them off as real, claiming that, quote-unquote, someone sent them a video. Of course, no one claimed responsibility for the actual filming, but given that Commissar worked for Vice Media and their social department, founded and operates the AI slop misinformation account Palisades HQ, and happens to be a longtime Spencer Pratt collaborator. Maybe he knows. This is one of the reasons I like straight up don't use Instagram that much, but there's so many of these like local crime accounts, and they exist everywhere. Like, you know, Street People of Los Angeles. You have these things in the Pacific Northwest, and they're all these same crunchy conservatives who are like, oh, this place is so bad. Look what liberals have done to the city. Am I leaving? No, because I like Whole Foods. But like, oh, look at what's so bad. You can't let these Democrats into office. Everything's like, you know, like all this stuff, like overhyping the issues with homelessness, like using a lot of like racial sort of like, you know, cues and dog whistles. I hated these accounts so much, and I was like, at a certain point, I want to do like some like larger expose on them, but I was just like, I don't care that much. But just to give you a taste of what some of this shit is like, you know, here's a video from someone's car going, "This is Memorial Day," and I know how they got a dude in a bucket with a shoe, because a lot can be said about the homelessness issue in LA and California and a lot of places. I'm not going to fully go into it now. Let me tell you where homeless people are not. They're not like camping like this in residential streets. They're not doing this. Not up in Silver Lake or anything like that. No, like so clearly staged. You know, and they're doing this driving up directly to.
This is
you know,
such a lovely neighborhood. This shit is such a nice neighborhood. I'm like, did you just get a truck and put everybody there and set some shit up and said, "Hey, let's make this look at this fucking house, dude. It's fucking gorgeous."
No, listen. They got my man on with the crispy Dodgers hat. That isn't like someone like I've been living on the street for a while. They got him the crispy Dodgers hat. All right,
this shit is planted as fuck.
Good morning, comrade. You're listening to WHIV LP New Orleans. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade, Jeff and Robert, here on the show. Robert, been a while, man. How you been, brother?
It's all right. I mean,
Yeah.
the world continues to just go into a downward spiral of nonsense. But yeah, it's okay. What have I been up to? Jesus. I don't know. I've converted to the dark side. I've been using AI to like complete code because I have all these like weird
What are
ideas.
you coding?
Weird apps that I want to make.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like I have barely I can, it's like hello world is like the beginning and the end of my coding. Like I tried to do like code camp and all that, and I was just like, this sucks.
It's hard.
I don't even understand any kind of computer language, and that there's like 50 of them out there. It all feels like witchcraft. Like I'm like, how did anything ever get done?
It's the dark arts. It's magic.
And I kind of understand. I understand it from a point of like, you didn't have a lot of space back in the olden times when dinosaurs were, roaming the earth, and so
it's just like ones and zeros. You can actually know the ones and zeros.
But it's like I feel like we've progressed past that, and maybe AI is the progress past that part, to where it's like there's got to be a better way to do this. And so like I'm like sloppily coding and then getting Claude to check it.
Okay.
And it's like Claude is, I hate to say it, bro. Like I don't hate to say it, it's great. Like this is the ad for Claude, I guess, but like Claude's amazing. Like all these other AI programs are just like boo boo compared to like what Claude can do. And the thing I like about Claude, it doesn't placate you. It doesn't. It's not
a hug box.
It's not like a yes man that'll just create and like not do. It's like at times this goes, it literally told me I'm not going to do that. Not because of any kind of safety thing. And it goes, I'm not doing that because I don't think that's what you want. Let's talk about what it said. Let's have a conversation about what you actually want. And I was like, whoa. I'm like, yes, let's do that. And then we finally got it's trying to use like code or trying to do anything creative with AI is the biggest like monkey's paw, because it'll do what you want, but is what you want actually what you want?
Gotcha.
And like there's underlying things. It's like, hey, create me, XYZ, and it's like it'll pump that out, and if that's that's what you gave it. So it's like
just like Homer did. He wanted the turkey sandwich on rye bread,
Right.
and the turkey was a little dry.
No, exactly.
Turkey's a little dry.
No, that's exactly it. But it's like it's weird. Like if we could just get these tools to be like used for good and used for actual like to take the drudgery off of human work, it would be great.
Well,
but right now that's obviously not.
And
where
the
we're
problem
headed.
with AI, the problem with AI exactly has never been the technology. The problem with AI has always been the fact that one, it's an environmental disaster, and two,
that can be fixed.
That can be fixed.
That can be fixed. I'm honestly not. I know as bad as it is. Like, no, none of these data centers should be going up. You got to fight tooth and nail. That's what I'm trying to say.
Sure.
But I mean, like, we're talking about this is the industrial revolution.
Yeah. I agree with that point. But then the much more sort of pressing point, which also can be fixed, but not within the system, is that the AI is being implemented at the service and through the lens of capitalism. And I can't remember who said it, but I thought it was really clever that somebody said that, AI is doing all of the art and all of the music right now, and people are doing all of the horrible drudgery, and it's just a complete inversion of what the sort of promise of technology has always been. And really, I mean, we say it way too much probably here, but we're seeing instead of the utopian reality of technology that these dorks always put forward, we're getting the cyberpunk version. We're getting the version that's that like the world is it's crabs in a bucket, just with enhanced technology. You have cybertronic crabs that have augmented physical like eyeballs and claws or whatever, but they're still crabs in a bucket. And the people that are the corpos essentially are still ruling the show. It's so funny to me, by the way. I saw a great video a while back. There's this internet commentator. He does a lot of like comics and culture type stuff. His guy's name's Anthony Gramuglia or something like that. And he did a really good sort of like long breakdown on the sort of like weird obsession that Elon Musk has with cyberpunk, like the game specifically and the world specifically and just the genre, and just the sort of like complete self unawareness that somebody like that has, that he is the most evil corpo on earth.
Clown.
Yeah, I know. Like he wants to identify with like the cool, like edgy, like punky, like the culture side of it, but like what he is, how he exists in the world, becoming the first trillionaire ever, which is fake. We know it is, and it doesn't matter anyway. But like, it's a good signifier that like he's not a street kid. He's not, walking the streets, and he's not like getting, ripper docs to put, dirtbag enhancements in him or whatever. No, he's the evil guy who just like has the giant skyscrapers that tower over the city and rules with an iron fist.
Well, that's my point. Exactly. That's the point I was going to make exactly. And I started, I've been at the gym, like thinking about like, I'm getting a lot because I was looking at like coding stuff on YouTube. So I'm getting a lot of like, oh, this is what's going on in the tech industry and stuff. And the deeper, like I'm listening to these YouTube videos, and I'm following that up with like going on these like rabbit holes about these CEOs, for like tech industries and these like people at the high end. And you realize like it's amalgamation and capital, to quote Deadwood. At the end of the day, like we've said this a million times, like these people create no value.
No.
And you look at their pedigree, you look at like an Elon Musk, you look at like, I think like the it really struck me. It wasn't the last CEO of Microsoft. It was a guy that Microsoft hired on. I couldn't think about it, but he got hired as to like be the head of their AI rollout Copilot or whatever. And this guy had no technical background in software engineering, none. And he dropped out from Oxford while pursuing a philosophy degree, and got hired on because he's a flim-flam man. Like the oldest profession is not prostitution, it's scam artist. Like if you can just it's storyteller. If you can spin a good yarn and tell a story and be a snake oil salesman and be a flim-flam man and just be an idea guy. I mean, Elon Musk, like, let's go back to him. Like, you don't need to know how to write a line of code. All you need to have is enough people to give you capital, and you throw that capital around and go, I want spaceship. I want app do this. I want this go whir. And that's it. Make me ugly truck thing. And like, you didn't create it. Like the idea is important. See you didn't write a line of code. You didn't debug a line of code. You didn't like.
He's never had an original idea in his life.
Yeah, you didn't carve out a prototype of the Cybertruck out of clay and then refine that. You didn't do any of the actual labor. You're just
I do think that he probably had some ideas in designing the Cybertruck.
That's what I mean. You're just the idea guy.
But I'm just saying because it sucks so bad. It's like so probably Elon had some ideas about this.
But it's like you're just the idea guy, and that is important. But what should be happening with technology, like we're going back to the AI thing, what should be happening is the tools that we use, whether it be large language models or any other kind of tool, should make everybody the idea guy.
Yes.
So it's like if you have the idea and you can just visualize the idea, you can get the technology should be able to take away the drudgery.
Yeah.
But we don't have that. These people want to lord over being the idea guy without actually creating anything. And it's just it's the most boring dystopia of all time. Like
and the worst part about it too, and this is the part that like I'm glad people are finally coming around on, but it took way too long. Like as soon as I learned who Elon Musk was, which was like during like the rise, I guess, of Tesla, and he was sort of like this doughy, weird freak trying to style himself as like a genius or whatever. I'm just like, I hate this guy. Right. You know what I mean? It's like, but so many and they're still out there, but like I think they're less and less, even though they're still annoying. They're mostly on Elon Musk's website, twitter.com. But like all of these people who were like, wow, that Elon Musk sure is smart. And they just turned into a cult. And it just like, if you hear him open his mouth and talk for like half of a second, you can tell that he is a friggin' moron. And you know what? I'm actually glad that, you know, if somebody like him is going to be the first ever trillionaire, he is a perfect representation of the kind of person that this society values, which are just dumb idiots with a lot of money. And it's just like, look at what your system produced. Look at what your system venerates, and look at what your system just put at the top of the highest mountain that you could possibly have. This is, I mean, that makes it really good, as really easy as a socialist who's arguing for an alternative to be like, that's the best this system's got. Get out of here, bro. We need something better.
It's like the difference between a person who has an idea in their garage and an Elon Musk or even a Jeff Bezos. It's like you just get enough. If you can just trick enough people, enough venture capitalists to burn, who are just gambling. Like venture capital is just the casino economy. All they're doing is they're throwing money on a craps table. They're putting down bets, and they're just waiting. They're hoping one of them hits because they think if one of them hits, it's going to go crazy. And that's what it is. So it's like if you could just convince those people to burn their money on your BS and it becomes marginally successful, that's it. You didn't really, you weren't the person creating the value. You had the idea, but like without the person actually creating the thing, you're nowhere. That's the difference between, you know, a guy in his garage and a Musk, but whatever.
And also, it doesn't hurt when you have your dad is the owner of a emerald mine in Africa either. That always helps.
Yeah, and that will get you in front of VC angel investors who want to burn money. That'll get you a door into the casino.
It'll get you signed on to PayPal as a person because you don't need a brain for that. Yeah. It means that you can purchase Tesla. Like Elon Musk didn't found Tesla.
No.
Somebody else did, and then he buys it and just like, I created this thing, and he just injected the capital into it in a system where actual people who actually have actual ideas can actually like fund their own work, which would not be capitalism.
Yeah.
That would be a much better system because you don't have to, at the very least, you don't have to ever hear about douchebags like Elon Musk ever again.
It's like, no, it's the same thing. Like before him, it was everybody worshipped at the altar of Elon Musk. Now they worshipped at the altar of
Bill Gates or
Steve Jobs.
Yeah,
well,
Steve
even
Jobs.
Bill Gates can at least code. Like Bill Gates could write code. Bill Gates did create DOS, but he did that ripping off Wozniak over at Apple. Who like he so it's like whatever. But at least he could do that. Like technically he's sound. Like he could create value. But like Steve Jobs didn't create.
He's a marketing guy. He's a marketing guy.
A marketing guy. A flim flam man. That's all he was. It's like, and that's fine. That's fine. But don't come at me and tell me how smart this guy is. Again, I could be like, can we make a 3D printer that creates gold out of the trash I have lying around the house, and maybe it'll work, and maybe it won't. But like that's just an idea that somebody else had to build, and they didn't even do that. If you really look into Apple, all they did was take pieces and features from other things that like other technology or other products, and they go, that works. Take that, and we'll put that in our ecosystem. Things like the magnetic charger, that was off of a not a hot plate, but a rice cooker. A company patented that in like Korea. And they took that patent and just changed it a little bit, and now all of a sudden they have like magnetic, iPhone connectors. Like they did that. They never create. Apple create nothing.
And again, like I wouldn't have a problem with this sort of like that kind of innovation or whatever. Like I wouldn't have a problem with it if it wasn't so like paywalled, essentially, like proprietarized and locked away, so that only you can like the fact that like these patents can come out and they can like essentially they can steal an idea and they can register it with the government and be like, here's our idea.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like and the idea even of like we were joking about professional wrestling and or this guy Danhausen with the Knicks, and we got to talk about the Knicks in a minute, but like you always see like on these like dirt sheets and wrestling papers or whatever that the WWE, which is like the big evil apple of professional wrestling, is always registering new trademarks, and they just because Danhausen, this guy who's like doing comedy, I think he's great, but like he always says, I want human monies, give me your human monies or whatever. They just registered a patent or a trademark on human monies, like the phrase human monies. It's like, what the hell,
It's so silly. Yeah, I mean, at least Danhausen, like I know he's got his whole gimmick trademarked, like his actual physical.
Well, but he's not. He himself is not the Death Star. He's just a guy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean? But he had to do. But to do that,
to
even when
himself.
he just had a decent idea, was smart because he couldn't have. I mean, the goal is obviously to get in the WWE. But like you just
and he's wildly successful now, which God bless him.
WWE will try to take your own legal given birth name, like they did Cody Rhodes.
Yeah,
and not let them use it. Like they'll try that. So it's like you gotta protect yourself when going into business with these scumbags. Yeah, it is what it is.
But let's talk about the Knicks. So I did want to. We talked a little bit about this with Kareem from New York City DSA last week. He came and talked about the New York City DSA slate. We talked briefly about it, but I really wanted to talk about. So now in the United States, if you get a socialist mayor, you are going to win some kind of sports championship. It's been proven so far twice already this year when Seattle, who elected Katie Wilson, who some people might argue is not a socialist, but whatever. Then the Seattle Seahawks won the Super Bowl, and now with the Knicks have won their first NBA championship in 53 years. And obviously, like, we're joking a little bit, but like I'm looking at you right now, you're wearing a Mamdani stand shirt with Knicks colors, at the Knicks championship parade celebration. By the way, shout out to Mitchell Robinson, who is a Chalmette Owl. Hootie hoo. I'm myself in the class of 03. They're throwing a parade for him next Thursday in St. Bernard. You should go. But regardless,
I might do that.
Regardless, one thing that you can say for sure is that Zoran Mamdani has used the Knicks thing, the situation, to kind of push for a bit of seize on the popularity, because he is sort of like identified broadly. If like you think of Zoran Mamdani, you kind of think like socialism or democratic socialism, and he's connected himself to the Knicks' victory and success. And when you think Zoran at this point, you think win. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's what America cares about.
Yeah,
we were talking about this off air, and it's so silly. Like it's not
silly. It's silly, but you got to ride that wave.
So true.
You got to ride that wave.
Yeah, I'm not stopping it. I'm like, let it go. But I'm like, oh, this is dumb. But it's dumb. It's dumb in a way like it's America. I expect it. I mean, New Orleans. Are you listening? I'm tired of all these Pelicans getting traded and going winning championships everywhere else.
Yeah.
But,
Alvarado.
I thought last. Yeah. So if we got a DSA mayor or a socialist mayor, like Pelicans could win, but the championship. But then like I don't know. You have to balance that here in New Orleans with like Nathan Robinson would be insufferable. Like
no.
I saw him last night and I was just like, oh yeah, that guy still exists. I forgot about him. But I was like, yeah, and he would be insufferable. It would just be, can you imagine he'd have like a sport coat, like a Pelicans themed, like
a velvet crush velvet, yeah. Oh no, it would be too cringe. He's too cringe to be mayor.
I can't do it.
Anyway, no, it can't. It wouldn't be him. It would have to be like a normal person.
That's what I mean. But he would be insufferable.
Huh?
If we had a socialist mayor, the Pelicans win. Like current affairs would just turn into like
Pelicans paper.
Yeah. It'd just be it'd be too much.
It would be rough.
Can't have it.
Yeah, we can't have nice things.
No, not New Orleans. Forget that.
I will say though that like, and again, part of the sort of class war deal, and I don't even think Zoran kind of asked for this, but like he is also in like a huge fight when it results around this with one of the most hated men in all of New York City, the owner of the Knicks and the owner of the Madison Square Garden, James Dolan, who first of all invited Donald Trump to come sit in his booth to come, honk shoe while he getting booed during the basketball game. While tickets are costing $10,000 a piece.
I mean, the Knicks would have swept. The only game they lost was because Donald Trump, messed up the vibe. It was absolute cinema. Like,
absolute cinema.
You couldn't plan any better than that.
But then not only that, but then like trying like essentially like James Dolan being basically like the Grinch and canceling viewing parties outside of Madison Square Garden, which is apparently a very common thing, especially for like really big games, and then trying to blame Zoran on it. Essentially having a public spat, like calling Zoran Mamdani not a Knicks fan on the radio. And we're talking about a guy who is he's a billionaire and he's so petty that he won't even let Charles Oakley into Madison Square Gardens at all because he's like on the banned list. He very commonly bans people from Madison Square Gardens and uses facial AI technology to essentially identify people who are banned and get them out. And it's not like they're banned for like causing trouble or cursing or throwing beers or anything. It's just like, Dolan doesn't like them. He doesn't like the fact that, and it's just like Charles Oakley played for the Knicks years ago. He's a legendary NBA player. I'm pretty sure he's a Hall of Famer. And he can't go and watch a finals game. Like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying?
What's his the owner of the Knicks? What's Dolan? What's his background? Because usually you look into these.
He's a rich kid.
It's like, they press children into like juice. It's usually something terrible like that. It's like, we made our money by like demolishing orphanages and then building a Starbucks on top of each one. Like the only guy I know, the only one I know, it's like I won't even say decent, but like Mark Cuban, I'm okay with him as an owner because the worst thing he did was he benefited from the .com bubble. He's just a lucky guy, and then he treats like the Mavericks. If you play for the Mavericks, they're kind of treated like a gladiator. So it's like I can get away with him. He in the stories I read about Mark Cuban, I would, if I owned a team, that's how I would own it. I would do it just like that.
But then who did he sell his team? Who did he sell his team to?
Oh, I didn't know he sold his team.
I
didn't know that. See,
not only did he sell his team, he sold his team to Miriam Adelson.
Oh, then whatever. See, I mean, there's no.
They're all scumbags.
Yeah, they're
of course.
all scumbags.
We know it. I mean, like, but I get what you're saying. Like, I'm not trying to like own you on the air, but like, it's just like one of those things where like this guy is just like, he's a billionaire. And he no doubt had to step on people. I mean, and let me just vent on him just a second.
Yeah, please.
You gave him a little shine.
I'm gonna look up how he made his money, Dolan.
Yeah, it was he's a rich guy. I mean, his uncle is the owner of the Cleveland Guardians. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those things where he just kind of comes from
inherited generational wealth.
Yeah, exactly.
Inherited wealth. That's it.
So anyway, you're rich, you're born. He's old money. But yeah, it's just, it is what it is.
Dirtbag.
So he's just essentially been one of the stories, and this is one of the crazy things that I've like read because I'm kind of obsessed with James Dolan. He is also the frontman of a country band called JD and the Straight Shot.
Of course he is.
And from what I had heard from some reporting from like years ago, and this is kind of going from memory, he would essentially force staff to attend his concerts. Like mandatory watch your boss play crappy country music. Could you imagine something worse? Like, I would probably throw myself off the Empire State Building if I had to do that.
I don't know how much. It would have to be close to 7 figures a
Mhm.
year for me to get. No, I have to get me paid like close to $1 million every year.
Can you
Not
wear
stock options, cash?
Can you wear headphones like?
Yeah,
that-
I would just say I would get the super like earplugs and be like,
Yeah.
oh, my hearing.
Yeah.
That's awful, dude. I've had to go as a Marine Corps veteran. The amount of mandatory fun I've had to go to, I have no patience. I have no patience for court-ordered fun, mandatory fun, any kind of job thing. They try to get me to like. Thank God, my job now doesn't try to do that stupid stuff. They do every now and then. I'm like, nope.
I mean, if it's not, if it's mandatory, it can't be fun. Like if it's something that like maybe it's voluntary and you're actually trying to make it cool or whatever, that's different. But if it's mandatory fun, if they're watching you make the fun, if they're like, if you don't come here and have fun with us, I swear to God, we're gonna write you up or whatever. It's just like,
and there's always
that ain't never gonna work.
There's always either an open bar. Well, no, because you're coming. There's gonna be like 5 drink tickets, so they're trying to set somebody up.
Yeah,
they're setting you up because you go out there and get one too many in, you're getting fired on. That's how it goes. So it's like, what was the point of any of this? No, I have no patience for it, bro. The worst mandatory fun I ever had to go to, ever. This was I was in the Marine Corps. I was stationed in Pensacola. This was on a Saturday morning. They made us dress up in our service Charlies, like the short sleeve Marine Corps uniform.
That's formal mandatory fun.
Yes, they rented. This is all from our CO too, the commanding officer of the unit. Rented buses. I don't know where they got this money from. Rented buses drove us 2 hours out to some Civil War battlefield, and like had us take the tour. No, in Mississippi.
Okay.
From
like Shiloh or something.
I can't even remember. Bro. From Pensacola to Mississippi, made us tour the stupid thing. Made us go at like an reenactment.
Reenactment. Oh boy.
The reenactment. So it's like all the brown and black Marines like clicked off. We're like talking. They had like Buffalo Soldier reenactors, so we're all like hanging out with them. They were cool. They were like, "What are y'all gonna watch the De La Hoya fight?" We're like, "Yeah, like cool." They invited us out. We're like, "Well, we got to go back to base, but some of us might come out here later. I don't know, take a 2-hour drive back out there." And then like, there's a photo of me and like black and brown Marines. Like we were in the gift shop and they had all these like Confederate flags, like these little like, like you would wave like, we all understood the assignment. It was just like organically, like we grabbed them and then we all took like a group photo and it's just all all us standing here in our Marine Corps uniforms with our little Confederate flag, just looking like this.
Please, for the love of God, find that photo.
picture's at.
Please find that photo. That's so awesome.
It's like, what are we doing here? Why are we all here on a Saturday? A Saturday. Brother, you ruined my whole weekend with this.
Straight up
fun garbage.
And it's torture. It's straight up torture.
Nobody wanted to do this. Marine Corps Family Day. I don't have a family. I'm 19. I'm trying to create a family with this girl I met off base.
And I'm here.
And I got to come to this? I got to come to a bounce house and like hamburgers on a grill that came out of a frozen pack. Like,
yeah. Like these Bubba Burgers suck.
Brother,
these aren't
leave
even
me
Bubba
alone.
Burgers.
Yeah. No, I hate that guy. Thank you for putting me on game. I hate that guy so much.
No. Yeah, of course. And again, Madison Square Garden, just to kind of circle back to James Dolan, is one of the few places in New York City that does not pay property taxes because, of course. And one other thing too, after like one of the things that Zoran also did. And I know I'm glazing Zoran a lot here, but like I was talking about this with Kareem, but apparently there are like kiosks that are like usually maps and like, running news and stuff like that all throughout the city. And the city, New York City, put the Knicks game on these, kiosks all throughout the city so anybody can watch it, which is awesome.
That's the good side of Cyberpunk. That's so awesome.
Yeah, it's sharp.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love that. Man, New York is cool, man.
Yeah,
like, I've been so unimpressed from New York, but that's
I've
only been to Manhattan.
Yeah.
I've never been to the boroughs. That's why. That's
I
what
love
my wife keeps telling me.
I love New York when it sucks. So like I imagine New York when it's great is awesome.
I think that's the thing that like pisses me off about New York City is like the time I've been there, it's like this is supposed to be America's crown jewel, right? This is like the thing that we offer to the world is like, this is America, 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 America. We got New York City, New York City. And I'm like, why does it smell like this? Why is the subway dirty? Why does nothing work? I mean, it's America in a nutshell.
Yep.
But I'm just like, this sucks. Like, as somebody who's, I'm not trying to flex, but like, I've been to Tokyo. I've been to,
Flex, big
Sydney,
dog.
Australia. I've been to, Bangkok, Thailand. I've been to Dublin. I'm like, these cities are objectively better, and you're telling me this is the best city in the world. I'm not seeing it. It surely don't smell and or look like it. Like, why are we sitting here living like Victorian age, squatters coming out of the workhouse? I don't get this.
Probably because
that's my problem with America in a nutshell.
Well,
Third world country, Gucci belt.
Well, yeah, and it's probably because we have inequality and especially robber barons that are so rich that it puts that Victorian era, the Gilded Age, as we call it in America, to absolute shame. It's the fact that we have a trillionaire, even if it's not real, like the fact that it's even a conceivable reality is just ridiculous. And again, I don't want to be like, oh, democracy or whatever, but like, you think that doesn't have an effect on democracy if that's something you care about? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing with the World Cup. It's like you got a lot of these Europeans coming here and be like, man, how y'all live like this?
Yeah.
And it's like, that's what I've been trying to tell you. You talking about America, America, America. We've been trying to tell you this.
Well, let's talk about the World Cup on the other side of the station ID. You listen to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning Comrade. So, yeah, Europeans are coming here and they're saying, how can you live like this, America? That is if they're not getting arrested and like deported or detained at the border, if like a certain referee did. And I think a number of players did as well, right? And if I was from another country, and like this might be easy for me to say, I would not feel safe coming to America, especially if I wasn't white. Right?
I mean, no, I look at it another way. I was saying this yesterday when I was watching Germany almost lose to Ivory Coast. Was that like, I think if you're from a developing country and you do come here, it makes a lot more sense. You're like, oh yeah, it's just like home. And it's like for all the people who, let's say they're listening to WHIV right now, because I think that's where a WHIV listener would say, well, like, if you don't like America, you think it's so bad, why don't you go somewhere else? That's not the point. The point is, I've been somewhere else. So if you take me to a developing country, a third world country, a second world country, whatever you want to call it, and it's like, there's trash in the street, there's poverty, it's a shanty town, whatever. I've been there. But like, somebody from there can sit me down and say, hey, it's like this because of X, Y, and Z. And it's mostly always America or at least or Europe or one of the European countries that tried to take over the world, of why their country got like hollowed out like this and why they're trying to like get over it or whatever. They're trying to better themselves. Well, if we're talking about like, why are things like this in America? Well, that makes no sense. So the only sense is because we do have the world's only trillionaire, because we are a capitalist country. That's what makes me mad. It's not the actual like poverty. It's not the trash, the poverty, the broken infrastructure. It's that in other countries there's an explanation for it that makes logical sense. Here it makes no sense. It's like, again, going back to my New York thing, why I've never been a fan of New York City. It's like, you're telling me this is a financial capital of the world and it's like this? Then what do we have to strive towards then? It's like, you're letting it be like this on purpose. This is a collective choice. If somebody's like, I don't know, I guess the analogy I'm trying to say is, if you're Michael Phelps and you're swimming, right? Like, a guy's like, hey, I'm swimming, I'm doing my best, and
I'm swimming here.
Somebody cut off one of my legs, and I'm doing the best I can swimming. I'm like, okay, I can understand that. I can understand that completely. Maybe we can get you a
cyberpunk leg.
Yeah, cyberpunk leg, whatever, a prosthesis. and make that swim time a little better. Okay, cool. Like, I understand why it's like this. But if Michael Phelps is just like, I don't want to swim, and that's why my swim time is bad, and it's like, then you just suck. Like, my swim time is bad because I'm not trying. I'm like, yeah, that's America in a nutshell. It's Michael Phelps who refuses to get in the pool. That's probably a way crazier analogy, but like, it just makes me so angry.
I will say this though, like, you know, you say that like the subway system is dirty and it sucks. At least it's got a subway. It's better than most countries, most cities in this country, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, sure. But the only reason it has that, I mean, think about if New York City, okay, like they built a subway, you know, back in the olden day where it was like, and that's why it stayed the same.
Yeah.
You know, it hasn't been updated. They built it back in the olden day when we government funded projects like that. If New York City didn't have a subway now, can you imagine in your head? I don't think there'd be a push to build one. I think it would just be like, add another car lane, add a 12th lane to the Big Apple bypass.
And again, if you compare like the United States, like, or the even Grand Central Station, which is fairly nice, like it's one of the good stations, but if you compare that to like the Moscow Metro, it looks like a cathedral compared to the Grand Central Station.
North Korean train station. Go put that in your YouTube search. See what that comes up with. Yeah. And it's like, you can't hide it anymore. You can't hide it how just, I don't know what else to say, how just disgusting the infrastructure in this country is.
Well,
like
infrastructure is not a priority.
No.
You know what is a priority is making the people that are wealthy in this country wealthier, and also war with Iran, war with wherever. Even if Donald Trump is going to let's even just grant him whatever good faith and say, like, he actually wants to stop this war in Iran, if for no other reason to save his own legacy and popularity or whatever. But it doesn't really matter if, you know, the United States is just going to let Israel do whatever it wants, bomb Lebanon like never-endingly. I mean, again, like they have this deal that just went through a couple of days ago. Israel immediately decides, like, hey, we're just going to bomb Lebanon. We don't give a crap. And, you know, we're closing this. And then Iran responds logically by closing the Strait of Hormuz again. So here we are.
They're so funny. Iran is just, they're just outclassed us. Like,
they're flexing.
100%. And it's not even because
it's not a military victory. It's like they won because they control the resources that America can't control. That's what it is. They know the terrain. Like what more can you do?
To circle back to why Americans don't understand soccer is the same reason why we don't understand as a whole how we've lost in Iran. Like, you try to talk to your coworker and they'll be like, we killed all these people. Like, what do you mean? We destroyed XYZ. I'm like, no, dog, we were holding an L. Like, our win condition is not the same. What country was I thinking of? Let me see here.
Well, there's a reason. Oh, there's a reason that Donald Trump wanted to unfreeze the $300 million of assets for Iran as essentially a reparation. It's their own money, by the way, but as essentially a reparation for the war that the United States started. Even though he's saying we destroyed their Air Force, we destroyed their anti-air, we destroyed their Navy, all this other stuff.
All right.
Okay, let's assume all that stuff's true. Then, if that's the case, then why are you essentially paying off Iran $300 million, taking worse deals, concessions than Obama's JCPOA from prior to even from the Trump first administration? Like, it's because you got your butt whipped so bad, and they essentially said, hey, we got this straight that we can control. We can control 20% of the world's oil. We can control fertilizer, which is going to really impact your agriculture economy. And so, like, bomb all day, kill more, Iranian civilians than you ever can. We're not opening the strait. We're not going to do it.
I found it, so I can I can close my soccer analogy. It's like, yesterday I was watching Ecuador and Curacao, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they played to a 0-0 tie. So when that game ended, when it was full time and the game's over, Ecuadorian players literally had to be picked up off the field by their man. The manager had to come out and be like, "Y'all get up. It's gonna be okay." Guys were crying; they're on suicide watch. Where the Curacao guys, you would have thought they won the World Cup. Their win conditions were not the same. They understood who they were going in. The United States win condition was to completely take over that country, and whatever happens after that, whatever. They wanted that country to completely collapse. Iran's win condition was just to survive, like Curacao. Now that Iran is now playing with house money because they've already satisfied their win condition, and they've taken control of the Strait of Hormuz, something they did not have before. There is no other time in history where a country that has lost a war has gained territory. They have gained territory and economic influence in a region they did not have. This is not a Call of Duty game where you can be like, we killed you so many times compared to how you killed. Your kill death ratio does not matter in the real world. No one cares about this. What matters is, what is your win condition? It's the same way every other country has militarily defeated us. Vietnam, Korea, they beat us the same way. We are militarily, we are Mike Tyson, and not prime 19-year-old custom
killer Mike Tyson. We're
not that. We are Mike Tyson against
Lennox Lewis.
No, Evander Holyfield.
Okay.
We are Mike Tyson when he lost his heart, when he don't want to be there.
He's biting at ears.
You come at us, or we come at you. We got a hell of a knockout punch, a hell of a blow. But if you can just have the chin, if you've got the beard to survive that knockout blow, we don't know what to do after that. We're off to biting ears. We're off to trying to work the ref. We are lost, and that's where we're at right now. And it's crazy that Iran is so smart, because honestly, when Israel, by not including Israel in the deal, by saying the United States will pull out of Lebanon, they're communicating very plainly that you are Israel and Israel is you. You have control over the situation. We are going directly to the manager. We're not dealing with the guy at the front desk. We want to speak. Iran said, "I want to speak to the manager," and the manager is the United States.
Yeah, we're going to him. We're going to him and saying, "Come get your dog."
Yeah,
stop it.
And they're saying, I expected, honestly, because everybody knew, every leftist, anybody who follows this knows Israel was never going to stop bombing Lebanon, never going to stop killing in Lebanon. So what I expected to happen was for Iran to come back and be like, okay, peace deal's on. You got 1 week, 2 weeks, a month to rein in your dog, America, or we'll do something. Iran stood on business immediately and said, you know what to do. And instead of just striking Israel so they can't be put in this box and be like, oh, these crazy, they just want to like murder Israelis and they want to just bomb us. They go, fine. Mad Max, Thunderdome. Embargo on.
Yeah.
Close the strait. We're done. We don't even, and they said this is just the first step. The next steps will take when and where we choose. But this is the first step. And it's just so smart. So now you're not getting into military engagements with Israel or the United States, and you're putting pressure on the manager. You're not two-piecing ballistic missiles into Haifa and Tel Aviv. You're going directly to where it matters. Call off your dog or no more oil. And Donald Trump, because he's stupid and is running his mouth, just saying stuff, literally said, we have 4 more weeks of oil and the strategic reserve is gone. He said that. Norman Mondami didn't say that. Robert Johnson didn't say that. Mao Zedong didn't say that. Donald Trump said that.
If we said that on this show, we would get so much crap.
Yeah, he said that. So is he lying? Who's telling the truth then?
JD Pondon is at it again, baby.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing too, and I think that there's two other components to this. One is the way that Israel tries to do Western propaganda on this, which is crazy. Like they're invading Lebanon. They're killing, dozens of people. I think it was like 55 over the past several days, and they're like posting on their accounts and all their like press releases or whatever. Oh, four Israeli soldiers were brutally murdered by Iranian force, and it's just like
where?
Yeah, in
Where
Lebanon.
Oh.
What were they doing there?
Yeah. Oh, it's like saying a home invader was brutally murdered by the guy who had to wake up in the middle of the night and grab his shotgun and put 12 gates through his gut.
Yeah, and then the other thing, and again, this is where opportunity for like left candidates and left people who want to take over any part of like the electoral sphere or whatever can look at these Democrats and being like remember prior to any of this stuff when Chuck Schumer is cutting videos about Taco Trump no side deals with Iran? They're doing the same stuff, and they're essentially coming out and they're saying, hey, what are you doing with this deal with Iran? We want to stop this end to the war. So like classic Democrats are just like coming up and essentially framing Trump as the peaceful dove again after he started a war of aggression with Iran. It's like that is the kind of stuff, like that is the reason that the Democrats are still, after all this stuff, polling lower than Republicans.
Well, in a sane world, what would happen is Speaker of the House, like it would be like Chuck Schumer or somebody like some
Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah, Hakeem Jeffries, some high level Democrat in a sane world would ask for a sit down with Donald Trump, and then he would say, "Look, you want like this? I get it, man. You want a legacy. This legacy thing. We just lost a war. This thing ain't working out for you. You really want to do peace, and you really want to be the peace in the Middle East guy. Like when you die, you want them to remember that you brought peace in the Middle East, something no American president would do. Cut off Israel. Israel is the reason why there's no peace in the Middle East. That's it. It's the alpha and the omega. I'm sorry. That's it. And the thing is, what I have said on this is the part I do not understand, and I mean this I literally do not understand it. What in the world does Israel, Mossad, or anybody else have on Donald Trump and the rest of the Republican and Democratic Party? It's like, because I don't care what's in the Epstein files. I don't care. That's not what I mean when I say I don't care.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, whatever they have in there, brother, don't. And it's like, this is what I would say if I was Hakeem Jeffries and had that sit down. I'd be like, Mr. President, they're openly calling you a pedophile. The American people. What is in here? What are you afraid of? You could come out and be like, yeah, I had sex with a 16-year-old. You think your 30% base is going to go somewhere? What is it? I need to know. It's like a defense attorney. That's like, if you get accused of a crime and your defense attorney's like, look, you got to be honest with me of what you did. This is between you and me, but I cannot help you. I'm the only person, unless you're honest about this, because there's nothing on earth, I think, that would get what kind of leverage could their intelligence agencies have over, or any, I can't even imagine that would make these people stick with them for so long. And just Israel's going down the toilet and America's going to go with it.
It sort of doesn't matter, though, right? It kind of doesn't matter, just from the perspective of like the establishment, Republicans and Democrats, just sort of like try to say that the United States supports Israel like it's a force of nature, like it's gravity or something. It is, it is crazy, because like if you criticize Israel, like you're just always just blasted as though you're a huge anti-Semite, which is like, actually, that's kind of anti-Semitic itself, but like whatever.
Yeah, it is.
I can take those arrows.
Is it racism? Is it just pure race? Like it might be. It might be just pure racism because like Israelis are white Europeans or Americans. And
I mean,
the
not
rest
all of
the
them.
surrounding
the ones that are not are second class
people
citizens.
in power are.
Yeah, the ones that are not are second class
second-class
citizens.
So it's like the people in power are white European. Bibi Netanyahu's from Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So it's like, is it just like you can't trust a Persian or an Arab? Because I'll say it again for the millionth time, Saudi Arabia, they're head choppers, they're disgusting. I wish that whole monarchy would fall and burn.
But it's not because they're Arabs, it's because it's the absolute monarchy.
What are we getting from them? What are we getting from Israel that we can't get from them? You want to have peace in Iran? We could have the same arrangement. You think if there's like if the Iranian government was like, look, we came to the Iranian government and said, look, let us build military bases here in Iran to protect the region. We'll fund your reconstruction and any kind of projects. You'll pretty much become like, you're not going to be our vassal state, but we're the same arrangement we have with Israel.
We're going to be.
They wouldn't take that.
We're going to be partners. That's how they would frame it.
You think they wouldn't take that?
I mean, that's essentially what has happened with that's essentially what happened with every other Gulf country, including like Qatar and UAE. Like they've all been essentially brought into the Western sphere on different circumstances on a case by case deal. Like they've all been brought into. I guess maybe part of the problem with Iran specifically is the history that the United States has with Iran. Overturning the government in the 1950s, the revolution in the 1970s. So like that might be why you can't do it with Iran. And also Iran is connected with the alternative sphere of China and Russia, and I think that might really be like, again,
I'm
you
not
can
looking
almost
at
view, you can almost view, let me just finish.
Yeah,
you can
go ahead,
almost
sorry.
view Iran as almost like another proxy war against that alternative because they are associated. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, 100%. No, I get that, and I guess I'm looking at it. I'm not looking at it through the lens of capital because capitalism doesn't want some of the money. They want.
No, I'm
all
looking
the
at
money.
it through the lens of imperialism.
No, which ends the same. It's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
same road. It's a parallel road of capital. But my thing is like, look, you're right because you're right. It was what I'm trying to say is because to untangle those relationships, we would have to have accord with all of our quote unquote enemies with China and Russia to where like if I was President Robert Johnson would have no problem with that. I'd be like, look, we can all make some money. Let's all get this. I'd be like, bro, let's get this bag.
Let's sing
get
some
this
kumbaya.
money. Let's get it. But like, we don't want that. We want it all. We have to have it all. And that can never be. No one can have it all.
And just to sort of like put another fine point on it, like the United States never, ever forgives anybody for having a successful revolution. Not Cuba, not Haiti, not Iran. The United States wants to permanently punish any group that fights for its own liberation and successfully gains it. And I think that as a part of what we're talking about here, in addition to the China piece, in addition to the Israel fear-mongering piece and all this other stuff, I think that is a major component. They don't want to legitimize Iran. They always talk about the Iranian government, which is one of the most it's one of the most established and complex bureaucracies that are in the world. And they just talk about it like it's a bunch of terrorists hanging out in some office building or something, They always talk about it as though they're just a bunch of outlaws. And that is, no doubt, racist. But it's racist in a way that's not, the racism isn't necessarily the point. The point of it is to essentially delegitimize who's in charge there, despite the fact that they are legitimate.
I mean, we're still stuck in this post-World War II mindset of just the American empire can do anything to anyone, anywhere. And obviously it's just not that. And if we keep this mindset going, it's going to drag America into it. We're just, I don't know. My wife keeps saying we're going to balkanize. She says America's just going to split into 50 different little micro states.
I kind of don't see that necessarily. I mean, maybe it will, maybe we'll have like a like Mad Max situation on the other side of this or whatever. But like, I'm more of the mind that I think global destruction is more likely than Mad Max, or maybe if the balkanization happens, it becomes after like a global like calamity like that. But I think more likely there is just, and maybe this won't even happen in our lifetime. Maybe it will. There will be like the world championship match with China at some point. It's got to happen.
I mean, the solution in the Middle East to me like is very easy, but because of a combination of racism, capital, and just American
the things we've been
hubris.
describing this entire time.
Are just, I guess it can never be, because I mean, the solution to me, and tell me, it's opium. It's never going to happen. But I mean, it would just be, look, we say to Israel, this thing's over. We tried it. You tried it. We tried it. It's done with. And then you go to the Middle East countries and you say, this thing we have with Israel is done. We're pulling out all of our resources from there. But what this does mean is you're not gonna, including, you have a chat with Hezbollah, Hamas. You go, look, you're not gonna overrun them. They're going to exist as a nation. For Hamas, what we'll do is we'll put you back to the 1978 borders. Golan Heights is gone. They have to pull out from there, and the West Bank is gone. And then you say, look, if y'all try something funny, you will feel the full might of the American military. And in Israel, we will guarantee your sovereignty, but no more of this. When you start doing offensive, so if you do, you're no more Iron Dome, none of that. But we will guarantee your sovereignty. And that would end it. It'd be done.
Yeah, but I think that can't happen with the current array. Well, I don't say it'll never happen, but with the current political array that the establishment has, it won't. So I guess,
even if President Johnson was in charge and I implemented all that and got, because I don't care what Israel thinks at this point, I got the resistance forces and I got all the countries in the region to sign off on that. Like, you will not attack Israel. They are a sovereign nation. They are under our protection, and we will not. Even if that happened, Israel just falls apart and it's under its own weight in less than a decade. Anyway.
I'm fine with that too.
I'm fine with that. I mean, that's going to happen anyway. It's just what's the timeline?
What's the timeline?
They're not going to exist.
What are the specifics?
And we have to neutralize their nukes. You neutralize their nukes.
Yeah,
that's it.
Super last thing on this, and again, the current political array in the United States, that's not going to happen. But that's why we need to, even if it's like, lame or whatever, support things like the DSA, New York City slate and whatever. Like those are potential agents of change that are, that's what you can do right now because there is no President Robert Johnson. You know what I mean? We do got to get out of here, but anything you want to say before we say goodbye?
If you live in DC, vote for Louis George.
She already won. She already won.
Oh, she already won?
Yeah.
Well, win that's the primary, right?
Yeah. Well,
she's got to win.
Ain't no Republican winning that, but yeah,
okay.
Sure.
Well, you see what the Democratic Party does.
Yeah.
See who they try to like throw up.
Yeah.
They'll try something stupid.
Cool. Well, anyway, thank you, Robert. As always, Monday mornings. You can listen to Good Morning Comrade, WHIV-LP New Orleans. We are on the Pacifica Network. You can find more information. Call your local Pacifica station and say you want Good Morning Comrade. And thanks everybody for listening. We love you.
Peace out.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello. I made it. And I know what you're all thinking, oh, who's that? Who's that? Isn't her hair supposed to be curly? Yeah, my hair's long enough now to straighten, and I'm very happy. And this lip, ooh, I look good. And I'm wearing like a little shaggy hippie boho gothic dress. I mean, it's supposed to be a little saggy, but I kind of like it. So, oh no, my bra strap's showing. Anyway, what's up, guys? It's your girl in her corner over here, and by that I mean in front of her computer desk. I'm very out of it because I did a subathon. I gained 51 extra subscribers. I went for over 24 hours. I didn't even sleep for like I actually didn't sleep at all for like 24 plus hours. Thank you, Vyvance. Watched a lot of Michael Jackson content, watched some movies, we watched Spaceballs, reacted to, TV shows and stuff like that. Watched the Michael movie twice because people were like, I want to watch it. And I'm like, okay, cool. Let's do that. Read some stuff and yeah, we had a fun time. Tonight there's no Conan on Moon Knight Extravaganza. It's just gonna be me and Forrest and Eileen of Jacobin. We're gonna review the also I don't got my earbuds in because I just prefer no earbuds now. But yeah, we're going over the Scorsese 91 Cape Fear, and I am so excited because I love that one so much. I prefer it over the original Gregory Peck, Robert Mitchum one because it's 1991 and they can go further and deeper into like the how psychotic Max Cady is and what the stuff that he did, because most of it was like implied in like the original film from like 62. I think it came out in 62. So yeah, they changed the chase into a seduction. They actually show some of the horrific stuff that Max Cady has done. So that's going to be interesting to discuss. Counselor, sorry. It was weird when I watched Cape Fear for the first time because I was like, Robert De Niro with a Southern accent, especially like deep South, like deep like Georgia, Alabama accent. I'm like, who is this guy? Where'd he come from? What happened to Robert De Niro with the young, with the accent? It's kind of crazy. And the good thing about the earbuds, not having the earbuds, is that I don't really have anything to react to. I worked. Oh, Hassan and a puppy. That's so cute. Update. I talked to Mom Donnie's team. They're still very busy. I touch base with them. Understandable. It's been a very busy month so far. Every day there's a new parade. The next one, a lot of stuff happening. Yeah, and I told you guys my mom got a citation last week, right? Told her to update her tags and stuff. So there's that's a lot that's been going on. So yeah, anything interesting happening, let me know. The New York City primaries are today, and we're hoping that all the Mamdani candidates win. I'm hoping Hassan is back at his real home is New York City. Oh God, Hassan is attracting all the dogs. I'm looking at some of my friends who clip him, longer segments and stuff like that. So it's cute. A lot of racism going on with one of the candidates that one who I don't know it's getting very difficult to keep up with what's going on with the New York City stuff because there's just so much happening. There's so many candidates, especially like the top three. Like there's a chance that Brad Lander is gonna win. But it's I just hate that we have to predict everything via betting now, and it's like that's not what determines. It just elections, but everything has to be fun, Kalshi or Polymarket or whatever the hell sports. I don't know what all they are, but like everything has to be like a promotion with like a betting app, and I don't like it, not one bit. I just don't like it. It's not going to be fun. It's just you're just wasting your money, give or take. Like I understand like sports betting because there is definitely like a trend where things can, give or take or whatever. Even like when people were betting on like the Golden Globes, I'm like, no, don't be betting on the Golden Globes. Wait until the Oscars. Hey, Oppie, wait until the Oscars to bet because then you'll at least have like a trend of like who is most likely to win. What? Sorry, my sweet baby boo boo is right here. I think he heard me say Michael Jackson. This cat is Michael Jackson and reincarnated, y'all. I swear to God. Like, I watch him. He immediately gets up. He knew that we were watching the Michael movie. He immediately gets up and lays down on the white glove. He still hasn't taken it recently, thank God. Though I should just give it to him anyway. Here you go. Have at it. He gets up and I'm on my laptop, watching the YouTubes, and he's staring at me, and I'm like, "You want to listen to?" And he's like, "Meow," and I'm like, "Oh my God." So I think my cat is the king of pop reincarnated. I mean, he's got a very like hee meow, so it makes sense. Like now, I don't know if you guys can hear him, but he's certainly letting it know he's here. Where are you gonna moonwalk? Oh, he's so silky smooth. Oh, updates for the rest of the week. Of course, tonight, Moon Extravaganza. I'm in charge of Letterboxd one-liners. Then tomorrow, Forrest and I do our absurdity space. No after party tonight because, again, it's just the two of us, and we're going to be doing our show tomorrow anyway. And then Thursday, a stream, remembering Michael Jackson. Oh, yeah, we're doing it. I'm going to be an emotional wreck because we're going to watch all the breaking news coverage that happened. We're going to relive when the internet crashed. And remember when the internet crashed? That's how old I am. I was like, I can't get on Facebook. I can't get on Twitter. I can't even go on AOL Instant Messenger. My email's broken. And then everyone's like, the stock market went down by like 1 billion points. And I'm like, damn, this dude really impacted a lot. And Friday's going to be fun little, news stream. And then Saturday's a big day. The 60th anniversary of the Gothic soap opera Dark Shadows. Shadow Saturdays are back, where we're going to watch the Gothic soap opera via Tubi. Oh my God, here he is. What are you doing? See, this is the best part about the show being live, y'all. You get all the goodies. You get all the, my cat getting it. Are you still in my earbuds? I guess so. Yes. Hey, no, I'm going to need those for like. Stop. Let go. I'm going to need these for later. Bad boy. Bad boy, bad boy. Are you gonna say hi to everyone? You see him peeking out right here, chat? Look at him. Hey, whoa, no. Leave the sleeve alone. This is very sensitive material. This is like sheer. So I'm not really sure what to do today. I mean, okay, I don't have the paperback, but I've been blowing up on TikTok again. Oh, how about that House of the Dragon? My sweet baby boy, Jacaerys. And then Aemond. I mean, Targacest is definitely a thing, we all know that, but like Alicent's a high tower through and through. She ain't all about that, the incestuous stuff, despite the fact her daughter and rapist bastard oldest son are married and had kids, so it's like, ugh. But like Aemond, I was like, this was a long time coming. Aemond's the creepy one. Of course, he's gonna be into the family tradition of incest. Hey, remember? Are we allowed to? I wonder. Are we allowed to watch the Majority Report in here? Because this reminds me of like an old recent like Patrick Bet-David. Remember that clip on the Majority Report where they talk about Patrick Bet-David and Terrence Howard? 1 × 1 = 2 or whatever hell that guy. Though hey guys, you want to know? Here's some real math for you. 1 + 1 = 3. I know what y'all thinking. What are you talking about? Woman, man, woman gets pregnant. 1 man, 1 woman, 1 baby. 1, 2, 3. Mind blown. Am I right? I saw that on my when I was going to my doctor's the other week, and I was like, oh yeah, that does make sense. Hey, stop it. Leave it alone. He's being so bad. Sorry, guys. I'm going to have to hold my hand like this. So I'm like, oh, that does make a lot of sense. See, look. Okay, let me see if I can show you him real quick. No, here he is. There he is. In the way as always, because he doesn't like to be held in front of the camera, but he will shove himself in front of the camera in any way he could, because he's my oppie boppy. He's I should have, I don't know why I didn't name him MJ, but like I didn't really think back then. But yeah, so anyway, the House of the Dragon, I'm so sad, and I'm hoping that Rhaenyra, gets her revenge. I'm hoping to God. Anyone watch House of the Dragon, by the way? Because last season was kind of boring, to be honest. You're just bathing yourself in front of everyone. Do you know how embarrassing this is for me? Dude. Look at this cat. He's just like, I don't care. Okay, you cannot be showing inappropriate content. No, let it. Oh, live show me doing whatever. Stop. Get back. Be a good boy. This is the part of Kristina's corner where anything happens. I mean, what's going on besides like Iran? Oh, mouses. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Back in the day, my sister's like, leave the earbuds alone. Okay, I'm gonna have to grab these from him because he's insists on getting them. But like back in the day, AT&T used to give you HBO Max for free, right? But they don't do that anymore because my sister's like, you don't have to subscribe to HBO Max. You could just get it for free. And I'm like, not anymore. We checked with AT&T. She's like, oh. I'm like, yeah. Also, don't you just love that my show is live, y'all? Because you can see cute kitty butthole. That's TOS. Okay, back away. He just wants attention. He just wants all the attention right now. This is what you come for, right? You come for me, but you stay for the cats if they pop up. Hey, whoa. Get down. See, this is mine is like the least professional show on here. Yeah, the problem with the whole Paramount thing, that's not. Oh, how old's Oppie? He and his brother, they're gonna be two this coming year. Because we had Frankie and Zoe. Zoe was a Siamese who passed away. Frankie passed away about 2 years ago. He was such a good tabby, and we got tabbies because we just know tabbies are very good cats. They're very easy to like train and whatever. Like the one thing Oppie had a hard time doing when he was a kid was covering up his own poopy. McGraw would do that, but now McGraw's, I don't know what happened to McGraw, but he's not the brightest cat. He's very, very special. If you know what I mean. I don't want to say anything offensive, but McGraw, the fluffy one, is special. This one's a smart cat for the most part. Are you going to lay down right there? Leave. They've chewed up my chair, though, by the way. They chewed up my streaming chair and scratched at it and stuff like that. So that's not fun. Why are you laying on top of Lisa Presley's memoir? Oh, yeah. I reread some of that, too, for the for my subathon. I might read part of that novel if you guys are interested. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that they don't. I mean, the government's like, yes, this is fine. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's not fine at all. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Nope. I love Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers is my favorite film studio. Warner Brothers has all my favorite cartoon characters. Stop. Leave it be, man. What the heck are you doing? I'm going to stay away from you. I'm going to have to do it like this. So I need to move my mic somewhere. It's like differently. Okay, what do you stop? Leave it alone. I'm going to spray you with water. Stop it. No. Oh my God. He's grabbing my hand. You can't tell if he's grabbing my hand. Oh, stop it. Let it go. Stop. Oh, we interrupt this program to present Kristina and her cat. See, look at him. He's grabbed my hand. Oh, he's giving it kisses now. Okay, I gotta fix this. This is very inappropriate. I just don't want you messing with this very sensitive material. So I have something that went viral. Wait, did I go viral? Yeah, I did, as always. But I didn't get paid by X the Everything app because I didn't make enough engagement to get $30 minimum. At least with Twitch is $50, but like, I don't know. Yeah, cats are sweet. Especially, Siamese cats are very loyal cats. They're like dogs. And tabby cats, they're just very smart and they will listen. Like we say no and they know no. We go at and they go, whatever. Okay, I'm going to have to roll this sleeve up because you are being so bad. Well, no, you're being sweet, but I just don't want you to grab my my thing. So anyway, oh my God, good news. As always. Oh, so fun fact, my sister's not happy that I'm back on Vyvanse. She says I don't need it. But here's the thing, guys. I've only had coffee for the subathon just to stay up with the Vyvanse, but I haven't drank in like I haven't drank 4 energy drinks a day in like almost 3 weeks. I haven't had any soda. I just drink Gatorade and water now. So I feel like the Vyvanse is better for me than drinking 4 energy drinks a day and soda and coffee all day. But I don't know. Right, Appy? I'm healthier now, right? Why are you laying on? I want to read a chapter. Hey, guys, if you want me to read a chapter from Lisa Presley's memoir, Hey Jet, what's up? I would be reading honestly. Okay, so here's the thing. I read like a few chapters from Lisa Presley's memoir, From Here to the Great Unknown, and I read the first chapter. I read the Michael Jackson chapter, and then I read the last chapter because for those who don't know, Lisa Presley has had 4 children, but unfortunately Ben committed suicide in 2020. It seemed like he didn't intend to. And from reading her novel, reading her memoir, you guys, she kept his body in a cold room on ice for months before she finally buried him. Like I forgot that happened when rereading it. I was like reading it. I'm like, it was so. Oh God, I was just a mess reading it, and everyone was like, Kristina, are you okay? I mean, I was like, I'm fine, but she really loved her kids, and it's so sad. I just feel so sad for her, and then she died. She's my idol. Okay, Lisa Presley is my idol. When I saw her at the VMAs back in 2002 wearing that crop top bite me shirt and the mini leather skirt, I was like, and the spiked, like a lot of people were like, Kristina, you wear a lot of spiked necklaces and like spiked bracelets. Why? I'm like, Lisa Marie Presley. Why wear leather? Like, why wear black? I'm like, she was like my style icon when I was like 8 years old. Everyone's like, you were 8? I'm like, yeah, I was wearing graphic tees and black pants and leather jacket. Yeah. So what? But again, her marriage to Michael Jackson, if you guys want me to read her chapter right now, it's actually surprisingly short compared to her other chapters, but I feel like she didn't want to reveal everything. And I understand, some stuff about him she wants to keep private. I mean, again, I'm fully vindicated on their love story. Again, if Ryan Murphy does a love story episode dedicated, a love story series dedicated to them, first of all, I'm gonna audition as Lisa Marie because I favor her, and second of all, I'm gonna make sure that he doesn't exploit it, because I'll be like, I'm watching you, dude. Anyway, so. Anyway, it's an eye-opening memoir. I mean, she talks about how her mom didn't want her and all this stuff. Her drug abuse, being very much into Scientology, being anti-drug once she got sober. Of course, she left Scientology many years ago, like 10 or so years ago. So anyway, what are you doing? You're just gonna hang out here the whole time? Yeah, Priscilla, 14 years old. And you know and this is the thing I don't understand. Priscilla Presley did everything she could to keep Michael away from Lisa because apparently they first met when she was 6 and he was 16 and he was in the Jackson 5. And because they were the only kid-friendly, I could just tell you the whole story right now because I have it all memorized. I am the historian on their marriage. But like the Jackson 5 were the only kid-friendly show on the Las Vegas Strip. So Michael remembered because again, he's 10 years older. His memory's better. He's like, she would come a lot backstage with bodyguards and her and her friends would hang out with, with the band. And Michael, and in the book, in the memoir, Michael remembered the day they met was May 26, 1974. They got married on May 26, 1994. See, Michael Jackson was a Virgo. And if you know anything about Virgos, they got good memory. They're very organized. They're numbers people. And when she eventually, once she got older, her father died. The Jackson 5 kind of like separated. Michael was doing his own thing. And then when she was 16, Michael realized that his manager John Branca also represented the Elvis Presley estate, and that means that he was also representing Priscilla. And he would always ask like, oh, are you going to dinner with Priscilla? Is Lisa going to be there? And Priscilla would be like, no, she's busy. Because Priscilla had this weird thing about like, I want this guy not close to my daughter because he is Michael Jackson and he wants the Presley name and he wants the Presley catalog because he bought the Beatles, like stupid stuff. Because Priscilla's one to talk. She wants the Presley name. Priscilla went by Priscilla Beaulieu for a long time after she was after she divorced to Elvis, but then she realized I just can't go by Priscilla Beaulieu. People don't know Priscilla Presley. That works. But then when she was 18, again, he was like, hey, Lisa's 18. Like, hey, is Lisa, have you heard anything, John? From no, nothing, Michael. And he's like, ugh. And then when Lisa soon after got married to her first husband, Danny Keough, his heart broke when he saw Lisa and her first husband married on the cover of People magazine, because he was like, that should have been me. Just like, he's like, that should have been me. I should be. And everyone's probably thinking, Kristina, why did he want to pursue Lisa Presley? Who else could relate to him? Lisa Presley was born in the spotlight, guys. Her photo of when her parents left the hospital after she was born is in her Wikipedia page. She was born famous. She was born in the spotlight. She was always in the paparazzi. Even after her father died, no smile. She always had like this bored, kind of like the best, like a resting bitch face like this, And so Michael kept trying to find ways to get in contact with Lisa, because he always felt that she was a kindred spirit. She's probably the only person who could relate to him on a different level. Yeah, he had like things with like Brooke Shields or Tam O'Neill, but like he understood that, she's the daughter of the king of rock and roll. There was no one else who could understand that level of fame. Literally, like, no, you'd be amazed how many child stars people were doing that shit to Shirley Temple back in the day. People were doing that stuff to Shirley Temple and stuff. Like, it wasn't just Mary-Kate and Ashley, it was all child stars. Like, they also were trying to figure out if they were gonna, be successful adult stars or not, and sometimes it happened, sometimes it didn't. So Michael found out that Lisa Marie had a demo out. Okay. And he was like, now's my chance. Let me get in contact and meet her. And so they met, but her husband, Danny, was there for some reason. Her first husband, Danny Keough, had a feeling that they were going to have a connection, and he kind of allowed her to go visit him. So she met Michael Jackson through a mutual friend. They had dinner with the friend, but then the friend left them alone to just talk. And he's like, oh, I remember when we first met, you were wearing this beautiful, cute little white dress, and you had your hair like this, and you were talking about this stuff, and you're talking about your dad and how much and all this stuff. And she's like, you remember all of that? He's like, yep. And she's like, but then she's like, wow, I was 6 though. He's like, he remembered everything. He remembered the day they met, everything. And I'm like, damn. Like, she was like, what the heck? And also, Lisa Presley doesn't seem like the type of girl that Michael Jackson would attract, because she's like, she's like the cat, and he's like the Labrador. Those memes where it's like, like the energy is very different. Like, a lot of people are like, she's not some graceful, elegant, like Brooke Shields type. She's very like rebellious and like outspoken and has like, this attitude. And a lot of people compare me to her because I have a very similar like type of, I don't sit up straight. I'm very like, but I can be outspoken and extroverted when I have to be. And so, they're talking, and they clicked immediately. Like, they clicked like that. And so they exchanged numbers, and it was Michael if it rang 3 times and it stopped. So they were talking on the phone all the time. Now, remind me, this happened way before the allegations. They started seeing each other. They started contacting each other back in like November 92. So this is like way before, things were happening, and they were still talking to each other on the phone, seeing each other, always talking, always, and according to Lisa Marie, Michael was a good conversationalist. Like, he always wanted to hear what you have to say, not about himself. He always was good at directing the conversation away from him and onto you. And he desperately wanted to know everything about Lisa Presley, like her likes, her dislikes, how did she handle losing her father at such a young age, considering, he was considered the greatest entertainer that ever lived at that time, but we all know who replaced him. Her relationship with her mother, like all these things that made her think like, no one's ever asked me these questions. No one's ever put all their focus on me. She was like, not even my own mother was like this engaged with me. And also, she even said that her first husband, Danny, wasn't as engaged like this. And so when the allegations hit, he disappeared. And she was like, I'm here for you, Michael. talk to me. And she was like one of few people he talked to. In fact, I found a letter that Michael sent to Lisa. It's kind of cute, not gonna lie. It's very it's quite interesting. Let's see if I can find. I gotta scroll down because I'd be posting so much. So I found it was a letter that was gonna be auctioned off, but Lisa Marie found it and she got it back because it's a very very sweet, endearing letter from Michael. And it says smell here. Wonder what that smell was. He's like, Lisa, I truly need this rest. I haven't slept literally in 4 days now. I need to be away from phones and business people. I must take care of my health first. I'm crazy for you. Love, Turd. That was her nickname for him. It's so adorable. I can't help it that they had like cute little like funny little like childish nicknames for them, right? What are you doing? Sorry. So cute. I was like, oh, and so obviously the timing is very, very off because, the allegations hit, they're talking to each other. And then again, Danny, her first husband is letting her go alone to see Michael all the time. And then they spent she was supposed to spend like two days in Vegas with him. It ended up being 8 days, 8 nights. And she was mostly in the room with him. She had her own suite, but she also brought her kids because Michael loved the kids and the kids were growing to like him. In fact, they named their nickname for Michael because her youngest son, Ben, couldn't pronounce Michael. They called him Mimi. Mimi. Such a cute nickname for a stepdad. There's even video of him with the kids and it's so cute. I love it. But then, the last night Lisa goes to his room. He's like, don't look at me, and turns off the lights. And she's like, okay, what's happening? He's like, Lisa, I have utterly fallen completely in love with you. I have never felt this way about any woman in my life. I knew you are the woman for me. I want to marry you and I want you to have my children. I want us to spend the rest of our lives together. You are it. You have always been the one. And Lisa was like, he's like, I know this is overwhelming for you, but just, take your time. I understand, but just know that and then he played a song to show her. I'm like, what song was it? Lisa, remember the song? She didn't. I'm like, what the song was like? A song like that he was writing for like Invisible later, or like a demo that he never released. I'm like, I want to know the song. But and then she's like, okay. And then she ends up leaving to go to her suite, and she literally just slides down in her closet. She's like, "Oh my God, I've fallen in love with Michael Jackson. I'm in love with Michael Jackson," and I'm like, "Yay!" Reading that, I was like, vindication, because she goes back home to Danny. He's like, "Oh, come into bed with me," and she's like, "Actually, I cannot do that," and then leaves. And then he's like, what's happening? She's like, I've fallen in love with Michael Jackson. He's like, all right, okay, well, that's it. You want a divorce, you want to be with him, that's fine. And the fun fact about it is Danny was actually living on the property when Lisa was married to Michael. She's always had him live on the property, be close to the kids. But after their separation and divorce, Danny Keough just went AWOL, MIA for a while. And then 20 days later, after Danny and Lisa get divorced, she goes to marry Michael Jackson in Dominican Republic on, again, May 26, 1994. Exactly 20 years to the date that they met for the first time. And there's even video of their wedding, because when they did a Stupid Dinosaur interview, they show the video of the wedding. And I'm like, I wanted a white dress. But whatever. It's a quickie divorce, quickie wedding. They spent their honeymoon in a gay neighborhood in Orlando, Florida. They went to Disney World every day. Apparently, they broke a bed. And I'm like, were they jumping on the bed, or was it like an Edward Bellis situation? Oh my God, wait a minute. I forgot one part. While they were still dating beforehand, he was like, I'm 35 and I'm still a virgin. And Lisa was like, I figured that, and I don't want to make the wrong move. However, Michael's like, I don't want to wait, Lisa. I'm not waiting to to our wedding. I want, and he always initiated the intimacy. I'm like, oh, I love that. He was like, he initiated like the physical stuff because he also was told some advice on how to like make the moves because she was afraid of doing like, imposing, but she was like, he was always initiating the intimacy, and she said he was a great lover and all that stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I want to hear. Anyway, so when people would ask, are you two like doing it with each other? It's like, why are we asking these questions? And Lisa's like, yes, we are. We don't sleep in separate bedrooms. We do have separate houses, but we live in Neverland and in my house from, exchanging, just spending weeks or a month at Neverland. And then we all spend like a month in this, Hidden Hills estate that I bought, because Michael was like, if you still want your independence, she's like, yeah. He's like, okay, we'll just switch from time to time on a house, And so, yes, they did have sex. They had a very physical, intimate relationship, but also a more intellectual, emotional one, because again, he would always pour his heart. They poured everything to each other. Like they've never done this with any other person, according to Lisa. She's like, he's never let anyone in like this. Like when it came to all the women in his life, she was like, I'm the one he tried the hardest with. And I'm like, that's right. That's right, girl. You. Again, vindication. Anyway, so and Lisa noticed patterns that were very familiar to her because of her father. And she even said, she's like, out of all the drugs I've taken from when I was a teenager to when I was an adult, when I relapsed, no drug was better than Michael Jackson. She was like, there was something so intoxicating about him. She couldn't describe it. She was like, I haven't felt that way. Even my father, I've never felt happier in my life than when I was with Michael Jackson. And I know what you're all thinking, what happened? What happened, Kristina? How that? Well, by the time Michael was doing the History album, which, by the way, had its 30th anniversary this past week, best album he ever did, Lisa started to notice some patterns about Michael that she saw in her father. He was very anxious about doing the History tour and doing that HBO special, which he feigned an illness and, went to the hospital. Lisa went there. She was calling his family, like, what's going on? His doctor, but she was being pushed out because she kept telling him, like, you can't be doing this to yourself. I'm here. I'm your wife. Let me support you. I'll go to rehab with you. Please just let me help you. Because she loved taking care of him. She never felt, again, happier than she was with him. And I'm like, again, vindicated, haters. Suck it, Oprah and Diane Sawyer. So, and then when she finally was able to get to the hospital, of course, he had his own anesthesiologist, which, by the way, people don't have their own anesthesiologist. Doctors do, though. So, and she's like, they wouldn't let her go in the bathroom to see what was being done to him. And even he said, Michael was like, you're going to leave. They're going to send you back to Neverland. I'm going to come back eventually. If you don't do what I say, and that was something that Elvis would do to Priscilla. He's like, if you start questioning my infidelities, I'm sending you back to your parents. I mean, he would actually like throw stuff out of her, and then he'd be like, it's okay. This is why I have to do this. So you stay in line. And I'm like, and Priscilla's out here shitting on Lisa Marie and Michael. I'm like, what are you doing? I mean, he did way worse to you than what he did to your daughter. But like, and another thing that caused tension was that he wanted children. She promised him children. But with the behavior that Michael was going down with the whole, getting back into like drug addiction, she was like, it came to a part where we're not united. It came to a point where in the marriage, if she was reluctant to have kids, then Michael would say, Michael would tell her, if you're not gonna have kids, Debbie Rowe says she's gonna do it. And she's like, then go fuck Debbie Rowe. And Michael's like, maybe I will. Like, he didn't do that, but like, he had a temper too. Like, a lot of people, like Michael Jackson, had a temper. Some of the most calm, cool, collective people have the worst tempers. People don't understand that. He's so calm, but you don't understand. Like, she's like, our fights were like explosive. Like, it was like, I'm like, oh, and she's like, and we had like, makeup sex afterwards. And I'm like, like, one time someone threw like a fruit bowl at someone and like they had explosive arguments too. And I'm like, yeah, again, this love story needs to be portrayed in a Hulu miniseries or something. I will do it. I will. Okay, anyway. So, there was part of that tension where it's like she's not getting pregnant. And also, if you think about it, guys, they did sign financial agreements because of their, the family's estates, the Jacksons and the Presleys. But like, if they had kids, she had a feeling that like, if we were to get divorced, he would fight for sole custody and I would be left without these kids. Because my opinion is, we all know that Michael's kids are not biologically his. But I have a feeling he wanted Lisa Marie's egg and his sperm biologically to create this Presley Jackson heir, which I understand because I just feel like he would have been more comfortable with using like his sperm with her egg. Like that's my conspiracy theory. Because I don't think she would have agreed to use someone else's sperm to produce their kids. Because she ended up having twins later on in her third marriage. Remember when she was married to Nicolas Cage for a second? Another story for later. But so, you know what I'm saying? Like, she's like, I don't think that if things were to work out, we would have just had like split custody, bada bing, bada boom. Because if you remember, he didn't have like any women helping the kids besides like the nanny, like, Prince and Paris and BG, blanket. And so it came to the point where he did ice her out because she was questioning things. And a lot of people are like, well, did she really love him? Well, Lisa Marie Presley learned to ice people out from him, and they divorced. But even after they divorced, y'all, for 4 years up until 2000, they were still seeing each other. While Debbie Rowe was popping out Prince and Paris, there's video of them in South Africa going jet skiing with her kids. There's Riley and Ben, one's tugging on Michael's one hand and the other's tugging on Michael's other hand and be like, I want to go with you. Mimi, I mean, for 5 minutes, Ben's just clinging on Michael's hand, doing this, going, Mimi, I want to go with you. Mimi, I want to go with you. Mimi, and Riley's crying because she heard that she might not go on a boat with Michael. Like those were his first kids. Like he loved Lisa's kids. And what I found out is that he still had a family photo, like a Christmas photo of all 4 of them together in his house. And I'm like, and by his nightstand in Neverland. And then when he moved around, he had a photo, one of those, the photo of Lisa Marie as a child with Elvis on her lap. Like it's one of those well-known photo shoots of him, with the cane and the cigar, and she's wearing like that blue, red, cute little number. He always, like, people don't think that he loved her. They always thought he was just using for PR. And I get it, the timing's weird. And even Lisa said that he did use manipulation and very calculating tactics, but not in the bad way, because she said in interviews, she's like, he had something to prove that he was a straight married man who was in love with a woman. So the Diane Sawyer thing, the 1994 MTV VMAs where they kiss and she's like so nervous, like she's like, he had to do these types of manipulative, calculating tactics to prove a point that yes, he was in love with me, because she was always asked questions about him. He was never asked questions about her. Like, the only time you ever met Lisa Marie was during like his little home videos thing that he showed on like Fox or whatever, where they were doing like a charity thing for kids. And I'm like, why not talk about her? But they were still seeing each other. Like he was like, they were still, bedroom and him spending time with the kids. And it got to a point where she's like, okay, he's having these kids with Debbie Rowe. He's pushing me out. He's pulling me back in. I have to completely drop him for my own health. Like she had Epstein-Barr, her gallbladder went to zero function. She had mono, like she was so, like her body just broke down because of the stress of being with him. And she really had to be mopped off the floor after that one. So in 2000, they finally like officially split up. Like, and I didn't even know that. Like when I found, I was like, okay, there's photos of them after their divorce, but in the in the interviews after his death and all that, in the memoir, she's like, we still were seeing each other. Like we were still going on dates, being intimate, and him spending time with the kids, and they adored him and stuff like that. So I was like, wow. And then, of course, a lot of Michael Jackson fans get salty because of her attitude about her marriage. And it's like, yeah, those interviews in the early 2000s, because she was promoting her album, she was promoting her music. And she kind of gave up her music career because everyone wants to ask her about her dad and how she felt when he died and what was he like as a dad and what was Michael Jackson doing with her, really. Like, and she just got tired. Like, at the point she just walked out of interviews. She hated when people asked him what they were like, oh, what was Michael Jackson's penis like? And it's like, whatever. Like they just asked her like the most inappropriate questions. And like, so there were certain things that she lied about to cover up for him because she didn't want media narratives to keep feeding into stuff about him. Like, she's like, I never saw any drugs. I suspected, but never saw anything. And I'm like, memoir says you did. So that's, I mean, again, that's why they split up. They really, it was just, I think earlier reports was that the marriage just fizzled out or whatever, but she's like, no, it was his drug use. Him choosing these vampires and enabulators and manipulators over me, his own wife. So the memoir and the interviews after Michael's death really gave a lot of clarification and vindication for me. So, yeah. And so I always think, I mean, I was reading some interviews of Michael when he was married to Lisa Marie. They did an Ebony interview. He's like, I don't understand why people don't think I love her. She's amazing. She's perfect. She's everything I want in a woman. And she's just, she understands me on a level that no other woman has. And then, of course, he dedicates a part of the history album to her. Literally, guys, in the song, They Don't Care About Us, Lisa and the kids are mentioned. And lyrics he's like, I have a wife and a children who love me. Like, that's about them. And I'm like, forever embedded in a song. And then, of course, You Are Not Alone, she's in the music video. The only white woman in a Michael Jackson music video, mind you, and people say he hated to be black. Okay. But so like those earlier interviews after her, like, in 2003 to 2000 whatever, she's like, that's Michael Jackson. I thought you guys would forget about talking about him and and of course everyone's like, she's very like deep voice and very aggressive and like defensive. I'm like, yeah, because she doesn't want to knock him down, and I understand that. So, and then of course when he died, I immediately was thinking of her. I was like, oh my god, what's she thinking? And she wrote a MySpace post about it, and it revealed a lot more. And then she did the interview with Oprah back in 2010, and guess what? Lisa Marie Presley was the last person to leave Michael's, because remember, we all watched the memorial, and she even said, like, I couldn't go to the memorial. I couldn't go to that memorial because, I mean, I bet you they would have asked her to speak up, but apparently Riley, her oldest, who's an actress, went on her behalf in the audience. And then, she did the Oprah interview where everyone's like, oh wow, she's not lying. She's actually, because Lisa Presley's not one to bullshit unless it's to protect something. And if there's one person she did a lot of bullshitting for, was Michael Jackson. And I don't think a lot of people, especially his fans, appreciated it. Because the one thing she did was deny the allegation. She's like, I've never seen anything. He's been around kids. He's been around kids like that. They're babies and infants and toddlers. He was a wonderful stepdad. Oh, she helped. I mean, her whole thing was like, oh my God, you poor misunderstood thing. I'm here to save you and all that. She really tried to not, because in the early 2000s, he was doing all the weird, the Martin Bashir thing, dangling the baby. And even she was like, all that time he was high as a kite or completely lucid. She was like, he was not the Michael that I knew. Right. And I'm like, thank you. My mom did not allow me to watch Living with Michael Jackson. She's like, you are not watching that. And I'm like, why? And she's like, because I said so. I was not allowed in the living room that night. I was like, shit. But, and again, mom was right. But so Lisa Marie doesn't go to the memorial. She does the long interview with Oprah, more about like their marriage. Because back in 2005, she and Priscilla did a thing with Oprah. And she's like, really? Romantic? Was it? She's like, yes. And then Priscilla's like, I think he just wanted the Presley name to become more famous. And I'm like, people think that Lisa Marie married Michael Jackson for a recording career. And she's like, I didn't want that. I didn't want the fame. But unfortunately, I fell in love with the most famous person to ever exist. So, of course, people are going to say shit about me. Like, I don't think she wanted a recording career because she would have recorded. And again, she always did these duets with her dad. Why didn't she do ones with Michael? You know, like doing like a duet version of "You Are Not Alone," like after he died, or making her voice it. "I Just Can't Stop Loving You." She didn't do any of that. She only did that with her dad because she knew the Natalie Cole thing. Like a lot of people, a lot of singers do that with their deceased famous parents, where they do the duets. She didn't do any of that with Michael Jackson. So again, she was not after anything besides his love. But then I was watching, because it was very difficult to look at, but the live stream of like his actual burial where he's in like that mausoleum, I remember watching it for a long time, like for hours. I was like, is Lisa Marie Presley still there? She was the last person to leave him because she was like, I didn't want to leave him alone. I felt bad, and I didn't want. She's like, I didn't apologize because one time he would always try to call her and she would always ignore him. And then because she was married to Nicolas Cage for like 2 minutes, their divorce proceeding lasted longer than their marriage. He called up, be like, "Hey, how you doing? How's I heard he was asking her how she was from the divorce from Nick," and she's like, "Fine." But then in 2005, when the trial was happening, he called her because he was like, "Do you still love me? Do you think there's a chance that we can, be together? Do you still love me?" And she was also talking like, "Keep your head up high. They're going after you." And then he was like, "You're right. They're trying to kill me." Because he would always ask questions about her father's death, like how he died, when he died, how, when, where, why, how, like, all the time. Because he was always like, "I'm afraid I'm going to end up like your dad." Because, I mean, let's be real. Elvis had the same situation. There were enablers, giving him all these pills and not saying no to him. Same with Michael. And he started to realize that. But she said that she felt indifferent when he asked if she still loved him and they could be together. She has a song called "Indifferent" on her first album. She even wrote a song about him for her first album, but like she removed it. Oh no, I don't. I know that's a hot take, but learning about the 93 allegations really opened a lot for me. And there's actually a documentary called Square One. If you guys want to watch that on Tubi or YouTube, it opens up about the 93 allegations and how just awful the whole thing. And I have some time to talk about that too. But he was crying on the phone like, "I can't believe you don't love me anymore." But she learned to ice him out, and she kept that like wall because of him, because she didn't want to get sucked back into whatever. But now she's like, "Oh my God, he did love me because he did all this for me and not for any other woman he's ever been with." And the fact that she was the last one to leave after his kids left, after his family left, she was still the last one at his burial and did not leave. She just stood there for hours and hours and hours, and then just finally like gave up and left. And so, and that's their love story. And then unfortunately she dies. And now I'm like, what? They're together. Even Debbie Rowe was like, the mother of Prince of Paris was like, they are soulmates. They were destined to be together. She's like, and I hope, up there they're together. She's with her dad, she's with Michael, she's with her son. They're all together now. And I'm like, oh, Debbie Rowe, good for you. So a little brief about the 93 allegations is this. So Michael befriended the Chandler family by chance. They had a flat tire. The stepdad, Mike had a flat tire. The stepdad, befriended him, gave him a deal on tires. The father found out that the mother, that his ex-wife, and the mother, and then Jordy, the son, was, befriending Michael Jackson. Now, Evan Chandler was a dentist who became a Hollywood screenwriter, aspirations to be one. He actually co-wrote Robin Hood Men in Tights with Mel Brooks. Yeah. And so he also was, he was pushing his son on Michael Jackson, because the thing about Michael Jackson is, if you're a family that is really close to him, he will help you out. He will definitely be close to you and help you and your family out. Just don't overdo it like some people have, because money. And so he kept asking Michael for more, millions and millions of money, help him with his Hollywood career. And he's like, I'm kind of like not really okay with doing all this. Your son's great and all that, and I'll help, him out, whatever, and he was like, okay. But then there's a phone call. After a while, Evan Chandler's on the phone, and the stepdad records Evan, Jordy Chandler's stepdad records Evan Chandler, and Evan Chandler's like, I'm gonna ruin this guy. He doesn't. I mean, literally, it's all in the documentary. He's like, this guy hasn't seen what's gonna come. I'm gonna ruin his life and take all his money and I'm gonna say what he did to my son. Da 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 da. And then they go with their lawyers to meet up with Michael. And he's like, Michael, what's up? Hey, here's some, here's money. Here's the amount of money that I want. And Michael's like, no. He's like, well, since you're not giving me this money, I am going to make your life a living hell. He's the one who made the allegations against Michael, not Jordy. And so there's a bunch of legal jargon, but like it was a civil case, not a criminal case. This is the problem. Most of these are like not criminal cases. They're always civil cases, because if someone molested my kid or whatever, I'm criminal. I'm doing that. So, but Michael ended up settling because it's a drop in the bucket. He ended up, it was actually Lisa Marie who convinced him to settle. But then later on, he regretted, because he's like, I could have had my day in court, and if I had settled this and won, no person would be making allegations against me, which is true. And unfortunately, there's a guy named Victor Gutierrez who was a pedophile. He was involved in NAMBLA, and he tried to befriend Michael Jackson, and him and his team were like, no, get away from us, please. He befriended Jordan Chandler, and then learned all these stories about Michael and Jordy that he got from Evan Chandler, the father, right? And this was after the settlement. Jordy Chandler emancipated himself from his parents because of what happened, because he didn't want anything to do with it. Also, he did not describe Michael Jackson's penis correctly. It's uncircumcised, not circumcised, and I feel like that's a big detail that you can tell the difference about, but. And every one of them always say, I'm like, guys, come on. It's been news that he's not circumcised. You got to get the penis right. Anyway. So Victor Gutierrez writes Michael Jackson Was My Lover, a pornographic book about Jordy Chandler and Michael Jackson. And he heard these stories from Evan Chandler. Michael Jackson found out that this book existed and sued Gutierrez and won, because why the hell would you write a pornographic picture book about Michael Jackson and a child? And the only evidence we have of Jordy Chandler ever saying Michael didn't do anything to him was in this trial, this defamation trial, where he said Michael Jackson didn't do anything to me. I emancipated myself from my parents. Leave me alone. This is a disgusting book. And of course, Victor Gutierrez was like the source for a lot of people in the press about Michael Jackson's pedophilia. And I'm like, a guy who was a member of NAMBLA. Still, check your sources, people. And so a lot of people realize that most of the allegations are just using the 93 ones as a basis for theirs, because what happens is when people start coming forward, especially those who were friends of Michael for decades and always defended him, they end up taking advantage of the estate. And John Branca, I have issues with because of his on-again, off-again relationship with Michael Jackson, owning his estate and enriching himself. Even he's like, yeah, the problem is a lot of the Robsons and the Safechucks and the Casios is they keep wanting so much money from the estate and wanting to get into Michael Jackson projects that'll help benefit them. And we always say no and back off, and they end up making these allegations out of nowhere. Especially, it's just sad, because if he didn't look the way he looked, I don't think people would actually believe him. That's my opinion. But I remember my mom didn't want me to watch Living with Michael Jackson. But I'm also watching Court TV, right? I'm watching Court TV, and I'm listening to the number ones because it came out on November 18th. And then I have Court TV on mute, and then I look up and I see Michael Jackson in handcuffs being brought in. And I'm like, Mom, Michael Jackson got arrested. And my mom's like, oh no, I didn't want you to see this and know this about him. I'm like, what happened? It was a wild time. But I mean, my mom really did her best to protect me from like knowing she wanted me to see him as the king of pop, this infallible entity that's otherworldly. But then now I'm like, oh, he's also flawed, and also too, people like to extort him. So that's cute, I guess. But yeah, Lisa Presley, Michael Jackson. I'm fully vindicated. I really want a miniseries about their love story. And the only person I want playing him is Jafar, because I've seen photos of him in Michael Jackson full-blown white vitiligo makeup. No ashy Flex Alexander shit from the Man in the Mirror VH1 miniseries that sucked, or no, TV movie that sucked. So I'm like, that is it. I don't want no impersonator. Now, I know I'm going to have to put on a lot of makeup to look more like Lisa, because my eyebrows are very different from hers, but I do favor her. I do see it. I've always been told that I favor her. I even look more like her daughter Riley by looking at like younger photos of Riley, and I'm like, that looks like me. Comparing photos of me and her, my mom's like, yeah, you do look like she could be a sister. I'm like, told you. I feel fully vindicated now. But and also Riley was like, he was a wonderful stepdad. Everyone's always, making these stories, but she's like, he always was there for us, and he was a great stepdad. He was our Mimi, and nothing inappropriate happened. He actually would sing Ben to Benjamin, and he would sing "You Are Not Alone" to Riley, and then for Lisa, he would sing that "Happy Birthday Lisa" song from The Simpsons that he did not sing because they couldn't afford him to sing, but they could afford him to voice in the show. Anyway, so that was their love story, and I hope it does get portrayed somehow, because they're my OTP. That's the weirdest thing to say. But yeah, if you want more info about like especially the 93 allegations, Square One, y'all, write it down. Square One. It's an hour and a half. It's really good. I learned more about the legal process at that time than I ever did. And again, Jordy Chandler to this day is still a Michael Jackson fan, because some people who knew of him said that even like when they went to college with him, he was still like dancing like Michael Jackson and stuff like that, which I think is cute. But like, again, like I don't think it's appropriate for all these like guys like the Gavin Arvizo and George to be like interviewed about this stuff, because I just feel like it just brings back painful times in their lives where their parents kind of exploited them. So I don't feel like it's appropriate for them to come forward and speak the truth, So anyway, that was my my stream for today. I mean, the bad thing about most of the news, it just happens like in the following days. I mean, whatever. I enjoy just chit-chatting with you guys, because it's a lot of fun, and you guys get to see me ramble on about stuff. And yeah. Oh, before I go, here, whoops, what the fuck was it? Here is actually a photo of me as a child, and then Riley Keough, and you will notice the resemblance. There's me, 2nd grade. Look at me. I look the same. I'm one of those people who looks exactly the same as I did before, right? And then here's Riley Keough. Boom. Same hair color, same eyebrow, same eye. It's so cute how much we look alike. I love it. It's adorable. A lot of people think she should play Lisa, but I'm like, she's kind of too old. She's almost 40, and plus I think it would be weird for her to play her mom in a Michael Part 2. If that's happening, if Michael Part 2 happens, I'm definitely auditioning. I don't care. But yeah, so yeah. So anyway, Alex is gonna hang out with you guys for a bit. I'm gonna have dinner, and then I'll be back at 8 for Movie Night Extravaganza. See you guys later. Bye bye.
Hello, folks, and welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions on this space. I'm Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, whatever I want to talk about on this channel, and politics, especially over here on this space. What's going on? How you doing, folks? Been a week. What are we talking about? Firstly, let's talk about what I've been doing. I've been sick all week. It sucks. Last week, if you were here, you saw that I was sick. It hurt to talk. Everything hurt. But I have made some videos. I have done a couple album reactions. Trailer reaction too. I did Spider-Man Brand New Day has a new trailer. And then I did 3 album reactions. A band called Daisy Grenade that I just came across on YouTube, and I was like, they're cool. They got a new EP out. I'm gonna do that. So I did that. YG, California rapper YG, famous for the Fuck Donald Trump song. Like him and Nipsey Hussle, R.I.P. Nipsey Hussle, made that song in 2016 for YG's album that came out that year. And then he did a part 2 with Macklemore and G-Eazy. And I was hoping for a part 3. Part of me was hoping for a part 3 on this album. It did not happen. But you know what we did get? YG taking mental therapy, which needed to happen. And it was actually really introspective and really cool. There's also just some bangers on there that are just fun songs. But that was really interesting. And then today, I made a video listening to Olivia Rodrigo for the first time because I was going to do this a week ago, but then I got sick on the day that this album came out. So I finally got back around to it and I listened to it today. And you know what? All right. Of the pop girls, I think she might be the best one. But yeah, I also wanted to talk about real quick in the beginning here. Not quite a story, not quite a whole segment, but just this thing to remind y'all. First of all, say hi to Mr. Poon. Rooney, R-U-N-E, is right here because I didn't trust him to not bark at the beginning of the show or at some point throughout the show. So I'm going to have him on my lap for as long as he can stand it, and then I'll put him on the bed. But anyways, this is Greg Capullo. Greg Capullo is an artist. This is him right here in the middle. Why is he in a picture with Slipknot? Well, he's drawn a lot of album covers. Matter of fact, let me give you some Greg Capullo art. Greg Capullo, Batman. He drew Batman for a while. He recently went over to Marvel and then left them. He drew Spawn before that. That's how I found out about him. But yeah, Greg Capullo is a fantastic artist, one of my favorites. And he's pointing out my longtime friend and inker, Jonathan Glapion. See, there's some Spawn. Jonathan Glapion, despite my intervention, cannot get paid for work rendered months ago from one of the big 2. Hint, it ain't DC. Just outrageous, shameful, totally unacceptable. So, like I said, he was at Marvel recently and left. And I remember when he left, it was kind of like a middle fingers, like, fuck them, I'm not going back ever. And I didn't know why, and I think this is why. And just goes to show you, there's a reason there's 2 comic book companies that you know about. Do you know about Image Comics? Spawn is Image Comics. That's how I know about Walking Dead is Image Comics. Invincible is Image Comics. Do you know about Dynamite? Do you know about Boom? That's the ones that I know. IDW. There's another one. Dark Horse. There's another one. I can name 5 other companies besides Marvel and DC. But that's because I'm a comic book fan. All right. The big 2 are big 2s because over their histories, they have bought and gobbled up and pushed out or dismantled and destroyed other comic book companies. I'll put it this way. DC Comics started out as National Comics. Marvel Comics started out as Timely Comics. Both of them around the 30s, late 30s, early 40s, right? Look up the history of how those companies became to be called Marvel and DC, and you will discover the long history of them gobbling up smaller competition, boxing them out of the market, destroying them, back and forth, right? Image has been around for a while, Chuck, since the early 90s. It was Todd McFarlane, creator of Spawn, and Jim Lee, Mark Silvestri, a bunch of other artists who worked at Marvel and DC who were like, you know what? My drawing, like Todd McFarlane realized his drawing of Spider-Man, his time on Spider-Man was the reason sales went up. Like, my art is that good that it's selling more Spider-Man than Spider-Man averagely sells. So I should be getting more. And they said, fuck you. And he said, okay, well then how about all the other artists? I gather them all around and writers, and we go fucking start our own shit. Because Jim Lee drawing the X-Men in the 90s for the relaunch of the X-Men book created the look of the X-Men till now, dude. I mean, the 90s X-Men TV show was trying to make a moving version of Jim Lee's art. Same thing with Todd McFarlane and Spider-Man. Like, it was all based on their stuff, man. So they said, okay, let's go start our own company. And they did. And it was Image, and it's great. And there's a tumultuous history there too, but it is much younger. And it, you know, more granting of, like, the guiding principle of Image is you create it, it's yours. Now that's led to some problems because in the beginning it was very, oh, we're all here, we're all putting our characters in each other's books. Isn't that so fun? But if you put someone else's character in your book and they're important to that character's lore and history, and then you and that creator might have personal falling out or creative differences, they leave Image and they go take their character with them. And now your character who helped Spawn become Spawn can't be that character, or Angela ends up in the Marvel universe. Like, stuff like that shit happens. So I just wanted to point out, you know, as I am going to encourage y'all once again to read Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow by Tom King and Bilquis Evely, because the movie Supergirl this weekend is based on that book, and that book is fantastic. You should all read that book. Also remember, DC and Marvel are companies that routinely screw over their artists and writers. And according to this artist, seemingly DC is slightly better at that, at not screwing over their writers and artists. So that's my preamble. Now I'm on to the actual show. I got some stuff. I got some stuff I want to talk about, boy. For sure. All right. You know what? There we go. Okay. So, firstly, I want to talk about some right-wing stuff. Right-wing Watch, Fascist Watch. A weekly segment here on the Devil's Advocate production show on this space. I just wanted to once again keep up with Chud the Builder, my favorite white supremacist streamer, currently sitting in a prison cell because for attempted murder. And this is him getting denied bail. Actually, this is a little update on the story.
Happening now, the controversial online streamer known as Chud the Builder is making an appearance in a Nashville courtroom. Dalton Etherly faces 3 misdemeanor charges stemming from a May incident at Bob's Steak and Chop House inside the Omni Hotel. Investigators say Etherly live streamed inside the restaurant after staff asked him not to, then refused to pay. Etherly also faces separate felony charges in Montgomery County for a shooting investigation. During Etherly's court appearance, one investigator on the stand recalled the shooting.
Shots are shown to be fired prior to them hitting the ground.
Shots are being shown to have been fired prior to that?
Yes.
And how do we know that?
I can see, or in the courthouse video, it shows the casing ejecting from the firearm. It also shows the ricochet off the concrete plank.
Okay.
Prior to them hitting the ground.
So Mr. Fox hadn't been hit at that point, correct? You're seeing a ricochet in one casing.
I would assume so.
The judge denied Etherly's release today, citing violent posts he's made on social media. Etherly is also facing a $1 million bond in the Montgomery County case.
Look, we are motherfucking abolitionists here. Okay, we're learning how to be good abolitionists here. But when it comes to motherfuckers like this, bury them under the fucking jail. Bury them under the fucking jail. All right, as Bad Lefty says, he's finding out. He fucked around, and now he's finding out. And this post says, breaking, that was an update. Chud the Builder will remain jailed after his bond was revoked. The new footage reportedly undermined his self-defense claim, right? He's saying, oh, I was under threat. I was just defending myself with my pistol. The footage shows he was shooting before. I think that's what the guy on the stand was saying. I also wanted to point out just his name, Chud the Builder, is based on Bob the Builder, in case anybody didn't get that. Like, he is young enough to have watched Bob the Builder as a little kid, and like that's his formative cartoon show instead of like, you know, Sesame Street or Eureka's Castle, I don't know, Muppet Babies, stuff like that. So again, he's like Gen Z. This is his idea of content, is just, if I just say the N-word in front of black people and rile them up on the stream, that's it. That's literally it. Like, he's distilled it. This is the pure crack cocaine, the pure version of what people liked about, you know, like Ethan Klein back in the day, or iDubbbz, or like Filthy Frank, or like some of these older YouTubers. It's just like edgelord shit. What's the distillation of edgelord? Say the N-word in front of black people. Be Louis C.K. That's what he wanted to do. Just say the N-word in front of black people. Get a cosign from Chris Rock. That's it. That's it. He is Joe Rogan, Tony Hinchcliffe distilled into one thing. Say the N-word in front of black people. They get upset. You make fun of them for getting upset, and then threaten to kill them if they threaten to hurt you. Understandably. So that's where I want to start this segment. Chud the Builder. The distillation of all this. Because then let's zoom out. First of all, there's already a vacuum for him. Again, it's a popular thing, right? So there's already people trying to like be the next Chud the Builder. And here's one not going so well.
Oh! You're tripping out. Talk shit. You're tripping out, bro. Talk shit. I'm not talking shit. You ain't from here. You ain't from here, buddy.
Again, trigger warning language.
Hey, calm down, buddy.
Obviously.
Hey! Hey, that's uncalled for, pal. Hey, you need to watch yourself, buddy. Why you touching people, buddy? Come on, you want some? You ain't gonna do shit.
Oh! Now he got laid out. This is white on white violence, right? First of all, why are white people so violent to each other? This is white on white violence. And that's what we need, is allies. Like this is this is an ally right here. Okay. So that's how, again, there's a power vacuum and other people want to fill it. And this is going to get into the crux of this whole segment when I get to the point. Okay? Who's next? Who's another motherfucker who wants to fill a power vacuum? This guy right here, J.D. Vance. Because the power vacuum is Donald Trump. He knows it. He knows it. You know it. I know it. Trump's going away. He cares about the algae in the reflecting pool. He cares about the UFC and the East Wing of the White House. That's what this motherfucker cares about, is designing ballrooms, dude. That's it. This dude, Peter Thiel's puppet, wants power, wants to fill that vacuum. And the right wing is trying to find out who's going to be the guy. They think it's going to be JD. Erica Kirk was the first one to say it. I said that shit motherfucking months ago. When she was at the TP, it was like the Charlie Kirk funeral event that they had because they're crazy. And she said, and now we're all going to follow JD Vance in 2028. She said it first. I think other people have other ideas and are maybe like not getting behind it right away. A lot of people are looking at Marco Rubio. Trump doesn't even know that this is happening, because if he did, he'd be calling for their fucking heads if he knew that they were on book tours running for president behind his fucking back. But here's JD Vance lying.
I think I really worry about with AI is surveillance. AI is, a friend of mine once said that AI is fundamentally a communist technology in that it allows governments and corporations to surveil people in very profound and different ways. And that scares me a lot. Like, I don't want a social credit system that's powered by AI. I don't want you to not be able to buy a beer because some tech CEO has given you a score based on an artificial intelligence algorithm that nobody actually understands. That scares me too. But I don't think we're going to have mass unemployment. We might have mass inequality. That's its own problem. It's a different problem, though.
It's, first of all, what a way at the end there to be like, we're not going to have mass unemployment. Because that's probably, if you're a right-wing, cishet white male, you're probably worried about that. Immigrants, we've been telling you, are taking your jobs. But also, you know that robots could take your jobs. And I'm telling you, robots are not going to take your jobs. It might make things unequal, though. And that's a different problem that I can eschew, because we've trained our audience to think of whenever someone says inequality, there's just a black person complaining, a crybaby, if you will. Go listen to Vince Staples' album, Crybaby. But this whole, like, I'm worried about AI and surveillance. Motherfucker, Peter Thiel's hand is up your ass talking. And that's the point. He's coming out, at least him, now to try and get ahead of any of his audience, recognizing who Peter Thiel is, how he made JD Vance, and how he owns Palantir, and how it's definitely going to affect their lives, how it's definitely going to make them lose their jobs, how it's definitely going to spy on them, right? And he's trying to, well, I'm worried about it. And actually, really, it's actually a communist technology. It's actually a lefty technology, even though Peter Thiel, my handler, my creator, is in charge of one of the biggest AI companies on the planet, surveillance companies on the planet, that it has carte blanche of the government because he's vice president right now. It's a lie. He's lying to you. He's lying to his audience. He's lying to everybody else, of course. But he's lying because he wants to be able to have this be his position for when he runs for president. Well, I already said 2 years ago on whoever's podcast this is, in June of 2026, I said AI and surveillance make me worried. Just like Susan Collins, it makes me worried, but I'm going to fucking vote for it, of course, and advance policy on it, because I am nothing without Peter Thiel. He is no one without Peter Thiel. So that's JD Vance lying. And again, we're zooming out from Chud the Builder. Chud the Builder saying the N-word in front of black people is the only thing that matters. Being racist and white supremacist is the only thing that matters. This is how a bigger way of looking at it. Well, we're communists. Call them communists. Don't call them the N-word. Don't call them any slurs, the F slur for, gay people or any of these kind of things. Don't call them slurs. Call them communists, because they can't argue with that, because that's vague, and that could be anything. It could be anyone we determine, as I'm going to point out later. They will lock you up. Leader of group convicted in Antifa-inspired attack on Texas ICE facility handed a 100-year prison sentence. Antifa doesn't exist. It's not. I mean, this is CBS News, which is now Nazi news, right? Leader because owned by the Ellisons now, Trump fans, Trump buddies, Trump donors, part of the Epstein class, the billionaire class, ran by Barry Weiss. So an Antifa-inspired attack. What does that mean? Anti-fascist? Because that's what anti-fascist means. That's what it stands for. But anyways, we're getting too far away. Here's J.D. Vance lying to you about surveillance, right? Here is the entitlement that comes with that. This is Israel's ambassador to the UN yelling at a United Nations special representative for children and armed conflict, telling her to be quiet.
You caved to the pressure. You caved to the Secretary General's obsession with targeting Israel.
I'm sorry, but I have to make a point. I have to
speaking
make
now.
a point of
No, you
order.
will be quiet
Because
because
this is
I'm
what the
speaking
chair
now.
should be doing.
You spoke,
I make
now
a
I
point of
speak.
order. They
You
should not
spoke,
be
now I
personal.
speak.
It
Shame
should
on
not
you.
be personal.
You part of the
I
bullying
have
of
a point
Israel.
of order.
Shame on you.
I have
You can
a
walk
point
out.
of
He's saying, okay, this is like very quiet and also loud and incoherent. He is saying you're part of the bullying of Israel. Israel is the underdog, right? Israel's the underdog. J.D. Vance is the underdog. Chud the Builder is the underdog. Never mind that white people run the world. Never mind that America is a fucking empire. Never mind Israel's a fucking part of that empire and is crushing the indigenous people, genociding the indigenous people. Never mind all that. We're the victims, actually, because we can't say the N-word in front of black people. We can't say the F slur on stage at a comedy show without getting groans from the audience who paid to be there. We can't say that shit on Twitter without someone else tweeting under it that they don't like what we said. I shouldn't have to see that someone else doesn't like what I said. I shouldn't have to see that someone's criticizing me for my comedy special or my fucking genocide or my stream content, which is saying the N-word in front of black people, or I'm going to make myself seem like I too am worried about surveillance and AI when I'm the vice president helping advance these policies. You're afraid of the thing you're advancing? You're afraid of the thing that the guy funding you runs, the company that he runs. The fact that he even said companies as well as countries surveilling you. It's a communist technology. It allows countries and companies to surveil you in a way never before seen. What do you care about companies doing that? Why? What, you want to regulate companies, J.D. Vance? Can anyone push him on that? You want to regulate a company? You want to put a regulation in? Are you fucking kidding me? And this ultimately gets to the point. I mean, once again, here's another aggrieved fuck who thinks he's the victim. The first trillionaire on earth, ladies and gentlemen.
It's pretty wild that a tiny tax on tea started the revolution. And now we get the living daylights tax.
Who's we and us? Are you an American? Are you an American, Elon? I mean, look, we welcome immigrants, but you didn't come in the right way. He is an illegal immigrant, actually. But also, who's we? Your ancestors weren't there, or were they? And now what is this?
And now we get the living daylights tax out of us and there's no revolution. You get taxed on what you own, you get taxed on what you buy, and you get taxed on what you own. Taxes, taxes, taxes. And then what does it get spent on? A bunch of the stuff you don't even agree with.
What's that? Food for children? He's suing Ro Khanna for Ro Khanna being like, can we investigate how all these people died around the world after Elon Musk went in there and cut USAID? And he wants to sue him into the ground because he has $1 trillion to do it with. And I think that's a problem, that someone has enough money to stop government officials from investigating you. I mean, are there unlawful investigations? Sure. Is this one of them? I don't think so. Aggrievement. You shouldn't be able to investigate whether the decisions he made as a government fucking official killed people, led to the deaths of people. You shouldn't investigate his companies at all, or himself at all. And this brings me to my ultimate fucking point of this segment. Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is fucking lying to you. This motherfucker is saying he's not a Republican anymore. Let's watch this for the first time together. Alex reacts to Tucker Carlson leaving the Republican Party.
I would not support the Republican Party. There's no chance I would support the Republican Party. I'm not going to support the Democratic Party. I don't know what I'm going to do. But at this point, you know, how could I or any American voter support a political party that's not loyal to the United States, that puts the interests of a foreign country above those of its own citizens? Like, that's you know, it's not possible to vote for people like that, and I'm not going to. And I think I voted Republican my entire life. I worked at Fox News, CNN, right. MSNBC. I've been.
Remember that he worked at MSNBC and CNN. CNN before it got bought by the Ellisons, who also own CBS News, because CNN is owned by Warner Brothers, and the Ellisons and Paramount just bought Warner Brothers.
Consistent defender for 35 years of the Republican Party. I mean, very consistent defender. But there's no defending this because it's immoral, and it's exactly the opposite of what a political party in a democracy is charged with doing, which is representing its own voters, its own citizens.
Weird that he cares about democracy all of a sudden. Also, Tucker Carlson, yet another motherfucker who filled a power vacuum. Tucker Carlson, like he said, worked at MSNBC and CNN. After embarrassingly getting fired from CNN after Jon Stewart embarrassed him on his own show Crossfire, he went and started a blog, The Daily Caller, with his money from his daddy. This is the goal. This is the rule. Get the SNL impression out of my head. He started a blog called The Daily Caller because I think, conspiracy hat, I think he saw Ben Shapiro getting Fox News hits, and he saw that Ben Shapiro had started the Daily Wire and was getting written up in the New York Times and the Washington Post as the cool kid's philosopher, quote unquote. This new guy, he's on YouTube. He's got a blog like Ariana Huffington. You can have a blog and it can be a landing page for people. It's the first thing people look at on their phones when they wake up. They have your Daily Caller app. So he started a blog so he could stay relevant. That was the purpose. That's the rule. That's the goal. He stayed relevant with that fucking blog, and he kept getting Fox News hits. And then he got his own show on Fox News. And then what happened? Bill fucking O'Reilly and Roger Ailes got ousted from Fox for being perverts and creeps and assaulters, abusers. Roger Ailes had the good sense to go and die after that, which he literally did. But not Bill O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly still on the air. Not on Fox. On News Nation, I believe. Let me see. Let's find out where he is. But the point that I don't know where he is kind of the point. Where are you? Damn, he still got his website. No Spin News. Wow. We'll do it live. You're marketing it now. Wow, dude. I didn't know he did that. Kind of proud of you at this point. We'll do it live. It's your most famous thing. Getting fired from NBC. What was it, in the 90s, late 80s? For going on a tirade against the producers on air and screaming, fuck it, we'll do it live. So, yeah, I think... so he got his own podcast called We'll Do It Live. That's actually really funny. And then, yeah, News Nation, I believe he's on. Yes. Yeah. So he's irrelevant, is my point. But this motherfucker stays relevant, even though he's just has his own podcast. And that's it. He has his own podcast like I'm doing my own podcast right now. Just like fucking Candace Owens has a podcast, or Ben Shapiro has a podcast, or fucking Andrew Schultz, or fucking Joe Rogan, or fucking me, or fucking you, if you have a YouTube show. Like, he is as relevant as any of us. So why the fuck is like Mehdi Hassan or anyone else still talking about him? Is he even getting it? They'll do whole segments on news channels talking about what Tucker said, but not invite him on. Except for whoever's he's talking to here can't be censored the podcast. The fuck is this? But anyways, let's finish what this idiot has to say.
Its own citizens, its own nation, and they're not doing that. So, no, I'm out. And if I'm out, then I think a lot of other people are out. I would not support the Republican Party. There's no chance.
So he's saying, if I'm out, I think a lot of other people. He's making a bet right now. How big is my audience? How big is my audience? Can I all bring them to wherever he wants to take them? And I'm going to tell you right now, spoiler alert, it's nowhere new. It's the same place that J.D. Vance is going to lead you. It's the same place that Tony Hinchcliffe and Joe Rogan is going to lead you. It's the same place they're all going to fucking lead you. More of this shit. Less fucking pay for more fucking work. And if you don't like it, you can go to jail. Because we can label you communist or Antifa or whatever we want. Because we're in fucking charge. If you touch the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C., we will put you in jail for touching water in a park. Because the president's insane. But as soon as the president's not insane, but has these same motherfuckers around him, when the president is this fuck, or J.D. Vance, or anyone they try to put up, it's not going to just be my personal petty grievances and then white supremacy is like an after effect that comes with this. That's going to be the main fucking course, dude. So no, I don't fucking hand Tucker shit. And nobody should hand Tucker shit for fucking, no. You don't know. I'm going to not vote for he could have done that pivot. I'm going to fucking go to the Democrat side. I'm going to be part of the Lincoln Party. I'm going to go back on MSNBC. Full circle. I'll have a show on MSNBC. I'm missing out. He's fucking lying to you. He's lying to you, and it's goddamn fucking frustrating that other people are just like, well, maybe he has a point. Maybe he changed now. Maybe he just realized now that he was part of something wrong. But he's not even lying to you, just like the Bulwark, just like the fucking Lincoln Party, just like the hosts on MSNBC, Nicole Wallace and Jennifer Rubin and fucking Bill Kristol and all these fucking idiots. They're not even lying to you that they're like, oh, we want to help the Democrats now. And liberal democracy actually matters to me. He's going, I don't know what I'm going to do. Just don't vote for Republicans. What does that mean? What does that mean? Is he going to start his own third party? They're going to do the MAGA party, and I'm going to name it the MAGA party. I'm just going to take that. Or is he going, I want to be Rush Limbaugh. And until you make assurances to me behind the scenes, I'm not endorsing Republicans. Period. End of story. What the fuck are you going to talk about on your podcast then, Tuck? What are you going to talk about? He's lying. He's lying. He's lying. He's lying. Fuck it. He's lying. He is Chud the Builder. He wants to say the N-word in front of black people. He wants to lock you up for being brown. The end. The fucking end with this fuck. Let him be irrelevant like O'Reilly. Let him be irrelevant like fucking O'Reilly. Okay? Please. Please. And now let's talk about the cops. Now this segment, like I teased earlier, is about the cops. This I just saw. Ken Klippenstein also has an article about this. I suggest you go check out Ken Klippenstein's Substack about this. Matter of fact, let's check him out right now. Kenny Clips. This is from the Department of Justice. Leader of Antifa cell members in North Texas sentenced to 100 years in prison for a terrorist attack on an ICE facility. For fireworks they shot off and writing graffiti. They want to do this because they want to scare people from, civil disobedience. And I'll tell you right now, I know this is not the point, and I watched an entire video yesterday of Cam James and FD Signifier and Gerard Ball talking about voting and the ethics of it, and the ethics of voting for the Democrats and whatever. I know, and just having electoralism at the front of mind, and maybe that's not such a good thing. It's not, because I went right to it. I said the next Democratic president needs to campaign on freeing these prisoners. Like, this has to be a central tenet. Freeing these prisoners, stopping Israel's genocide. I think probably affordability should probably go before those two things. If we're talking about like what wins on a campaign. But collect the warmth of collectivism versus rugged individualism, folks. Here we go. So Kenny Clips says feds charge 15 Antifa in Minnesota, but can't explain what Antifa is. This was 2 hours ago, so this is unrelated to the Texas thing. Asked how DOJ defines Antifa, U.S. Attorney for Minnesota replied, "What is Antifa goes beyond, I think, the scope of what this indictment is." So then how can you define it as a terrorist organization if you don't even know what it is? So that's the cops being shit fucks, right? And this is all the shit Andrea talks about, all the shit Vasora talks about. It is happening. Once again, highlight this shit. Highlight this shit. Nadia. Shout out Nadia. The next Democratic president will be just another Republican as usual. I fucking hope not. Because if the next I hope the next Democratic president is AOC. I hope AOC is the furthest right we got to fight in our party, bro. I don't give a shit. She compromised. She's this, she's that. She's the new Pelosi. I fucking hope so. I hope the party is made up of people further to the left than her. I hope that she's the worst you have to deal with. I'm so sorry, leftists on the fucking internet. Not you, Nadia. I love you. I love everybody in this chat. You know what I'm saying? Etch, what up? How you doing? Jet, what's going on? Johnny, Chuck. I'm saying we better hope AOC's the worst we got to come up against. Because we know it's not. It's the Tuckers. It's the Chud the Builders. It's whoever the younger generation after that is going to fucking produce. The people who grew up under Trump. That's been 10 years of Trump, dude. There are 10-year-old kids who know nothing but this as their reality. I feel fucking terrible for them. And I want a better goddamn future for anyone younger than them and for us. Motherfuck. But some good news. Holy shit. ICE is getting rid of 7 of the 11 would-be concentration camp warehouses they purchased. And Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen, indicates new mass detention centers are not a priority. She says this is huge. This is Marissa Cabas, also a great reporter. There are still many, many reasons to be skeptical and worried because ICE is fucking evil and could pivot, but this is a major defeat for Trump. Even the reddest of red areas were like, fuck no, we don't want a concentration camp in our town. It became politically untenable because people fought back. A lot of nihilists in the replies, like obviously, okay, whatever. Obviously, this doesn't mean they're giving up on mass deportation. The situation remains dire, but because, okay, look, dude, it's a fucking good news. People got to be like, what? They're not gone now. No, they're not. But can we have a little bit of good? Just like Zoran, dude. The Zoran was just like, oh shit, what a surprise. He won the primary. Holy shit. He's the official Democratic candidate. There's a million ways the Democratic Party cannot have him be the candidate and fucking scuttle his candidacy and fucking ruin him. And they tried every way. Even running Andrew Cuomo as a fucking independent. Having Trump endorse Cuomo. And still supporting him. And still Zoran won. And you know what happened? We breathed a moment of fucking relief. And the next day we wake up and we fucking keep fighting. That's it. That's it. That's it. So yes, good moment. Good moment. ICE is realizing maybe, again, local fucking towns going, wait a minute. I might love and cheerlead this on the new when I see it on my TV box or my fucking TV phone. But when I find out that, oh, the rec center where all the kids like to go play, instead of that getting renovated into a nice new rec center, that's going to be turned into a concentration camp or a prison or just a prison, period. They don't want prisons in their fucking backyards. But guess what? That's what you're going to get. Another fucking story, and now we go back to horrible because the cops are horrible. Police shoot tear gas at peaceful protesters after, and these protesters were protesting, an officer shooting and killing a 1-year-old black baby. Woman was accused of shoplifting diapers, man. And then they shot at her and killed her baby. Family says they have the digital receipt to prove that she actually did pay for the diapers. She was also shot, currently in critical condition. Mother was trying to tell officers there was a baby in the car. Police claim she was weaponizing a vehicle. Where do we see that again? Renee Good, whose name everyone fucking remembers, and Alice Preddy. Do we even know the name? I mean, look, do we have to know the name? Death of Cohen Wiley. We know that name, and that name should be fucking known. Cohen Wiley. Fucking evil, dude. Fucking evil. An officer placed on administrative leave pending investigation. Current incident occurred at the Walmart Supercenter in Senatoba, Mississippi. I'm not even going to play this segment because, like, why? But, like, come on, man. It's the cops. It's the cops. Yet another thing in Mississippi. State trooper pulled over 2 teen girls and falsely accused one of drunk driving. Officer became aggressive with the driver and slammed her into the ground while taking her cell phone.
Consistent blood test, all right?
What?
All right.
Sir, we is 18.
Go ahead, step out the car for me.
You see her face going from like, this is ridiculous. You're going to let us let go, right? To, I should be scared for my life.
Go ahead and step out the car for me.
Okay.
Driver, I'm going to give you one time.
Go ahead,
step out the car. Step out the car.
Just go ahead, Angel.
Go. Step the car in my car for me.
I mean, once again, do we need to watch the whole fucking thing? You know what happens. Once again, go listen to this fucking album. Not that this album is a replacement for actually doing work, right? For fucking getting organized, for getting armed and fucking organized and protecting your family and fucking helping people in your community and doing real fucking shit. But at least, you know what? If you go to the gym, this album will help you fucking do that extra rep. Okay? Vince Staples' Crybaby. It'll help you maybe fucking get through the day after seeing a video like this. It's just, again, this NYPD in my fucking neighborhood, right? My neck of the woods, New York City, during the Knicks parade. This was last fucking Thursday. What happened? Watch this fucking video. 40 seconds. Dude's trying to get to school. He's got a class, okay? He's got a class. He's trying to go to school. He's not even trying to be part of the parade. And the cops are like, can't let you go. He's got a test.
Trying to get to fucking school so I can take my test.
That's some bullshit. That's fucked up.
Look, but they left them through to go to school.
They were allowed to walk through. These people and these people, whoever these people were, they were all allowed to walk through. But they didn't see that kid as a kid because he was taller than all of them. And he's black. So he's not a kid. He's a threat. Where you need, what? How many people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 8. 8 grown men to stop this high schooler, college kid from going to take a test. Could you imagine? Hey, I didn't make the test. I didn't make class that day because I got fucking arrested on my way because the Knicks parade was happening and cops decided, you're a threat. Or you're really trying to just get in to see the parade, but you didn't go the way that we said you should go. You're lying. But these people were allowed to go. Why is that? Because these people are walking with little kids and they look like they're parade goers. They could be parade goers. Why were they allowed? It's not a race thing. Look, this guy's black and he's walking there. These people might be Asian. It's not a race thing. It's because he was tall. It's because he was tall and black. Now I'm going to end this segment on some good news. This is harrowing footage, actually, of a Knicks fan who overdosed. People thought he was passed out. He actually overdosed, and the community came together to save his life. Let's watch this clip. No cops. Notably, no cops.
Hey, man. You got to get up, bro. Passed out in his vomit, bro. I swear to God.
Ran down because they didn't want to be there no more.
Look, they're telling the cop, hey, there's a guy passed out up there. You should go help him.
I'm going to go up there. Fuck it. I swear to God. I swear to God. I'm not trying to get... I'm
Literally.
just going to climb up there. I swear to God.
They're going to tell you to get off.
Well, then he's going to die. Oh, no. Damn, we really follow the rules out here. I'm sorry, man. That guy's passed out. That guy's passed out, man. You got to. Come on. Yo, bro.
The cop notably was told and didn't do shit. Just stood his post. I'm supposed to stand here. I'm supposed to stand here, and you guys are trying to trick me into leaving so that you can go rob that store, or you can go see get a closer look at the parade or something. I don't know, but what the fuck? You're a cop. Someone says someone's in trouble, and you fucking... They're not meant to protect you. They're meant to protect stuff. They're meant to protect Elon Musk's Tesla stores. They're meant to protect Gucci and whatever the fuck, Louis Vuitton on Fifth Avenue when people are marching for black rights. Then they're meant to, you're not going to touch these stores. Now, we will beat you bloody before you touch a handbag.
You got to get up, bro. You got to get up, bro. You got to get up. Hey, man. You got to get up, bro. You got to get up, bro. Hey, man. You got to get up, bro. Hey, man, you got to get up, bro. Come on. If anybody can actually help. Thanks, man.
You still have the ambulance. He has the plate.
You're medical? Okay, get over here. Get over here. Get him off? Okay. Can you hand this phone down there? He's got it.
He's getting the phone.
Like, look, these are people who give a fuck about their goddamn community. Saw a stranger passed out on the roof and was like, I'm going to go make sure he's okay. The cop's not doing anything. The cop's not doing anything. I'm going to make sure he's doing okay. And I realize he's not, and I need help. And I asked for help, and some other people come help. And this girl who's a nurse or something, hey, they said we need medical. Anybody who knows medical. This is a community coming together.
He saw the poster.
Hey, you got it, bro. You got it, bro. Hey, we're good. Thank you. You got it, bro. You got it, bro.
Hey, brother, you gotta get you in.
Let's go. Come on. Come on.
You gotta get down.
Stop.
It's Kristina. Come on, don't play, brother. You gotta get you down.
Okay, so I wanted to point this out because the way this tweet was written, finding out the Knicks fan at the parade that tried to kiss the girl that woke him up actually overdosed and needed Narcan to save his life. Everyone helping in this video is an NYC legend. So this is apparently, this angle is the video that went viral. Okay? And then all the rest of this is someone else finding the rest of this footage and connecting it and going, oh shit. This wasn't like some guy was like drunk and passed out and this girl woke him up. And it's funny. Isn't it funny? He tried to kiss her when he woke up. Ah, come on, boys, we'll be boys. This motherfucker almost died. Cops didn't help. Nobody helped. These people, these Knicks fans helped. Another Knicks fan. Even this guy is just like filming, kind of like, again, she takes the lead because she actually knows what she's doing. And yes, let's rewind that back. She actually like saves his fucking life with the Narcan. I think that's what this is. That she sprays in his nose, wakes him up and saves his fucking life.
You got it, bro. You got it, bro.
Hey, brother, you gotta get you in.
go. Come on.
Now, again, none of these people are professionally trained EMTs, I don't think, aside from her who has some kind of medical training. Because they're like celebrating and kind of patting him on his back. And she's like, guys, stop. And she's also trying to push him off and be like, stop trying to kiss me, idiot. I'm trying to save your fucking life.
Come on. You gotta get down. Stop. It's Christian.
Come on, don't play, brother. You gotta get you down.
Not the car ambulance.
What did you say? Oh, they're coming, they're coming. Oh, sorry. Hey, we got an ambulance.
Okay, we all slide him down.
I'll get down there. I'll get down there. Go for it, man. Come on.
Let's think about this first.
Okay. Gonna get him down. Hold on. Just hold on. Thank you. Good. You got it, bro.
Once again, cops didn't do shit. The cop told in the beginning of this video, this fuck.
Passed out his vomit, bro. I swear to God.
They don't want to be there no more. It's crazy.
Literally, not doing anything. I'm told to stay in here. I'm going to stay in here. And lastly, I will leave you. I got a little bit of time to rant. I'm sorry that today's show was kind of only 2 segments. One about how Tucker Carlson is lying, and the other one how the cops are fucking useless cunts who don't do shit. But you know what? Sometimes that's all you got to talk about. And the other segments, the other little pieces I have, I'll save for tomorrow with Dieter. But let's leave you on this funny clip. Okay. Also at the Knicks parade, cops trying to catch motherfucker, and motherfucker gets away. Well, the roll over the fence. Can we fucking appreciate this? Do you know how light these things are? These barricades? To be able to like do a full body roll over one of them without it tipping at all? Very impressive. It was barely him using it as like a brace. He was just using it as a guide. He did a body flip on his own. Let's watch that again. Look at that. And it just disappears. And once again, I don't know what he did other than I'm sure he just tried to get to school and fucking take a test. Other than being tall and black, which, you know, at a fucking basketball victory parade, there might be a bunch of tall black guys there. But we just always appreciate someone getting away from the cops, man. I don't give a fuck. Look, again, if it turns out that guy like murdered a bunch of babies, yeah, absolutely. That was unfortunate that those cops were out of shape enough to not be able to chase him down. But you know what? I doubt it.
Everybody's saying I'm a bully.
She gonna do a leg drop.
Hold up. All right. There's one more clip that I wanted to show y'all. Okay, this is the clip. Why it's on Facebook, I don't know. Can I even access this clip? Facebook looks cooked, dude. I haven't been on this site in fucking years. But just, again, to put a final point before I leave you with Carlos and Difficult Truth, which will then lead into Movie Night Extravaganza after that. Stick around, folks. This space, always here, always live, Monday through Thursdays. I leave you with this clip of NYPD officer stopping a New York Knick himself from getting into the parade. And in a wild twist, he's a white guy. Well, he was like giving high fives to the fans. It's stopped by the cops. They stopped him. Look, I never even seen this full clip. He was just like, "Hey, what up, what up, what up?" And they ran in to grab him, and he's like, "You can't do that." And he's like, I'm on the Knicks. I'm part of the team. Stopped New York Knicks guard Tyler Kolek at the championship parade because they thought he was a fan. Now, I guarantee cops are trained. Like, if anyone's moving fast around you at this parade, stop them and ask them what they're doing. No matter who it is, what they look like. Right? I'm sure that guy, the cop in that parade video where the guy was fucking dying, he was being told this guy was dying, and he didn't move. I'm sure he's like, well, I don't want to get in trouble with my boss. If I move, I'm going to get, and he's not dying, and these kids go into a store or like whatever. I don't know what he's trying to stop people from doing. I left my post is enough to get fucking reprimanded, I guess, as a cop. But what's the excuse for shooting a baby, shooting at a mother, shooting at anybody who's accused of stealing? Not accused of serial killer, not accused of they have a bunch of guns, so you better be ready for like a gunfight. It's a raid on like a drug dealer kingpin's house. It's a fucking person in a Walmart parking lot accused of stealing diapers, and she paid for them. Let's get into some real news with the difficult truth and Carlos up next. Thank you, folks. And once again, listen to Vince Staples' Crybaby, dude, because this is fucking America and it's fucked up. I'll be back tomorrow. Take care.
so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another, complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult truth.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Thank you for that awesome content, Alex. Please go show some support. Folks, it is just the top of the hour. It's a few minutes past 7. If you want to support the channel, there are many different ways of doing so. Please hit the subscribe button, like, share, comment, all the things, all the buttons. Hit the little emojis in chat. Really does help us out. Spread the word far and wide. Bring a friend. Spread the word. We're here Mondays through Thursdays. Mondays is news day, so if you want to catch up on the news, watch this space on Monday. Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays we have live and syndicated content just like you're watching here today. Please spread the word. It really does help us out. Thank y'all. Vidra Knight, hey, how's it going? Johnny Too Late, Devil's Advocate Productions, Alex, good show indeed. Bad Lefty, welcome. Welcome. Latino Mafoon, Nadia, Captain Homer, Chuck, Make America Green Again, Etchbox, welcome. Hope everyone's doing all right. We got a few things to go through. Let me get this over here. Okay. Blue Sky has been acting really, really weird, but that's okay. We got it. Howdy. Let's get started, folks. We got plenty of stuff to talk about. There we go. Starting off with a short clip about insider trading. John Ossoff, and by the way, like Ossoff is not like, you know, progressivism's greatest warrior, but apparently just asking Congress to not, you know, do insider trading or crypto. Apparently that's a stretch. That's a bridge too far for Republicans.
Go to any town, any county in Georgia and ask anybody of either political party or no political party, should members of Congress be playing the stock market while we make legislation? And overwhelmingly.
Just to be clear, like, these people absolutely are playing the stock market. There's just no doubt in my mind. We've seen plenty of evidence to suggest that this is the case. It is happening. It is happening, and it is a it is a problem that's not just unique to one party or another. I'm cognizant on Twitch. Yes, I remember.
The answer would be no. The American people want members of Congress to stop trading stocks. The American people are sick and tired of this corruption. And in fact, this may be one of the most unifying issues in our deeply divided country. And so let's take action right now, today. We can pass this resolution. It's very simple. It says that starting on January 1st of the new year, no U.S. senator can trade stocks or cryptocurrency. Those will be the rules.
Yeah, I mean, so do all your insider trading now. Ladybug, welcome.
Of the Senate. And I know there are a range of ideas about how to implement that. Let's set this clock right now. Let's come together, Democrats and Republicans, and do what's right and pass this Senate rule that beginning in the new year, there will be no trading of stocks or crypto by United States senators. The time for debate and excuses and delay and obstruction must end. There will always be some reason not to do this. But the American people see through those excuses and demand action. Let's pass this resolution and ban stock trading by United States senators. I ask unanimous consent.
And by the way, that's not even like a big like ask, right? Like that should be like baseline that your legislators shouldn't be allowed to do insider trading, okay? It should just be like a baseline.
The Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of SRES 784, prohibiting members of the U.S. Senate from buying or selling publicly traded stocks or cryptocurrency effective January 1st, 2027, that the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
And also, and this doesn't even stop like the president from doing this, which obviously he is. As Latino Mifun points out, this also doesn't ban members of the House. So this is like bare minimum stuff here. Very bare minimum. They can't just directly trade with that rule. Yeah, but it should be a rule. You know what I mean? Like it should be a rule regardless. 100%. The fact that we're even having this conversation is indicative of how, where we are. Hello, hello. All right, let's do take 2. I think we're okay. I think this sounds good to me. Yeah, from behind the scenes troubleshooting. Okay, professional streaming happening. Just only on this space can you see professional streaming like this. So yeah, we lost about pretty much everything, but that's okay because we're back. Anyways, John Ossoff just casually trying to prevent some members of Congress, the Senate, from insider trading, and apparently that's a really big issue. We see and hear you. Okay, great. Whew, pro streamer moment over here. All right. Let's do it. Let's just rewind the clock just a little bit, just so that we're here. Oh, and now the video's gone. Maybe I can just refresh the page and we'll be all right. Okay,
any county in Georgia, and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of SRES 784, prohibiting members of the U.S. Senate from buying or selling publicly traded stocks or cryptocurrency effective January 1st, 2027, that the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Wyoming.
Reserving the right to object, I would be completely unaffected by the bill the gentleman from Georgia is proposing, because I won't be here next year. But I reserve the
Fixer, welcome.
right to object because there are alternatives. For example, when I arrived here, I was placed on the banking committee, and the banking committee has issues that might conflict with my financial assets.
Oh.
So
we could go to any town, any county.
Oh, I see. What? This is an actually insane argument. So basically,
county in Georgia and ask anybody.
She's complaining that, like, well, you know, that could potentially, you know, like, be a problem in the future. So of course, I guess I arrived late to the woke Polymarket Studios. No, you arrived just in time. It's wild that anyone, first of all, anyone would object to this. Second of all, this is only for the Senate. This is only for the Senate. Anyways, shifting gears here. Marjorie Taylor Greene joins Tucker Carlson in ditching the GOP. I wouldn't say that they're ditching the GOP necessarily, because you best believe that once the Trump era is over, these people are just going to keep supporting Republicans anyways. But I do find the rift interesting. Former Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene announced on yesterday evening, that she's ditching the Republican Party following conservative commentator and white supremacist Tucker Carlson out the door. The former Trump loyalist is part of a growing group of conservatives who believe the president's foreign policy has gone astray. Oof. Tucker is not the only one who is done supporting the Republican Party, Taylor Greene wrote in a post on Twitter. There's a lot of us that are absolutely fed up and will not support a party that betrays its voters and country. But you did, so kind of late on that one, Marge. That does not mean we're turning into Democrats either. We know. We know. But we are done with the America Last Republican Party, she said. Carlson said during his podcast interview that gained traction on Monday that he's out of the GOP after vocally defending it for 35 years. And if I'm out, I think a lot of people are out, he said, adding that Trump's foreign policy in the Middle East doesn't serve America's interest. Greene, who resigned from Congress in November, told Axios last year that she wouldn't become an independent despite being frustrated with Democrats and the GOP. Just to be clear, like, she's no friend of the left at all. This isn't like a redemption arc, honestly. Our biggest concern is will Tucker run for president? No, I don't think Tucker Carlson is going to run for president. Basically, he is angry at the foreign policy, which, by the way, like, he's on paper technically correct about being against going to war with Iran. And obviously, like, all the economic issues that have happened, but this doesn't mean that he's, like, all of a sudden a friend to the left, okay? Because he's had some, like, basic takes that are good, or I guess not good, just, like, factually correct on the surface, doesn't mean that A, he's doing it for a good reason, or B, that all of a sudden that he's had a change of heart. This guy has taken decades to push white supremacist ideology. He has dedicated an entire career. He's dedicated an entire career to push far right politics, and now that they're here, he's he's gonna bow out. Yet he states that his show is just theater. Nah, it's not. It's not. Like, he genuinely uses his platform and has for decades to push white nationalist propaganda, white supremacist propaganda, and I mean, he's even had conversations with Nazis. The guy is the guy is a Nazi. After how many decades of betraying your voters? Yep, but he doesn't care about any of that. Neither does Marjorie Taylor Greene, by the way. I think the most notable thing is that, like, it is causing... It's interesting to note that, like, once, like, the far-right politics actually get here, the people on the far right don't actually like them. It's fascinating how that turns out, right? Like, I think that he doesn't actually, like, agree with the way the direction of the country is going, but, like, I think it's fascinating to watch and kind of be confirmed that even far-right people don't like far-right politics when it comes to fruition. I think it's fascinating to watch that dynamic and watch, like, just the method as to which how fascism kind of, like, implodes, right? Because fascism by nature is not a sustainable ideology. Fascism tends to always implode on itself. It doesn't really function very well. It's not very stable. They want the same politics without the Trump stink on it. I mean, also true. That's also a good point. Keir Starmer's no more. Yep, he resigned, didn't he? Only the cat stays in number 10 Downing Street. He doesn't... They do have, like, a resident cat, don't they? That's pretty cool. Shifting gears here from Mother Jones. Prairieland ICE protesters sentenced to decades in prison. We gotta talk about this. Protesters who the Justice Department accused of having connection to Antifa were sentenced to decades in federal prison over a shooting outside a Texas immigration detention center that left one officer wounded. The demonstrator who was convicted of shooting and wounding the officer, former U.S. Marine Corps reservist Benjamin Song, was convicted of attempted murder and received a 100-year prison term. 7 other protesters received sentences ranging from 30 to 70 years. And I think that, like, the baseline here, I think, is a problem, because if they can do this to people who had no connection, and they are serving decades in prison, they're setting precedent to be able to do it to any dissenter. Okay. If they succeed in getting rid of all people of color, they would just create reasons to hate each other, and that's all the right can do to hold on to power. Yep. Who would say that about the January 6ers? No, they get pardons. They get pardons. U.S. District Judge Reed O'Connor, a George Bush nominee, said the defendants in what has become known as the Prairieland trial didn't participate in a protest, but an assault on democracy. Justice Department prosecutors under the Trump administration have made extensive use of wide-range conspiracy charges, like in cases like the Prairieland, where some of the defendants who received decades-long sentences were not involved with the planning of the protest in question and left when guards at the facility asked them to. This is the the crux of it, right? This is the crux of the entire thing right here. If people who weren't even involved in any of this and left when the guards asked them to, are receiving decades in prison, that sets a very, very, very dangerous precedent, and it's actually a free speech issue. Okay, this is actually a real free speech issue, okay? As my colleague Schuyler Mitchell wrote in September, the Trump administration signed a September 22nd executive order designating Antifa a domestic terrorist organization, and a memo 3 days later known as NSPM 7, assigning federal agencies to investigate, prosecute, and disrupt protesters engaging in, quote, anti-capitalism, what? Anti-fascism, and anti-Americanism. I have a question. Hey, chat, a question of the rhetorical kind. What would you call a government that considers anti-fascism a possible domestic terrorist situation? What would a government be called that considers anti-fascism a domestic terrorism problem? I don't know. I see you, Nadia. Don't worry. LGBT people are squarely in their sights. Oh, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. All minority groups, specifically trans people in this situation, are very much in the target. Anti-fascism, so they admit that they're fascist. Ding, 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 ding. Effing mad, I agree. The only people against anti-fascism are fascist. I mean, to be this explicit, to literally say, like, look, this is about as fascist as it gets. Use that soundboard. There you go. The Prairieland trial was one of the first tests of the White House's ability to make such claims stick, and this is why it's important to pay attention to this. The defendants who were protesting at the Prairieland Immigration Detention Center in Alvarado, Texas, deny that they were affiliated with Antifa, a decentralized term for various left-wing activists and anti-fascist groups. Also, again, like, Antifa is not an organization per se. It's an ideology. It's an ideology. Okay, all of us are or should be anti-fascist. All of us should be anti-fascist. We're demonstrating in support of immigrants being detained at the concentration camp. In November, 7 other defendants who were present at Prairieland pleaded guilty to federal charges of providing material support for terrorism or damaging property. The Trump administration has deployed allegations of terrorism against protesters at an unprecedented scale. As my colleague Sophie Hurwitz pointed out, the Justice Department charged 15 Minneapolis area residents last week with felony conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers and secured a conviction on the same charges against 3 Spokane, Washington protesters, both protested at ICE facilities. So this is the kind of stuff that we are going to expect to see more and more of. Dissent is not tolerated in this regime at all, and I think that the supposed free speech warriors would be all over this, but of course, these people are nowhere to be found. Protesting is a right. Okay, protesting is a right, and protesting and protesting in a manner that the government wants you to protest. Okay, then that's not really protesting, is it? I think that this sets a very dangerous precedent, and people really need to pay attention to these type of cases, because this isn't going to be the last, for sure. This is not going to be the last for sure. If they call that terrorism, the term terrorism becomes meaningless, and I think that's kind of the point, right? Because then if terrorism becomes just this amorphous, like whatever, you launch this term at people you don't like, then all of a sudden, it sounds like you have a perfect catch-all to just start jailing people who protest at large. Yes, courts are all rigged, kangaroo courts, sham, charade, punch and Judy, puppet shows. I mean, not all courts, but the justice system is certainly, particularly this justice system, is especially egregious. Especially egregious. When you have a quote-unquote Department of Justice being sent to investigate, prosecute, and disrupt protesters for engaging in quote anti-capitalism. So what does that even mean? Like engaging in anti-capitalism? So like, I don't know, building a worker co-op that a business model where all workers own the business? That is pretty anti-capitalist. Engaging in leftist protesting, leftist theory, I guess, teaching, would teaching anti-capitalism or just plain economics be terrorism now? It's wild. In the UK, terrorists are old ladies with signs. First Amendment rights must be upheld. I agree, but that doesn't exist. If you can be jailed, okay? If you can be jailed for being, quote, or not jailed, but if you can be investigated and prosecuted, okay, for being anti-capitalist, if you can be sentenced to decades-long prison sentences, then fundamentally, like we don't have free speech. It just doesn't exist, right? The First Amendment doesn't exist. If things like this are allowed to fly, the First Amendment fundamentally is not in play. So will they arrest Richard Wolff next? In that case, he promotes Marxian economics and anti-capitalism. That is exactly what I was getting at. Like, so if you teach like just basic economics, because like capitalism is not some kind of like it is not some kind of like theology, right? Capitalism is just an economic system. You can criticize capitalism. You can see it for what it is. In fact, if you want to understand capitalism, you should read Marx, really. If you have like the if you have the chops for it, okay? It's very dense and above my pay grade to actually sit down and read the actual like book from front to cover. But yeah, if you want to really understand capitalism and how it works, seriously, read Marx. Charities are, by definition, are anti-capitalist. You can't even hold the sign in the UK about anything political. They apparently put you in jail. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I feel like maybe that's a bit much. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff that we really should be paying attention to, because again, I don't think that this is going to be the last time we're going to be reading about situations like this. Marx was actually the first person to call our economic system capitalism. Interesting. I did not know that. I thought for some reason that terminology was already around. Cuba's just basically getting turned into a new Epstein Island. I mean, Cuba is kind of cooked, honestly. So long as we're involved, so long as we're involved, yeah, it's not good for the Cuban people. So long as we so long as we have the blockade and sanctions and things like that, Cuba is kind of cooked. Before Marx, it was just called liberal political economy. Really? I did not know this. I always thought that, like, the term capitalism had already existed. Well, you learn something new every day. You learn something new every day. Senate, for the first time, approves a war powers resolution in a rebuke to Trump over Iran conflict. You mean war. The term you're looking for there is war. Shame on you, Associated Press. So the House did pass a war powers resolution, and now the Senate has just passed, for the first time, their own. The Senate, for the first time, approved a war powers resolution seeking to block U.S. military action against Iran, as lawmakers rarely watch the president's efforts to resolve a conflict that the administration launched on its own and now needs Congress to fund. Yeah. This is bad stuff. Bad stuff. Yeah, Das Kapital. It was the 10th time the Senate has tried to stop the war, and the outcome on a vote of 50 to 48 was a stunning turnaround from past efforts. While the resolution is largely symbolic and does not carry the full force of law, it reflects the growing concerns from a number of Republican lawmakers in both the House and Senate over both the war and the deal Trump struck with Iran to end it. So, just to be clear, the reason why they are annoyed with this situation is because basically where this war appears, okay, we'll see what Israel has to say about it, but where this war appears to end is just with the crappy grokkified version, okay, of the Obama deal. That's basically where we're at. Oh yeah, and tens of billions in debt. We killed thousands. We single-handedly strangled the international economy. So all of that just to return back to the basically a crappy version of the Obama era deal. UK 700 arrested for holding signs I support Palestine action. Seriously? Yeesh. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. The House approved this resolution earlier this month. Time after time, the vast majority of Senate Republicans sided with Trump and his war instead of the American people, said Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer. Schumer said the Americans have paid the price for Trump's historic blunder in Iran, it'll go down in history books as one of the worst foreign policy forays America has ever made. I mean, one of them for sure. In the past, as four GOP senators have voted for the War Powers Resolution, and they did so on Tuesday. Senate Republican Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Rand Paul, and Bill Cassidy. One Democrat, of course, can't find a Fetterman, voted against it because, of course. On this vote, the absence of 2 Republicans, including Senator Mitch McConnell, who was admitted to the hospital for undisclosed matter, left the GOP without a full majority to halt the effort. Senator Dave McCormick also missed the vote. The vote comes as the Pentagon is seeking $80 billion from Congress, mostly for the Iran war, as it backfills munitions and stockpiles. Because, we're doing so good. Doing so good. Enjoy. Thank you, Jet. Trump himself is headed to the Capitol to meet with GOP senators after Vice President J.D. Vance was overseas working to negotiate with Iran to end its nuclear ambitions, which, not a thing, which had been among the stated rationales for the war. It should also be noted, which is, again, journalistic malpractice, to not state this, but it should be noted that Iran has never pursued nuclear weapons to anybody's knowledge. This has been a repeated talking point for decades on decades on decades, that Iran was pursuing nuclear weapons, and if they pursue nuclear weapons, it would be bad for everybody. This just never materialized. It was just never going to happen, never a thing. Iran has never showed any ambition to do nuclear weapons. In fact, I'm pretty sure they made a religious decree against it. There's just been no evidence for that, so it's just silly, and I think it's journalistic malpractice to point that out, that this is WMD levels of justification, okay? WMD levels of nonsensical justification. The president is not pleased with the Republicans who have been critical of the deal he struck with Iran, according to GOP senator granted anonymity to discuss the private dynamics. The terms of the Iran deal are spelled out in a memorandum of understanding that Trump signed last week, starting a 60-day clock for the sides to reach a broader agreement over ending Iran's nuclear program. But Republicans have particularly objected to the $300 billion fund to help Iran rebuild, which is far greater than the $1.7 billion then Barack Obama refunded the country in his administration's 2015 Iran deal. So that's, I mean, like, can we get a comment on conservatives about this? Okay, can we get a comment on conservatives about this? Because, like, what are we doing here? Okay, they spent so much complaining about Barack Obama giving, money away to Iran. And here we have Donald Trump giving, and by the way, just to be clear, this is Iran's money, okay? This is their money. And the fact that we'd even be having this discussion after we just, like, destroyed their country for no reason is asinine. Continuity of agenda, facelifts changing the personnel in lieu of policy, and Chostanovskian regime rotation are things people need to learn besides rotating villains. I believe President Trump is getting very poor advice on Iran, said Senator Ted Cruz said last week on his podcast after the deal was made public. Look, the president doesn't really have a choice here, okay? Iran was the one that's going to dictate the terms. I said this several times. Over and over again, Democrats have been forcing votes on the Iran war almost since the U.S. and Israel launched their missile strikes on Iran February 28th. Nearly each week they're in session, the Senate Democrats have put forward war powers resolutions, but have failed to amass the majority needed for passage in a narrowly split chamber, where Trump's Republican Party holds the majority. Trump would almost certainly veto any measure that passed, of course. The House pushed its own version to passage this month, with 4 Republicans joining House Democrats in approving the War Powers Resolution over the objections of House Speaker Mike Johnson, MAGA Mike Johnson, and GOP leadership. The House and Senate passed resolutions does not go to the president for his signature. Passage stands as a powerful symbolic statement from Congress and a rebuke of the administration's military action. Senator Tim Kaine, the Democrat from Virginia, who's led his party's effort, said the pause in warfighting as the Trump team works to shore up a fragile ceasefire provides a perfect time for Congress to step back and assess what the next chapter should be. Overall, 2,700 people have been arrested under Terrorism Act 2000 for peacefully protesting holding signs against the banning of Palestine action. Seriously? That's wild. I need to look into that. That's wild. I think Donald Trump is a president with a very, very low IQ, the worst president in U.S. history. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Your favorite president, Jon Stewart. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is on Capitol Hill this week seeking roughly $80 billion in supplemental funding to shore up defense supplies in the aftermath of the Iran war, which is drawing scrutiny when many Americans are reeling from high gas prices and cost of living. $80 billion. Not to mention like all the money we've wasted, doing this whole thing. Incredible. The Pentagon early on had estimated the war cost at $11.3 billion during the first week. And senators said experts put the overall price tag of Operation Epic Fury higher at some $100 billion. The question is, how much health care do you think that could provide? How much funding for schools do you think that could provide? How many school lunches? How much of that could be diverted for affordable housing? How much could that stretch out for affordable housing? Those are the questions. Epstein Fury, that's right. The Defense Department's funding request is part of a broader beef up of military money. Again, while we don't have health care, while we're not guaranteed college, while we have no housing, no affordable housing, no education. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries said on Tuesday we should not spend another dime of taxpayer dollars on Operation Epic Failure. Missed opportunity there. The Trump administration is seeking $1.5 trillion in defense funding this year, a nearly 50% increase, including $350 billion that it wants in a so-called budget reconciliation package. MAGA Mike Johnson and GOP leaders are working to pass that package on their own over the objections of Democrats, much the way they approved Trump's big tax cut bill last year. The 2025 tax cut package includes a sizable increase for the military. Of course. There's always a seemingly bottomless pit for war. The defense budget can get infinitely bigger, but God forbid you start asking for things like healthcare. Or education. All of a sudden, we got to start counting pennies, Can we afford that? True, Jeffries would never name it Epstein Fury since APAC foreign agents fill his pockets. Appeals court allows Trump to fast-track deportation process nationwide. The ruling lets DHS supply expedited removal to non-citizens who are living far from the border. A federal appeals court cleared the way on Tuesday today for Trump to expand a fast-track deportation process that would allow for the expedited removal of immigrants who are living far from the border. A panel of the U.S. Court of Appeals of the D.C. Circuit ruled 2-1 to overturn the decision by a judge who in August 2025 blocked the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's move to expand who qualifies for expedited removal. The expedited removal process has for nearly 3 decades been used to quickly return migrants apprehended at the border. But in January 2025, the administration expanded its scope to cover non-citizens apprehended anywhere in the U.S. who could not show that they had been in the country for 2 years. Yeah, this is not good. Not great. Yes, fast track deportation, nice euphemism to ethnic cleansing efforts. Precisely what this is. Reminder, we just went over a story not too long ago, maybe a few weeks ago, about a citizen, a U.S. citizen who was in a ICE concentration camp for 25 days, almost a month. So clearly, they're trying to expedite this white ethno-state project. The policy mirrored one the Trump administration adopted in 2019 that the Biden administration later rescinded. After immigrant rights advocacy groups Make the Road New York sued, U.S. District Judge Gia Cobb blocked the enforcement of those new policies, saying they violate the constitutional due process rights of migrants who could be apprehended anywhere in the U.S. But the D.C. Circuit disagreed in a ruling authored by Circuit Judge Justin Walker, a Trump appointee, who said that the Trump administration was allowed to expand expedited removal to the maximum extent allowed by Congress. He said migrants are given notice that DHS is placing them in expedited removal and receive a chance to object, including by showing that they've been continuously present in the U.S. for 2 years. Yeah, but like these people don't really abide by any of that. The rules and laws are just basically non-existent. It's listed as such in Wikipedia. Such for ethnic cleansing, and the article about Trump's immigration policy will be shown among others. Yeah, no doubt about it. This is an ethnic cleansing project. Oh, 2,700 in the last 6 years. Gotcha. At most, the district court's findings show how Congress's expedited screening system operates quickly and with practical constraints, a feature the statute itself contemplates, he wrote. They do not show that the challenge directives deprive alien of meaningful opportunities to be heard, which we've seen time and time again, that's not the case. They just deport them. They just get deported. How many people have been just deported without any kind of due process whatsoever? His opinion was joined in large by U.S. Circuit Judge Naomi Rao, who was also appointed by Trump, and drew a dissent from U.S. Circuit Judge Robert Wilkins, an appointee of Barack Obama. Wilkins objected to allowing migrants to be subjected to the fast-track deportation process without even being asked how long they've been living in the U.S., saying such a procedure is woefully inadequate for persons encountered in the interior of the country. James Percival, DHS's general counsel, said in a statement that the ruling vindicated our decision to apply the law as written. Make the Roads lawyers did not immediately respond to a request for comment. So yeah. This is a obvious effort that the Trump administration is doing to fast track migration. And again, make no mistake, if you think that your citizenship status will protect you, I think that is a naive assessment of the situation, because you being a citizen does not or will not protect you. These people don't care if you look if you fit the description, so to speak. then these people can and will try to deport you. And the fact that they're trying to make sure that they can fast-track deportations regardless of where you are is pretty indicative of what's to come. I don't believe that I don't believe that these people are following the law, quote unquote, to the letter. I don't believe that these people think or believe in due process. They just want the bad brown people out. That's what it boils down to. Okay, doesn't matter if you're a citizen. You are free game. Doesn't matter if you're a legal immigrant with papers, as we've seen time and time again. Not relevant. Not relevant at all. You are fair game to these people. At the end of the day, this is a white ethno-state project, and that is the goal. Alright, folks, it's time for me to get out of here. It is 8 o'clock. Sorry for all the technical difficulties. I'm just glad that we were able to solve it and move forward. Thank you guys for hanging in there. I appreciate all of you guys. Movie Night Extravaganza is coming up next. Thank you all for being here. Please stay tuned for Movie Night Extravaganza. If you enjoy the content, do all the things, hit all the buttons. Like, share, subscribe, spread the word. We're here Mondays through Thursdays. Mondays is news night. Tuesdays through Thursdays, live and syndicated content. There is something here for everyone on this space, and join me here every Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern time. Thank you all. As always, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. See ya.
Excuse me.
Tonight, we're talking about one of the great remakes, Martin Scorsese's 1991 remake of Cape Fear. We talk a lot of the show about how movies should only be remade if the original movie didn't land the right way, or if a filmmaker has something else they can add that creates additional layers to the original. Scorsese's Cape Fear is definitely the second one.
You ever been a woman? What? A woman. Some fat, hairy, ugly hillbilly's wet dream.
Look, I realize that you suffered in this. There's no question about that.
You don't know what suffering is, counselor.
Part of the issue with the original Cape Fear is that having been released in 1962, yet being about a serial rapist who stalks a family, a lawyer, and his wife and daughter, there were definitely limits on where the original J. Lee Thompson Cape Fear could delve. However, putting Gregory Peck in the same year as he stars Atticus Finch in To Kill a Mockingbird as Sam Bowden, the protective father and lawyer who gets on the other side of the law to try to protect his family from a psychopathic serial rapist, Max Cady, played by an incredibly menacing Robert Mitchum, definitely allowed for a lot of the things that couldn't necessarily be shown or said to be implied just from the body language and the menace in the film.
That takes a little figuring, counselor. What do you reckon 8 lost years is worth? You reckon a court could fix a value on that?
Stick to the point. How much?
That's too simple. I like to put values on things. Like the value of 8 years.
rife with themes about vengeance, the limits of the law, and what revenge does to a good man. But 3 decades later, in 1991, the rules for what could be shown on screen were definitely very different. Scorsese's Cape Fear stars Nick Nolte as Sam Bowden, Robert De Niro as Max Cady, Jessica Lange as Lee Bowden, Juliette Lewis as the daughter Danielle, Joe Don Baker, and bringing back Gregory Peck, Robert Mitchum, and even Martin Balsam, as well as starring the future senator and presidential hopeful Fred Thompson. Scorsese's version of Sam Bowden is incredibly seedy, rather than an upright lawyer who is dragged onto the other side of the law. Gregory Peck, after the plot of the book The Executioners that Cape Fear was based off of, played his Sam Bowden as a guy who saw a brutal rape being committed and testified against the rapist, Max Cady.
A little toe to understand child. That's it, isn't it?
Now, that's your train of thought, counselor, not mine.
My train of thought. A shocking degenerate.
Martin Scorsese has Nick Nolte, Sam Bowden, really muddy the waters. His seedier version of Sam Bowden threw the case against Max Cady, a client whose guilt he's absolutely sure of, already allowing for a secret that could destroy Sam Bowden if it ever got out. Sam Bowden, knowing that Max Cady is illiterate, doesn't read the papers he gets that show the victim was promiscuous. Max Cady figures this out when he learns to read in prison, but that's the reason he blames Sam Bowden for his 14-year stint. Sam Bowden is also a womanizer in this version who has cheated on his wife Lee and is very close to doing it again with his coworker Lori, making him a far more complicated and morally ambiguous figure. Meanwhile, Robert De Niro's Max Cady is a true sadistic psychopath, but is also strangely charming and pitiable in his own way. Cady has spent 14 years in prison, 7 extra after murdering a fellow inmate, and teaches himself to read and tries to act in his own defense.
Like it says in Galatians 3, have you suffered so many things in vain? Yeah, I learned from the get-go in the joint to get in touch with the soft, nurturing side of myself, the feminine side.
He's also viciously raped in prison himself, which he makes constant mention of. The character of Danielle, the daughter of Sam Bowden, who is 15, is a misunderstood teenager who is stuck in the twilight between childhood and adulthood. Even as a serial predator closes in, she still attempts to rebel against her parents, leading to a twisted, almost romantic encounter between Danielle and Max Cady at her school. The push and pull between Danielle and her parents and a sadistic rapist who went to prison for raping a 16-year-old is another in that Max Cady uses to get under Sam Bowden's skin.
You know, when we spoke on the phone last night, you really made sense to me, and I thought a lot.
Those are human truths, darling. That's what it's all about. And that's what we deal with here.
And separate him from his family. Juliette Lewis will be nominated for an Oscar for supporting actress for her role. The ending of Cape Fear that Scorsese deploys is famous for being kind of the opposite of the one in the original film. In both films, after Sam Bowden is disbarred and humiliated, he tries to trap Max Cady by making him think his wife and daughter are on the family houseboat alone in the Cape Fear River. Tracking the boat down, Max Cady sneaks aboard to rape the Bowden wife and daughter. J. Lee Thompson decides to make the ending a bit more minimalist, though the location is fast-moving and wild. However, Scorsese goes for a fully maximalist, extremely drawn-out fight between Max Cady and Sam Bowden. On a ship caught in a rainstorm, breaking to pieces, and allowing Scorsese to fully explore the warped Christian theology expressed by Max Cady throughout. In the original film, the law wins out as Sam Bowden decides not to kill Max Cady, showing the difference between them. But Scorsese allows the river to do the killing, really embracing the horror side of psychological horror. Originally, the remake of Cape Fear was a project developed by Steven Spielberg. However, finding the idea way too violent, Spielberg traded Martin Scorsese for Schindler's List, which Spielberg had originally turned down, feeling he wasn't mature enough to direct a Holocaust film, and passed to Scorsese in 1988. Scorsese originally envisioned Harrison Ford playing Sam Bowden, but Harrison Ford only wanted to play Max Cady, and Nick Nolte was the rare actor who did want to play Sam Bowden. Spielberg had initially imagined Bill Murray playing his Max Cady. There were 500 auditions for young actresses looking to play Danielle Bowden, and they included Reese Witherspoon and Drew Barrymore.
Yeah, I didn't learn that until afterward. Marty told me how thorough their search was and that they almost couldn't believe I was the girl because I was the first girl they met with.
Wow. And they probably think, oh, you don't hire the first person.
You can't hire the first girl. And so they went all around the U.S. looking at ingenues and experienced girls and new people and went back to me. I did get called back like 4 times, and it was a really lengthy audition, but it was awesome.
Such a great movie.
To play Danielle Bowden, and they included Reese Witherspoon and Drew Barrymore. J. Lee Thompson, who directed the original Cape Fear, was an acolyte of Alfred Hitchcock. And Cape Fear could be seen as Scorsese's version of a Hitchcock film, including using Saul Bass to do the titles, using the original Bernard Herrmann score for the film. Scorsese also honored the original film by casting Martin Balsam, Gregory Peck, and Robert Mitchum in different roles. With a budget of $35 million, Cape Fear became Martin Scorsese's first film to cross $100 million at the box office. 8 more films will also do that for Scorsese, including The Departed, Shutter Island, Wolf of Wall Street, Casino, Killers of the Flower Moon, Hugo, and The Aviator. Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I'm obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Our show gets simulcast, or if we're not on it at regular time, played later on This Space. This Space is a working class independent media collective, youtube.com/ThisSpaceTV. Subscribing really helps out, or even more, sharing content from This Space and encouraging others to do the same. By working together, we can break through the algorithm. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/Cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Boris and Kristina have a second show, The Absurdity Space, live on This Space on Wednesdays at 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific. Eileen Jones is a film critic for Jacobin Magazine and the co-host of the Film Suck podcast, patreon.com/filmsuck, and the author of Film Suck USA. I, of course, am your host who just got out of 14 years in prison, and I'm ready to take vengeance, Forrest Miller. I ain't no white trash piece of shit. I'm better than all you. I can outlearn you. I can outread you. I can outthink you. And I can outphilosophize you. And I'm gonna outlast you.
Sure you are.
I don't know. The first time I saw that scene, I remember just being like, damn, this is Robert De Niro going crazy. Like, he's just like, I can out philosophize you. It's almost like he has I feel like they almost ADR'd all of his lines with the Southern accent.
He went down to like Alabama, Georgia to really get like that accent down. Because when I first also, by the way, Eileen, welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back.
I was like, where's the New York accent? What's going on here? I rarely have I seen more. Was this like the first time Martin Scorsese even played? Robert De Niro played like a Southerner, I think.
Yeah, I can't think of another movie where he does.
That Killers of the Flower Moon, it was like, that almost Midwestern, and I'm like, what is happening? This is not him. What's happening? I don't like this because he does sound kind of menacing even in Killers of the Flower Moon. Because we realize what he's been doing the whole time, right?
Yeah.
But like here, it's like, oh, he's going real into it.
I'm alone in finding his performance ludicrous. I just think it's terrible.
I think it's ludicrous. Don't get me wrong. I do think it's ludicrous. I just think something about it works for me.
Well, and believe me, the majority opinion from the get-go. I can still remember when it came out, and everyone was recommending it. And oh my God, it's the scariest movie I've ever seen. I find this movie, I realize, very minority opinion, I don't think any of it works. I think it's one of the weakest Scorsese movies. So I realize but I'm interested in hearing about why people have such respect for it. I'm baffled. I think they're just wanting to laugh.
I think it's because of the time period. because it's like, you know, we know this guy's a horrible rapist, but we don't see him doing anything. We just see like closed door shut. We just there's so much implications of what he's doing. He can't really say go into graphic detail of the time because I read the book and I'm like, oh, this is a how the hell did they adapt this for 1962? It's kind of crazy to me. But then when you look at the 91 one, you're like, oh, and of course there's some changes to kind of make add a little like, you know, making him actually like the defense attorney for obviously in that, you know, in 91. But it's like, oh, you know, we really need to we for like a character like Max Cady, you can't tell. You really gotta show the monster.
I totally don't agree. What does it add to have him do one cartoonish thing after another? He literally, to get an effect, they have to have him bite a chunk out of a woman's face. They have to. It's so like, everything is pumped up like with a bicycle pump. So you know, it's not 8 years that he was in prison. Now it's 14 years. Now, and by the way, in the TV series, it comes 17 years. You would just have to keep making everything. It's not enough that he had a bad time in prison because it's prison. He has to have been gang raped by 4 convicts.
Yeah,
I just get huger and huge, and he has religious mania. He goes one thing after another.
I agree with you that it's ludicrous. I agree with you that it's really over the top. Something about it works for me, and I guess maybe talking through like parts of it, I'll figure some of it out. I just feel like like I think that like it's not a good, like Robert De Niro is not doing a good Southern accent, but something I think. One of the things that I noticed, like rewatching it a couple times, when Sam Bowden, when Nick Nolte, who is such a slimy actor, the
thing that doesn't work for me in this movie is actually Nick Nolte. I'm like,
I agree with you there too.
I'm like, for me, Robert De Niro works, but like Nick Nolte's such a wimp in the end. Like I get it. Like Sam Bowden and Gregory Peck is kind of a wimp, but there's still like a strong, like he looks like a strong, tough,
and
you know,
have to
like
struggle to make. Nolte's could break De Niro in half. He's big. He was a real athlete, and he's a huge loose cannon. Which I
he's taller. He's taller
and yet they make him look like a lengthy, weepy, nerdy guy who can't
turn him into this wimpy guy, and you're kind of like, you just have to strain to like be.
There's other actors who could have done a better job, in my opinion, for Nick Nolte for playing Sam.
It's a shame that Harrison Ford couldn't do it. I think he would have. You need it. For me, you need an actor who at least had some foothold on decency as part of their star persona, so that when it crumbles, there's some drama to it. Here, I'm just like, the guy is such a weaselly little fucker.
Yeah, and he can't go toe to toe with Robert.
Down.
And he can't go toe to toe with Robert De Niro's psychotic Max Cady. Almost, it's like, what's happening? Like you can't. It's just
like you got a rival. Bad in a way that I was reading up on what Scorsese thought. He literally said of the 62 version, of course I was hoping Max Cady would kill the whole family because he hated them so much because he felt they were goody, I guess, too one note.
That's why he added all that.
So that's one motivating for it. Like he wants the family to be super. They're so troubled though. I wouldn't have minded if they were mildly troubled. But they were like the couple.
The couple is like
infidelity.
Oh my God,
she's an alcoholic.
She keeps physically attacking him and shrieking. I'm like, lady, it's not 1850. You can get a divorce. I mean, you've got your own career. What the hell's going on here?
Or like, pot for the daughter. It's like, really? I'm like, oh yeah, this is 1991, so it's a bad thing to have a little bit. And even they discuss it. They're like, it's not even an ounce of marijuana. What the hell,
Yeah, I like that line though. I like what she's like. It's up there with incest and bestiality and like
necrophilia.
She lists off all like the worst transgressions, and it's like, yes, it's ridiculous. Pot.
I mean, I do think like Juliette Lewis is doing a good job with the role she's given. To me, it's a big stretch that she's gonna. I mean, Robert De Niro looks like such an overwhelming creep. I find it hard to believe that anyone is in a basement with him. And it's just like, I'm finding this a turn on. I was just like, what teenage girls do you know? I'm like, she's not that troubled. She's not psychotic, for heaven's sake. But
that's actually kind of one of the interesting improvements that I did like is that they actually made, instead of a chase scene where it's like kind of like all in her head.
Yeah,
it's more like him manipulating her and putting these ideas into her head, because there needs to be more of a connection with Max Cady and another character in the family. And I feel like Danielle's the perfect target because she's young, impressionable, and it just
It's
works.
the one argument I think you're right. You can make about what Scorsese wants to change
because it does show in the end that she kind of helps defeat him.
Well,
lighter
she
fluid.
helps bring him in, but
Yeah.
you have to be able to buy De Niro, which is hard. I just think he's just doing a clown show of for me. I'm just like going. I'm just not.
The thing about the De Niro performance is he's still doing De Niro face, which is what I find so absurdly ludicrous about his performance.
He's still making the De Niro face. Exactly, the squinty thing.
Me?
You got it right up there on the screen. Yeah, that's
counselor. You talking to me, counselor?
You talking to me? That's exactly right. The cornball version.
I mean, Jessica Lange does a good job, obviously, because she really, played this angry wife who had to deal with she struggled with alcoholism. She wasn't a good mother at one point. Again, adding some type of drama that kind of helps Max Cady really get in on this family and their insecurities and all that. And because he just knows everything. He knows how to get in and out of the house without any ring cameras.
Yeah.
They weren't a thing back then.
That's another thing. They make him as kind of superhuman. He does things that there's no. In fact, Scorsese wanted even more. He didn't want when Scorsese gets. When the De Niro character Max Cady gets back on the boat. Some of the notes from executives were, there's no indication of how he could possibly. It seems like you killed him. How he could possibly have gotten back on the boat. So that's why he was forced to do the rope, the hand grab, the rope. And Scorsese told him he didn't watch when they made him. And I'm like, why did you want him to be a super villain like this with superpowers? I don't understand.
It kind of goes to show how crazy stalkers can get, though. Especially when they're out for vengeance, when they feel like they've been wrong. But in the end, again, you raped the girl. You even when he said just because she was promiscuous doesn't give you the right to to rape her. And he also bragged about it too. So it's
there's no question he's bad. But how do you want to convey bad? Do you want to convey wow, as humanity goes, this is bad, or do you want to make him he's some sort of superpower evil?
Yeah.
For me, I'd much rather have De Niro. Not Robert Mitchum, because he's so in touch with both his feral side and his inner degenerate that it's just can come leaking out of his pores. He's supposed to be as bad as a human being can be, and you're like, that's a bad.
Unfortunately, I found Robert Mitchum to be very charming in Cape Fear and not that intimidating or scary. But then
my God, we are so different. To me, he walks in a way that's frightening before he even does a damn. I think that's part of the problem. Is for a lot of people, the '60s version, it's black and white, it's old, it's censored, and it can't compute.
Yeah.
For me,
the Lolita, Kubrick's Lolita. I'm like,
Mitchum does animality. He did Night of the Hunter. He's ready with a kind of I'm as low down.
One of the most terrifying performances.
It is. Other one. Those two are the two. Yeah.
It's the sounds that he's even able to make in Night of the Hunter are unlike.
See, I find that to be
a human being
for me,
ever come out with.
But that's because again, I read the book beforehand, so it's that was my issue. Probably if I hadn't read the book before I seen both movies, maybe I would be more oh my God, 62 is so terrifying. But then again, I also Lolita came out the same year with Kubrick, and I'm like, they should not have made this at all if they're not going to tackle the severity of the pedophilia and all that crap. But of course, we got one with Jeremy Irons, which is more.
They couldn't. You're right. They could have just said there's no way. They had to make her 16. There was no way they were getting that by the censors. But I still think Kubrick's Lolita is a masterpiece on its own terms. It's not the book that was written, but on its own terms. One thing is a black comedy. It's practically peerless.
I think I was too young to really appreciate Kubrick's Lolita, so I watched it, and as a kid, I got bored. Not a kid, I was older than a kid, but when I was young, I got bored while watching it because I was like, oh, I thought this was about to be about pedophiles.
It's all black comedy. The scenes between him and Shelley Winters are just a hoot and a half. But again, they have to work within a censorship system. I speak fluent old movies, so I can get all of it, and other people are like, nothing's happening.
Cohen, code, freaking. But that was at the time when some that was starting to collapse a little bit. But like even then, it's still
just
like
starting to unravel. Yeah.
yeah.
Really
So it's like,
seriously.
there's still certain things that we cannot touch. It's not the 70s yet, So
You couldn't have done Lolita at all. I mean, only a few years.
maybe if it was a silent film in 1922, but like.
But let me tell you my theory, and then we won't have to talk about the 62 version again. Quickly, what you lose when you go away from the 62 version. Gregory Peck, both in his star persona and his personal life, represents the good liberal Democrat. Okay, so that's what he brings into the film, and he's going to kind of do a cornpone version of it in the Atticus Finch thing. So he brings this into the film. But immediately he starts selling it out. I mean, everyone's always like, he's such a goody-goody. He isn't. He starts rigging the system in a corrupt way from the get-go. He goes immediately to his pal, the chief of police, and starts, what law can we get him on? Because there's always a law. You can apply everything that's happening to Max Cady in that film to any person of color, to anyone. that someone who can manipulate the system because they're white and affluent and privileged and a man and all that. All of that is happening early before it even gets desperate. So he's also got a kind of increasingly weak, hollow man thing going on. The longer the film goes on, the more you're like, wow, the whole set of principles that's supposed to go along with the Gregory Peck stance in the movie and in the world is completely hollow. And that's part of the triumph of the Max Cady character. He is dismantling it. He's learned enough law that he's taking it apart piece by piece. See, all the crutches people like you can always lean on, I'm taking them all away because I know enough to manipulate the system now, kind of like you do. And so that is the greatness of the film. That's the rigor of the film. You're getting a thriller, okay, fine, crazy, awful, degenerate, terrorizes family, fine. But the other thing that's happening is the just gleeful tearing apart of a human being who represents a system that's fundamentally corrupt. And there's no goodness there. All of the Gregory Peck stalwart, I stand for decency and law and order, it's all bull. It's all revealed to be bull very steadily, piece by piece. I love that about the film. No one ever talks about that about the film. That's exactly how it's working.
And then Nick Nolte does like a half-assed job at even doing that. So it's
they don't even try to do it because he's already so corrupt anyway.
Yeah. Well, and that's the major change. Major change between the two things is there's like there's the judgmentalness, I guess, that isn't there from the Gregory Peck version of it, where he's he just testifies at a trial. He sees somebody getting raped. He's like, oh, that's the rapist.
That's the man.
You're not from the beginning of that. There's no inherent corruption to that part of the story, so that when the actual story starts, then you get to see how he utilizes the law to his own ends, or tries to even get around the law.
How long does it take before he's got a private detective, and then he's hiring goons, and then just keeps, but it's such a steady, relentless, escalation
whereas
of how bad.
The Nick Nolte version of this is like from the very beginning. It's like, oh, I threw out the evidence, which you're obviously not supposed to do. He obviously doesn't believe in the legal system as it is. But he's like, oh, it's all right. I know he raped someone, and throughout the movie, they're like, how do you know that? And he's like, oh, well, he bragged about other rapes he's done. But as a public defender, that's not, or as a defense attorney, that's not. Even if someone is
guilty or not, you still have to defend them.
Yeah.
It is.
Look at OJ's team
to defend them.
I mean, there are people that obviously like Alan Dershowitz to take that
to
to the extreme where they're literally looking for the worst people in the world and going like, what? I'm a defense attorney. What do you want me to do? But still, there still is like, one of the great things about the American legal system is no matter how, like, even if you're the most evil person in the world, you're still entitled to the best defense and money can buy, I guess. We've corrupted that part of it, but still you're entitled to the best defense you can,
but there's never, certainly with Nolte, the casting doesn't bring it, and they also don't bring it in the characterization that he really is not an upholder of principle.
Can we talk about the cameos from the original movie?
Yeah, I do like the cameos.
I was like, wait a minute, and he plays like the sheriff, and I mean Gregory Peck again playing a lawyer because he just is a lawyer, I guess. I don't know, but like him actually playing like the real that defends Max Cady in that little goons beat up. I was like, oh, I recognize that voice, and then you show him gray hair but black eyebrows still.
found this online. There's a clip of Gregory Peck because they made like a making of Cape Fear, and they had Gregory Peck in it for a minute, and he said it was the most fun he'd had in like decades. Because obviously, at this point, he wasn't working nonstop. Like by this point, I mean, like I think a decade, like he lived for another decade after this, but this was kind of like one of his last appearances in film. And so he was like, every time I see Marty from now on, it's what have you done for me lately? Where's the cameo? Where's my cameo?
That's cute. And then of course Robert Mitchum.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I thought Mitchum was doing his classic late career. Just give me the paycheck. I'm walking through.
Yeah,
he does barely anything. I mean, he does have a nice thing
all over the place.
Where I'm so sorry. He has one line where he kind of does something, but the rest of it, he's just he's stone facing it through and saying thanks for the payday.
It doesn't get enough attention that there's a third cameo, which is Martin Balsam. Who, in the original, is his corrupt is the role basically that Robert Mitchum plays in this, where it's like his the sheriff of the local town or whatever. He's a judge when Gregory Peck has this great scene, and he's like,
I think it's a shame Telly Savalas. Now that would have been more tonally appropriate because Telly Savalas will go right over the top.
Yeah,
he was the private investigator in the first.
Yeah.
To have him show. But maybe I don't know. He was still alive. I think. Yeah.
You know what's interesting too? I forgot that Ileana Douglas, who played Lori, she was with Scorsese at the time.
Yeah.
So there was a time where she was getting all these smaller roles, like in Goodfellas, and of course in this one.
She's good, actually. I thought she was very good.
Yeah.
Hard to pull off a drugs that kind of, upset, but you're like, you're working through it by drinking and being wild and laughing insanely. She did that very well, I thought.
Yeah.
When she decides to kind of take this guy at the thing home, but like she ignores every red flag in that conversation.
Oh, it's what's so scary.
He's completely
her.
sober.
The way she's just not picking up any cue at all, and makes you. That scene really does work, I think.
Things have aged poorly.
No, but throughout the whole conversation, she's like, she gives this thing. She's like, I chopped my wife into 52 pieces, and he's like, well, I chopped my wife into 52 pieces. She's like, no, really, what did you do? And I'm like, okay, maybe she's picking up on this guy's thing, and he's like, oh, I saw a cop punch a guy at the great
protest rally.
Yeah.
Like, you don't do that to a woman, but then he like handcuffs her, and she's still like, ooh.
Oh, I know. It takes her forever to understand what's happening. Yeah. She makes all that work.
Yeah,
I think.
I think that is one of the most I don't know. Biting the piece out of her cheek is like it works for me, even though it's clearly.
It's horrifying, of course. I'm just saying it's just all part of the inflation, which you're either going to like or you're not. In the 91 version, I like the spareness and a kind of rigor of the first, but
I like the first one. I think this one's interesting to talk about. Also, I think the time period being the time of right before Clinton gets elected, during that the fear of crime, right? Like the war on drugs, the war on crime. Like it's kind of it's basically Scorsese doing Hitchcock, but it's like a Hitchcock for the 90s, where it's like he's doing his version of like a crime panic almost. And obviously you can kind of swap out Robert De Niro for like an O.J. Simpson type character or something like that, where it's like a person of color or something. Like, I think it's tapping into those same fears, but it's interesting they use Robert De Niro as like a as a stand-in, I guess, for what you would think of like the Hillary Clinton like super predator type trope. There's just been so many movies at that time, but there's always like a man of color that is kind of
Also, for working in plot summary, that the 91 version of Cape Fear is always like played homage to. I remember watching Charlie's Angels Full Throttle when Justin Theroux's character gets out and they play the infamous score, the infamous theme that's been used in every freaking version of the. You cannot have that without that, obviously. And it's like, and he's all tatted up and all working out, stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, okay, I see what's because Robert De Niro looks ripped, and he had to get the vegetable oil like tattoos on him and all that stuff too. So
supposedly he had to bulk up because Nolte's so big.
Nolte's taller than him, so they had to make De Niro
him imposing.
Yeah.
Why they're doing a lot of conversations where they're sitting down a lot.
Mitchum is not like superhuman like that. Like Mitchum is always they have the great bit that's kind of making fun of Robert Mitchum and Family Guy, where they're like the in shape, out of shape guy from the 50s.
Yes, totally is. Got exactly those muscles. Yes. Got the old labor muscles with a lot of alcohol in between. It has made him kind of But there's something so like lithe about him. Like it's strange because I was rewatching the ending and he's swimming, and even his swimming resembles like more of like an otter or something than like a human being. There's I don't know. It's an animalism that I don't think I can't even think of another actor that really embodies that even for me. Which is why it's gonna be funny to be on Film Suck. I guess next week where the episode will come out, but we're gonna record it this weekend. It's interesting to talk about like the earlier roles where Robert Mitchum was, sometimes cast as like the protagonist or like the leading man of movies, like Out of the Past, where it's
like a decent guy, and
but he's still there's still something so like there's still something menacing about his protagonist roles where you're supposed to
it's that face. It's
the face. Oh my god,
he's got like a lazy. Like I always say, his face kind of looks a little lazy, but like also like there's something hidden underneath there, like a darkness or something.
Oh, absolutely.
Although I do think one of the things that works for me about Robert De Niro's version of this is that there's like a moment where he's walking away from Sam Bowden's car, and the voice kind of goes away, and there's like a much deeper thing there where he's like, after being like, counselor, I don't know, he's like,
you'll know my loss.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to learn about loss.
In that, it makes me feel like this facade. It's a facade that he's putting on. Like,
he seems all friendly and talking about women and stuff, and
it's like darker. And I think with a different ending, they could have really played that up where it's like he gets onto the boat and he's like trying to rape and kill the family, and something else like comes off, because it does kind of get more ridiculous, and he turns it up to like a counselor. I'm here to tell you, blah blah blah. And it's like, all right.
Yes. And then he's got to speak in tongues at the end. And
I'm like, what are you saying? What's he saying? Huh? What? People actually do this? Okay.
Well, because he has that. I mean, it is a great line. He has that great line. My granddaddy handled snakes in the church and spoke in tongues. My grandma drank strychnine. I guess you could say I have a leg up genetically, which I love that line. Like, there's some great lines in this. But it's like, in the end, it's like, oh, he's speaking in tongues. He's like,
Well, what did you think of all the Hitchcocky visuals that are right off the bat? Really?
Yeah, what he's doing.
We need more Hitchcock inspo in films.
Yeah, just going, but so made more extreme than Hitchcock ever did. But like, dyeing the screen vertigo colors and going to the negative image and all that shit.
We need more color in film.
It's funny that there's like so many I guess interesting directors that have tried to do Hitchcock actually do it, like Mel Brooks doing High Anxiety, where he literally spends an entire hour and a half movie just doing his version of a Hitchcock movie. It feels like this is Scorsese trying to do that.
Oh yeah, he's just overtly, hugely quoting in a way that for me, we start so early in the film with the visuals. I was just like, what are you doing? Vertigo has to like build up to the intensity, the expressionism of that color use. It can't just start with the first image, but he goes right for it in the beginning.
Which J. Lee Thompson, who did the 1962 one, is obviously one of Hitchcock's like guys,
exactly.
Worked with him constantly and kind of was inspired by him, and would end up doing like the Planet of the Apes sequels somehow. Like that's where his career ended up.
Oh yeah, I know. I saw. Yeah, he didn't go as far as he should have. I saw his Tiger Bay that's the film where they discovered Haley Mills, who he wanted for the young woman.
Disney
part
legend.
In the 62 version, he couldn't get her. Disney, of course, was not going to let her, ever be in Cape Fear. He was upset about that. But so he was quite good. He's quite a good director, if workmanlike. But yeah, his career didn't exactly soar. So I don't know.
He was doing those British social realism kind of movies for a while. Like that's kind of where his career started out, because he was originally like a hair and makeup stylist kind of person for Hitchcock. And he ended up going from that to he jumped kind of to the Planet of the Apes, and then to doing the Charles Bronson movies.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
A lot of the ones,
yes, he was with Charles Bronson. Yeah.
But should we start the plot summary, Kristina?
Oh,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Do you want me to start?
I'll start.
Okay.
Okay. Maximilian Max Cady, a psychopathic rapist, is released from prison after finishing a full sentence for the rape and battery of a 16-year-old girl. During his trial at Atlanta 14 years earlier, his public defender, Sam Bowden, was so appalled by Cady's crimes that he hid a police report stating that the victim was promiscuous, which might have lightened Cady's sentence or acquitted him altogether. Bowden assumed that Cady, who was illiterate at the time of the trial, would never become aware of the report.
Yeah, well, when you spend 14 years in prison, you do learn a lot of stuff. I mean, there's always the stories of the convict, whatever, learning about law in prison. That's like a trope that happens in some films. So, what do you think was going to happen?
I mean, clearly you thought that wasn't going to happen. He thought
Yeah.
he was in prison.
Like, did you think it was not going to get a hobby?
It also seems like something happened between the two of them, because he later in the movie when he's talking to him in the car, he says something where he's like, after I fired you, I became my own defense attorney. Did you know that?
Yeah.
And so there's some kind of falling out between them that happens where he clearly blames. So there's something that we don't see between the
He probably blames him for for him being found guilty, and that was it. He's like, I want a new trial. But then you're found guilty either way. So it's like you weren't.
Well, he says he appealed it several times. But the other thing that's crazy is the fact that Sam Bowden helps him get it from a rape charge, which would be something that would be on your record in such a capacity, to like battery, which is a far lesser offense.
Yeah.
It's a strange choice to me that the betrayal, the suppressed evidence, is just accusations of promiscuity. Because at first it sort of reads like, oh, we're supposed to feel like the Nick Nolte character really has some sort of sensitivity that's unusual for the time, when that was in evidence all the time. Horrifyingly enough, and that he's actually more sensitive and he's principled enough. He has to draw the line somewhere, and that's where he draws it. He's not going to do that to the woman. So that's where it seems like it's heading, and then it doesn't follow that up at all. So I was a little puzzled by that choice for what the betrayal is going to be.
Yeah, I just wondered.
They totally change it again in the series, so it's totally different in each of the three.
Yeah, I haven't seen the series yet.
Yeah.
Oh, I only watched one episode just to see what the setup was like. And it's amazingly how it's going exactly the same direction, and they even steal shots, those kind of negative image shots from early on of the family. They start with that.
Which is the shots that Scorsese's doing Hitchcock, like he's doing the Vertigo.
Yeah, so they do that as a kind of tribute. It's kind of Max Cady vision. So it's shots of the family that presumably he's already spying on them, something like that. And then there's this. It's too long to explain how elaborate the betrayal is, and they do a gender swap. So it's it's not the husband who's the lawyer who, it's the wife.
Yeah.
2026. We're living in woke time.
Yeah, and then there's a son and a daughter who are both going to be, targeted by.
Yeah, what's interesting?
That's too many kids.
With the
it's complicated everything, but it's a series. I forget how many episodes, so I don't know. It's a mini
with the whole promiscuous thing, it kind of came out at a time where a lot of and I remember this one. I forgot what the woman's name was, but she was brutally gang raped, and they put her trial on TV. And they were asking her, like, what were you wearing? What were you doing? What were you drinking? And then, of course, unfortunately, she died in a car accident not long after. But, that was at a time period where it was like, what were you wearing? Were you drinking something? Were you with multiple men? And, it's kind of crazy that it's like, and even if we still kind of see it to this day, but it's got to a point where it's like, we're really going to victim blame here? It doesn't matter how many men she slept with before. It's like when cops, murder people of color. They might have been committing a crime, but that doesn't mean you shoot them in the back when they're running away, or murder them. You don't know what they were doing.
It's famously why a lot of rape cases don't get prosecuted, because the entirety of
rape kits don't go.
Yeah. Well,
they don't test the rape kits.
They for that to the entire story of it is going to be put into the papers and or onto TV or whatever it is. And
it's just going to be so brutal. In the 62 version, they're explicit about that. Like Sam saying Max Cady will never let us knows we'll never put our daughter on the stand. So he thinks if I can attack the daughter knowing it'll never even go to trial. So they're pretty explicit about it. And imagine what it was like in 62 if it was still bad in 91.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Well, it's still bad now, I think. I mean, it's
still bad now.
In a post-Brock Turner world.
In 94, a lot of the way that they got even the most liberal and progressive like Democrats to vote for the 1994 crime bill is that they had the
Violence Against Women Act.
Yeah. So this is this is only 3 years before that, and they're already kind of bringing up the fact that law is so slanted towards the man in that situation, whether it's domestic abuse or whether it's rape or whether it's battery or whether it's any of these things. There was a complete kind of change in the law code, so that now a lot of people that get like charged with something obviously argue that it's more slanted towards the women, but it's a much needed change that people are very aware of, I guess, at this time.
I mean, both films are doing a lot to dredge up how terrible our legal system is.
Yeah,
our system of justice is terrible.
Does it need to be reminded? Yes, it does.
As if we need to be reminded. But I mean, in 62, it was a more shocking set of charges for at least a lot of people. Who are more inclined to believe in our systems and authority and all that jazz.
They have seen To Kill a Mockingbird.
yeah.
Love reading that book and love watching that movie.
But yeah, so all of the films seem to at least take that on. Like even the system working as it's intended is bad.
Yeah.
But most of the time it's not even working as intended, and it's really bad. So yeah.
It also takes on the fact that you can't pre-arrest somebody. Like they have to actually commit the crime before you can have them brought in, which is how our legal system is supposed to work.
You can't be shooting a 1-year-old baby and killing it because you assume someone was stealing diapers when they had a receipt.
But even if you think someone's going to commit this is the problem with stalkers, as you were saying earlier, Kristina, that until they do something, you can't get them. Even if
we see it all the time on the Lifetime movies where it's like Terry's law or whatever's law because of stalking, and it's like they never, especially like women, they're like well, they haven't done anything yet, so there's really nothing we could do, and it's like incessant calling and it's not a whole thing. Like I remember watching a movie about starring Brooke Shields and Richard Thomas about this one woman, and he just could not leave her alone, and they finally were like, we're gonna fire the guy or whatever, but even then that wasn't enough. So it's like,
well, and they get into restraining orders, and they're usually very short term, and then they expire, and they're pretty weak anyway, and it's interesting in that how quickly you exhaust what the legal system can do for you.
Yeah, I mean,
if you're targeted,
especially if there's a belief that the person's going to commit violence, like a strong belief, like the person's going to commit violence, but there's no evidence that,
right.
But like they also take on the the dog. Well, I guess we'll get into it in the plot summary. But like even like killing a dog, it's like, oh well, at least at this point, if you kill a dog, that's just a fine. But
you're right.
That's right.
Even if you could prove that he did, which you can't,
And he's like, I don't know if he got in, and it's like, dude, come on now.
Yeah.
So
they want to keep the plot summary going.
Yeah. Let's see. So Bowden has since gone into private practice and now lives in fictional New Essex, North Carolina, which again I thought that was a real place. With his wife Lee.
Sounds like it would be somewhere in New Jersey and North Carolina.
Yeah. With his wife Lee and their teenage daughter Danielle, Danny, Katie moves to New Essex and quickly makes his presence known to Bowden. He explains that after learning to read in prison, he taught himself law and attempted several unsuccessful appeals of his case representing himself, implying that he knows about the hidden report. He soon begins to stalk and terrorize the family. After failing to pay Katie off, Bowden tries to have him charged for kidnapping and poisoning a family dog, but is told by the authorities that there's no proof that Katie is responsible. Now, there's a lot of stuff that they filled in, like they haven't even addressed, like, like the whole, how they first meet, and like how he was already getting in. Like he already knows like where they're at, where they're located, where they're going to be. And him buying like the ice cream or paying for it, like little things that are starting to feel like unsettling, like it just goes like that.
Which I think the scene that's most that's most famous, and I think part of that is the Simpsons episode of Sideshow Bob, is the he said the movie theater and he was like, He's
Yeah.
laughing.
But you said in movies sometimes that you've behaved like that
Yeah,
for
so
us.
I've referenced that sometimes when I think a movie's really, really funny, and I feel like I'm sitting at the movies like in front of people and I'm really laughing loudly, and I'm like, I really am Max Katie up right now. But it is also at the twilight of that time period. I think by the end of the decade, obviously, like it wouldn't be as loud, but like sitting there with a cigar in the movies is like
Can't
just
do that anymore. No.
yeah. I mean, there's like so few places that you're allowed to like bring, but that is such an invasion of somebody's space, right?
Yeah.
Like anybody else, you're just blowing smoke out, and the entire room is filling, and the entire room now stinks with smoke. You're just sitting there watching a movie. Like there's the violations, I guess, of public space are very like tangible here, but it's not illegal to violate public space.
Yeah.
It's not in these ways, right? Like there's he's like skirting the line.
Yeah, because it's getting to a point where like, but also I feel like some things are missing. Like we're noticing like the cracks like in the marriage. Like there's a problem. They have like a history of like tensions in their marriage, mostly about Lee's alcoholism and her not being the best mother, and some of that kind of falls like trickles onto Danny, and of course her marijuana use and blah 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 blah. Sam always too busy working with his private practice or whatever. So there's other things that this plot doesn't. But I feel like again, this is good for us to fill it in, because if we were reading like an IMDb, it would just be telling us everything. We wouldn't have time to like fill in the gaps.
His private practice that there's just not enough public defenders out there. There's not enough. The caseload is too big, so he has to quit and go into private practice and make a lot of money.
Well,
nice house.
Yeah, but also in that there's the the dog dies. I think it's a very interesting choice that in this they don't show the dead dog at all, whereas in the 1962 one, like it's not like it's you don't like watch the dog die, but you see the dead dog and he carries the dog to the vet and he like discovers it, and it's a very different.
Yeah,
I
show like a woman's cheek getting bitten up, and not it's a given. Like remember, like in Halloween where Michael Myers just lifts up and just squeezes the dog to death.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that we don't see like a dead dog in this movie, because
but I think it's interesting what gets expanded upon at this time and what kind of
gets shown, what
the imagination, because it's like poisoning the dog is left to the imagination, but brutally like starting to rape somebody and
but brutalizing and constantly threatening the rape and further brutalizing of a woman.
Rape's okay.
There's nothing but time and space and screen for that.
Don't show a dead dog. Right? Rape whoever you
show a dead dog.
Yeah.
I also think immediately deciding to try to pay, like using money as, because currency really is one of the only things you really have as in the system of leverage. It's like if you have you have an insurmountable or like an inexhaustible amount of money, at least in the beginning. Everyone's like,
in fact, they skip a lot. I think maybe I'm remembering wrong, but it seems like they skip in the 91 version a lot of the attempts to find legal recourse to contain him, and he goes to the money thing pretty fast. Seemed to me anyway.
I think that just seems like Nick Nolte's character in this.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like part of his character. It's going to occur to him faster. I can buy this guy off. Yeah.
Katie then targets Lori Davis, a courthouse clerk, and rapes her. I don't know what we're just talking about. Davis refuses Bowden's pleas to report Katie after the latter reveals that he knows about her inappropriate flirtations with Bowden. Bowden hires a private investigator, Claude Kursick, to discreetly follow Katie, but this fails when Katie confronts him in public. I like the performance that Alana Douglas has here as the, but I also think that it loses something a little bit in that she's a person that is close to Sam, and not like in the original 1962 one. She's like a sex worker that he just kind of picks up.
Yeah.
I feel like the sex worker thing
That's
kind of
just someone that they've had like will they won't they type of relations, so
well it's immediately, it's kind of an immediate vengeful thing where it's like he's targeting this guy.
Like Katie knows, he's like, there's no way this woman's gonna say something.
But in the I feel like there's something even more terrifying about it being just kind of a random, like he's just going around doing that stuff to whoever, like whatever women he meets,
whatever woman he picks up. And that, and they do make it shorter, but she's enjoying like mocking him. There's longer of that in the car, and you know what the result is. This is going to be, it lasts longer. And it's like, oh, yeah. But I have to say, the Ileana Douglas, she's so good that, and she does it just, that's a hard thing to pull off. Drunk is always hard to pull off. Most actors never get it.
Yeah.
She really, I think, nailed something.
I really was like, did she have anything beforehand?
Well, it's drunk. It's like a specific kind of drunk where you're sad, you're lonely, you're willing to overlook these red flags because you've been stood up. You're extremely lonely.
It's another charge against the Nick Nolte character because he's completely careless of this woman. He's clearly having an emotional affair, what we now call an emotional affair involvement with her, but he hasn't crossed the line yet. But it's going to happen because he's going to keep seeing her until it does happen. So.
And then he's right on the line. Like they're playing paddleball together or whatever, and he's like all on her and like in front of her. Like, he's right on that line throughout this
he's right on the line. But then he apparently, if stuff is happening that's bad, he forgets, whatever, and he doesn't even think to call her, and that's classic him. Because what does he care about? Who does he care about? I don't even know what we're supposed to think about him at the end. Does he? Do the family care about each other more? Because I don't even know what the ending is.
I like the line. Oh, we never talked about it again, and it's like,
we never talked about it again.
I wouldn't want to talk about it either. But also too, like, and of course this again doesn't get mentioned in the plot summary, but like they argue about her because she's like, is that the girl that got beat up? Did you fuck her? Like, and they get into a whole thing, and of course. Danny overhears the arguments and stuff like that, which is probably something that she was used to growing up. It's like, why the hell did these two get married? Like,
there was
immediately every time she immediately gets up and goes to her room, and she knows, like, Kristina, I was thinking about you watching MTV, like like the and VH1 kind of stuff. She turns that on as soon as she gets to her room, and like their parents are fighting in the other room. She has the TV just loud enough that she doesn't have to hear it, but she's watching like VH1.
That's me. That was me growing up when my parents didn't drag me in the middle of their fights as a 7-year-old.
And it's not just any fights. She like goes full at him. I mean,
Yeah. Which there was something where she clearly gave off signs that she was going to kill herself the first time that this happened. And it was like you continued to slide back.
Therapy and all them drudging up all the passive, like, when you couldn't cook dinner and clean the house, and you couldn't take care of Danny.
Now he'd be like, babe, you have a sex addiction. It's not my fault.
Yeah. But it is interesting, though. Let me just add that the big problem, apparently, with Danny is they never talk to her for any like there's no like let's sit down and talk to you.
There's no there's a disconnect,
which is of course how he zeroes in on exactly what to do, which is very, very faux empathizing in long lingering conversations with her. That's what she's craving because this is what she doesn't get. So it was, to me, it was so odd at the end to have her say, we never talked about it. I'm just like, okay, what is this, Prince of Tides?
No one learned anything from it.
No one learned. It was apparently the messages we learned nothing. It did nothing to strengthen our relationship. I don't know what to make of it.
Well, it's like, because the ending of the ending of the original Cape Fear, it's like we think a lot less of the Gregory Peck character. Yes. He's been slimy in dealing, not in his family life, but in dealing with this problem. He's obviously, been slimy about the entire thing. But you get this feeling at the very end of it where it's like he realizes the one thing that he could do that makes him better than Max Cady is that Max Cady's going to go to prison for the rest of his life and not get the release that he clearly does want, which is to have his head blown off. Like,
he goes back to his Law and Order self. He reaffirms that he doesn't kill Cady when he could, and you do feel like
it doesn't seem like the guy that wrote this is I think his name is Wesley Strick. The other movies he did are like Arachnophobia and like stuff like that. But
that's kind of a step up from.
But like at the end of this, it's almost like they don't really know. Like, so what did we learn? Like, like that scene. I forgot what it was from. Like, what did we learn? And he's like, I don't know.
Not to do it again.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't know what we did, but we learned it's burning.
Yeah, we learned not to do it again. He's like, this guy up there for the end of this.
Yeah.
But Kristina, go ahead.
Yeah, so impersonating her drama teacher, Katie approaches Danny and kisses her. Well, there's a lot more that
A lot more
happens.
than it's not just a mere mwah.
It's like a full-on like seduction where they have adult conversations about religion and sex.
It's like,
and
like, hey Danny. All right,
you know,
I'm going.
and also,
and what
and
got
also-
all the mentions was the thumb in the mouth. God, we got to say it.
yeah, and she found
a
out
little
too.
mini.
Did not know what's going to happen.
Yeah. She didn't know.
De Niro planned it out beforehand. He almost last tango in Paris her in a weird way. Like he did not tell her that he was planning to put his thumb in her mouth and just did it.
Then she developed a crush on him afterwards. So it's like, what? I
Yep.
mean, I guess good for
That's
her.
what I mean. Throughout, I'm like, okay, I understand these are supposed to be messed up people, but how messed up are we talking here?
Yeah.
Because I still am unclear. Like, is it youngish Scorsese's idea that everyone is just does he have that youthful notion that everyone is really fucked up if you really think about that? Isn't that cool? As you get older, you stop being fascinated by fucked up.
Scorsese had been doing movies for like 2 decades. Like Scorsese started in the 70s.
He's not that young. Yeah.
Well, he's got a younger daughter now, so.
But anyways.
So when Bonin learns of this, he reluctantly agrees to Kursik's suggestion that they hire men to beat Katie and run him out of town. Before the beating, Bonin gives Katie a final warning to leave New Essex, threatening physical harm if he does not. Don't do that. He is unaware that Katie uses a tape recorder to record the threat. Smart. Kursik's hired thugs ambush Katie, but are driven off when Katie demonstrates his unnatural strength. Hey, Eileen, there you go.
Yeah, I didn't need it identified. It was so clear, like, oh, right.
Yep. Katie uses the recording and exaggerations of his injuries to file for a restraining order against him, which is granted. Katie's attorney petitions the ABA Ethics Committee for Bowen's disbarment, triggering a 2-day emergency meeting in Raleigh.
Yeah, it's like when he's getting beaten up, he it seems like he kills one of the guys, or at least like I don't know, like,
are you there?
Like Vito's cousin or whatever, Vito's brother in The Sopranos, where he gets hit with the tire iron so many times in the head that he's permanently brain damaged. Like he does that to like the first guy, and then the other two kind of he runs off. But it is a great scene. I really do think it's a great scene where he's like, "Counselor, you there?
Could you be there?"
Yeah. Could you be?
Well, it does seem ludicrous, doesn't it, that he's there? I mean, how stupid are you? I just
could have just walked up and found him.
He's sitting behind a dumpster while this is happening. He's on the scene. Is he out of his fucking? The whole time I'm just like, what? But clearly Scorsese's like, this will be cool. I'm just like, but it makes no sense.
Yeah, but sense. But then he's like, oh, if you're there, what does it doesn't even matter. And it's like.
Well, he just decides not to look behind the dumpster after all. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter because he's got him on tape saying like,
Well, yeah.
That's why he didn't really. Sam didn't realize that.
Yeah, but you don't really realize that at that point. But it also feels like somebody that's taken some of the wrong lessons from Hitchcock's tips on like suspense, where it's like he has all these tips on suspense, and it's like the suspense really builds up, and then I don't know, Robert De Niro at the last minute, it's like Then the thing is, he tape recorded him, so it's like it wouldn't have helped. It wouldn't have helped anything to confront him because then he's initiated a conflict between the two of them, and then he can't do his.
You want to be as far away as you could get when the beating occurs. That's all I'm saying.
Because you don't know, just because there's 3 goons, that doesn't mean that man has supernatural powers. Remember that. You never know. Someone's always gonna, you never know. He could get the upper hand. Also, those goons didn't really look strong enough anyway, so it's like.
It also because Joe Don Baker's in this, and because we had just talked about Charlie Varick.
Yeah.
He's the line. He's like, go work on him with 2 tire irons, and I think it reminded me of that line from Charlie Varick when he's like, go to work on him with a pair of pliers and a blowtorch.
Yeah, every time I think of him now, I think of that Guy Island pilot that Sam Cedar did, where he has to, where he's like in his freaking like leopard print underwear, and Joe Don Baker walks in, he's like, "Oh boy," and I'm like, "Guy in those in pink or something like that."
Yeah, watch that the after party. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
So thinking that Katie may break into the Bowden home while Bowden's away, Kursik fakes his departure and prepares to shoot Katie in self-defense. Preemptive self-defense. Katie sneaks in undetected and kills the housekeeper, Grisilla.
Oh, yeah, that one. Oh my god.
Where, also, everyone, the whole time, where's the
Holy
piano
shit.
wire? Where's the piano wire? Why is this piano wire missing?
It's
We don't know why.
Donnie her clothes. He blindsides, and it's Chekhov's piano wire, by the way. That's what I was gonna.
Yeah, exactly.
Donnie her clothes. He blindsides and murders Kursick before fleeing. After discovering the bodies, the boats decide to hide aboard their old houseboat docked upstate along the Cape Fear River. Oh, that's where the movie's name comes from. Not knowing that Katie strapped himself to their car's undercarriage. See, and that is the moment where it jumps the shark again. Like he's underneath.
He's
the
already
car.
there.
No, he's hanging on the car.
Right.
Woman's
there's
like,
another moment where I have to think of a Sideshow Bob where he's underneath the car. He goes, oh,
just doing too much. And that lady's like, huh?
Yeah, there's that one lady watching him get out from under the car, and he's like,
and he's just like, whatever.
Yeah.
But I guess people are mad racist up there, so she's like, I'm not. There's a white on white crime thing.
Yeah.
So while Bonin is on deck and Lee and Danny are in the cabin, Katie subdues Bowman and ties him up. He severs the rope anchoring the boat and sending adrift into a violent thunderstorm. When Katie announces his intention to rape her and her mother, Danny sprays lighter fluid onto him as he lights a cigar, causing him to jump off the boat. Bowman attempts to steer the boat back to safety, but a badly burned Katie, having grabbed onto the tow line, holds him at gunpoint with Kursick's pistol. Good monologue time. But she's trying, like, when he gets there, like, you think everything's fine, but you're like, there's a storm, it ain't gonna be fine. Son's gonna, he's gonna be there.
Yeah, you definitely know he's coming back. I think that's for sure.
Yeah,
one of those things also feels like intentionally like very biblical. The storm on the boat, and it's like it's like a Noah's Ark type thing where it's like the storm is coming and it will never stop, and at least until the sky is defeated and God. God, yes, has brought down a storm upon all of them, and so a plague on all of them.
Is this the one where they keep talking about the storm coming and the storm passing? And is that part of the dialogue they have? No. Maybe it's in the new one. Maybe it's never mind. Maybe it's in the series.
Yeah, it's probably.
I think they borrow it for the new series.
The storm's coming. Q is coming back. He's gonna. He's gonna
where we go on, where we go on. Yeah, but it's funny too.
Katie is Q in this new QAnon version of Cape Fear.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I don't even know what to say. It gets so over the top.
Yeah, because he also tries to like. We keep forgetting that he like locks her, in the little thing to get in the hole, and then he tries to like
get in the hole.
Sex or
Danielle, get in the hole.
Yeah, and then of course, there's a lot of interruptions, of course, because of the boat and all that happening. So it's like,
and she makes a big speech out of nowhere, right? That was another strange thing. Jessica Lange finally gets a whole lot of lines where she has to do a whole trying to convince Katie that
do it to me,
they have
not
a
to her.
connection, and she understands him. Because she knows about
it's finally her being a freaking mother and putting her daughter first before herself. That's what I viewed it as finally.
It is. That is what she's doing. I'm just saying.
Do it to her, not to me.
It's a speech that goes all around Robin Hood's barn. Like, where is she going with it? It goes on, and it's like pages. Yeah. And it actually made me wonder: was she told to like ad lib some of it just to get, as long as she gets to the end point?
Was she bullshitting the whole time? Like,
yeah.
Well, he's doing like a
stall.
I don't know. He's doing the thing where he tries to get to her head earlier.
Yeah, and
saying,
she's trying to get into his.
We're similar. We've lost years of our lives together, darling. And then so she finally gets to be like, you know what? I do think about you actually. And I've been thinking like, maybe we do have similarities. It's like I don't know, but I don't know.
It's just an odd, lengthy kind of stem winder of a speech to get where she's going. So I don't know. I just wondered if it was how much rope was being extended to Jessica Lange. So partway through, I'm just like, where are you going with this, Jessica? I was just surprised you didn't do another take. That's all.
I'm just like you. I've thought about killing Sam Bowden as well.
Yes, myself. I
Yeah,
know.
she really should have said that. But also, see, this is also getting to a point in Jessica Lange's career where like she wasn't, she had her moment in the 70s and in the 80s, and by like the mid 90s, she kind of like fell off a little bit. And then thanks to Ryan Murphy kind of revitalized her career.
She's so good in American Horror Story, though.
I know,
Love
and
her.
I just hate Ryan Murphy, but he's like, there's an actress in her 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s that needs to be brought back. I mean, Kathy Bates the same way, Diane Lane, like all these actresses, like the Capote versus the Swans. I'm like, these are all like actresses who would be considered has-beens, and yet he's giving them roles, so I could give him credit for that. But like other than that, it's like, can you please not exploit these stories, please? Like,
well, see that's why I like American Horror Story, and I don't like his other stuff. It's like I think American Horror Story, he's not really like he's just kind of doing like a vague trope version of stuff. Like that's good, but when you're like, oh, this is a real life story, and I'm gonna sensationalize
of like OJ or the love story, yeah.
It's like all right, well, I feel like you've gone too far. As the boat is rocked by the storm, this boat's a rocking. Katie conducts a mock trial, beating Bowden into confessing that he hid the report. Katie scolds him for failing to do his duty as an attorney and sentencing him to the 9th circle of hell. See, there's like a lot of mixed metaphors in this too, where it's like Dante's Inferno, but also the Bible. I guess he read a lot of stuff over those 14 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
The storm knocks Katie off his feet, allowing Bowden to gain the upper hand. As Lee and Dawn come to shore, Bowden cuffs Katie to the boat as it breaks apart before grabbing a large rock to bring down on Katie's head. Just as he slams it down, the current carries Katie and the wreckage away from shore.
So much stuff
We should probably talk about the Nick Nolte thing, because there's a lot of effort again to make him even weaker than normally the
pistol whip
hero would be. He's got to be defeated easily, then bound and humiliated, then he's going to be dragged in to watch the wife and daughter brutal. I mean, they're really,
He keeps kicking him in the head too, and it's like
and there's a big point made of making him look low. It's really punitive with his character, which hell, so fun.
Probably is Robert De Niro's most attractive.
Role. You do start to wonder.
Although I bet a lot of women were strangely attracted to like Travis Bickle and went through something with that, and then started like wondering about their own psychology with that. Like I feel like I've seen people.
It's kind of like the story of like why women find Ted Bundy attractive, and I'm like, what?
Oh yeah.
That's always Luigi Mangione, I understand, but like Ted Bundy, what?
Oh, I know. People thought of him as like clean cut, all American, and I was like, Ted Bundy. They did.
He was a Nixon. He was a Nixon delegate at the RNC.
Yeah.
He's like, we gotta get those criminals.
But also, this is the part too. This is also
I hate pedophiles.
Oh yeah.
It's like Ted Bundy. He's like, I hate criminals.
Yeah. But
Mm.
this is also the part in the movie where it's like he literally says, just because she was promiscuous didn't give you the right to rape her, and you bragged about getting off on other rapes or whatever. You're a menace. And he's like, you're my lawyer.
Yeah.
You were my lawyer.
He's like, perhaps you were right.
Yeah. I don't know what I mean. By that point, I wasn't sure anything was being meant to be taken seriously. That anyone was. I like couldn't. What were you supposed to think of that? Are you really supposed to come out of this movie with a new sense of like, this is where I now stand on the criminal justice system? I don't. It just somehow doesn't seem right. But
maybe it's just Scorsese's attempt at Hitchcock for once, and especially in the 90s. It's hard to pull off.
Yeah. But I think he does what Hitchcock does in the sense of like delving into the psychology and like why we as a society feel the way we do, or why as individuals we feel the way we do. There's like a lot of that in here. I don't know if it's coherent, but that is.
Well, that's my question. As I wind up feeling so unclear about these characters, but maybe
you just got to
I don't like
Goodfellas.
Yeah, this is literally like right after Goodfellas. It's like
he's really trying to.
When Scorsese's on, he's unbeatably great. So there's no feeling of lack of clarity with the characters. God only knows in Goodfellas or any of his great films. But for me, I just sit here in this one going, I don't know what you're trying to get across.
I mean, it's probably good that he did this and not Schindler's List.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine that one.
I mean, he did, you know, the Jesus movie with Willem Dafoe, but like,
yeah, and that one. Though now that's supposed to be a work of genius too. But I was there when it opened. Holy shit!
Yeah,
Robert De Niro's like, gotta save the Jews.
That was like, in my opinion, that one was like his weakest film, and I was like, what did he do this for?
Yeah, and that was his biggest obsession. That was the one he was most obsessed with doing. And you watch it, I mean, it really was a laugh riot. People were going to laugh because, you know, he gave all his New Yorker actors playing lead roles in the story of the Christ with their, you know, New York accents unchanged.
Yeah. It's like people freaking out about like the Odyssey, and I'm like, well, again, but that's also fiction, but also too, like, do you think all the Greeks in movies from the 50s and 60s sounded British? No.
Yeah, but you know why they did it.
I'd love to see Martin Scorsese's The Odyssey.
Oh, I know.
I would love to see it, like, but it is.
They always try to find an elevated form of diction that people can understand, so it'll sound more it'll just connote this. We will say this connotes.
It just
but
sounds
no
natural
one thinks, you know, I don't know, a Brooklyn accent of the older time is like.
Everyone has different accents, I guess. I don't know, but like people are like, they made it woke, and I'm like, the story's fictional. It was woke from the start. What are we talking about?
What story's woke?
The Odyssey, like I'm like, because they cast, you know, so many different people, different races and stuff, and I'm like,
oh yeah, that's right, yeah.
But it's also why, like something like "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou" works so well. Is that they did the opposite, where it's like instead of doing the elevated diction that you're looking for, it's like the entire film is done with Southern accents, and it's the Odyssey, but it's like a very
yeah, of course, just transposed over rural Mississippi. Yeah. No, that is good. I don't know that we solved this, by the way. I'm not one of the accent fetishist Meryl Streep fans who are like, oh my God, she's got it down to a 2-block radius in Warsaw, Poland. I just don't give a shit. But that whole accent fetish has never been a thrill of mine. So I'm not
remember when
sure
she did
I
remember Meryl Streep doing Margaret Thatcher.
Oh God, yeah. But other people love it. It's like another bit of stunt work. You know, wow, that was a great stunt she just did there. I just hate that, but others love it. So I just wish we'd find some more creative way to handle the accent problem that we've got.
I mean, to me, it's all about specific time period. Like, you know, when you think of Peaky Blinders, like people say that Birmingham accent doesn't really exist anymore, but it was very much, but also too, you know, dialects and accents have been changing. You know, people from New York don't sound like they used to unless they're like older because there's so many transplanting and stuff like that.
Well, and there's just really, this is off topic, but it's an interesting, there's extreme cases of like, what's her name? Jennifer Jason Leigh was fabulous with accents. And so she's going to play Dorothy Parker. She went and listened to every recording of Dorothy Parker's voice ever, did a perfect Dorothy Parker. And people went and to the movie and was like, she's practically unintelligible. She's so distracting and maddening to listen to. I can't stand to watch this performance. Because people don't really talk, they sound odd. So many people from olden times, and that's not even that old, can sound like they have some extreme vocal delivery when it was literally how they sounded.
They still have to sound somewhat coherent. That's why the transatlantic accent lasted for as long as it did.
Yeah, they found they said like, what will work anywhere?
Because even like their Southern accent sounded like Southern Belle and very like, you know, and like high and not like rednecky lower class.
Yeah. Oh no, they would do these and they do admittedly hilarious accents. You know, they would be.
Well, it was a classic Defier. When someone did have that rednecky accent, you would know like this is an extremely low class person. Like
yes, it's supposed to be an indicator. Exactly. Yeah.
Even if everybody in the movie is poor, like even if every single person in the movie is poor, you're still like, this is the kind of person we're supposed to look down on. This is the kind of poor person that's like, you know, it can make it out of that point. You know, when they free the slaves or whatever.
Well, you know, there's also that a lot of them had no time to do advanced prep. So if they was like, okay, you're Southern in this movie, it was like the day after they were Irish in another movie. So they were just like, okay. So they were hilarious. There's this one movie called Home from the Hill where half the cast are doing these kind of Southwestern accents that are just a scream and a half because they clearly had no idea.
It's why that scene works so well in Hail Caesar, which I don't think anyone but the Coen brothers could have come up with it, where he's trying to coach.
Oh, yeah.
He's trying to coach Aiden, honestly, like that guy. He's trying to coach him. He's like, would, but it's and he's like, would, but it's
Would that it were so simple.
It's so
simple.
It also reminds me of for a lot of the biopics where it's like they get the same woman to help Austin Butler, Timothy Chalamet, Jafar Jackson, but it's like, why does Jafar Jackson's never acted in his life. Timothy Chalamet is a seasoned actor. Austin Butler's acted long enough. Why did Austin Butler keep the Elvis voice, but they were able to abandon those very distinctive accents too? I just don't get it. He still sounds Elvis to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's an
he might never fully shake it.
No,
he was patient zero though, wasn't he? Like maybe they.
Well, no, Rami Malek was the first one too, but he was able to get rid of it.
Yeah, but maybe they found a way since those patient zero things to slowly bring actors out of it that they didn't have when it was
slowly but surely.
Yeah,
they send them to accent rehab or something.
Yeah. Try to maybe go to accent rehab, and I say yes, please.
And I said yes.
Have we done? Are we done? Or is there more?
No, we got one more.
I think there's one more. Yeah.
Yep. Let me close this off. As the boat sinks, Katie speaks madly in tongues and sings a hymn. On Jordan's stormy banks I stand. Katie exchanges a final glare with Bonin before being pulled underwater. Bonin wipes Katie's blood from his hands and joins Lee and Danny. A voiceover narration from Danny states that the family never spoke about the ordeal, at least not to one another.
There's a great line where he's like, I'm not going to wait to wipe the blood off my hands. And then he literally does. He's like, oh, I guess I
I guess I will. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you tell me, what are we supposed to feel at the end? I don't know.
I think the ending is harder for me to kind of read through because there's something I feel like, I don't know, maybe Scorsese kind of poisoned himself with the Last Temptation of Christ, where it's like, because it seems like he loves the pageantry of Catholicism, like in all of his movies. And then this is a much more vulgar type of evangelical Christianity. And he's clearly he thinks it's vulgar and stupid and
he's Italian and he's Catholic.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Maybe it's saying being evangelical they're bad, being Catholic they're great. I don't know.
I guess that's the lesson we have to learn.
No, I don't. No, it's not because it's a very clear moral lesson at the end of the original one, and I just think
vengeance can destroy you. It could be self-destructive, and that's kind of in the end Katie just gives up and is like, fuck it, I'll just drown.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that I don't know. I mean, I don't really think is there a moral lesson, but it's more like what are you supposed to be feeling? Are you supposed to be feeling something for Nick Nolte? Is Nick Nolte redeemed somehow? Have you been able to have your sympathy for him?
I think it is. I mean, it's a thriller. It's at the end of it, you're supposed to feel relief, right?
Well, you just relieved it's over. That's the that's the one.
That's what you. That's what you.
That's the 62 version. You're just like, phew, that's over. Thank you.
Relieved the family is unharmed,
But there are just shots there are many shots of Nick Nolte at the. It's quite protracted. Even after Katie dies, they keep going back and showing his face and his hand washing as if he's trying to get the blood off his hand. All that. It just seems like the movie's lingering in a way that made me go, okay, we're supposed to be getting something out of this, I think, but I don't know. Okay,
he's just got a great face. Nick Nolte's got one of those classic faces, and if you have him and you have De Niro up against each other, like De Niro talking to me, and then Nick Nolte being like.
Well, then that whole theme of having her writing the book report, she can't write, and that's one of the things she talks about.
She did get a subject for her book report.
And in the end, that's presumably her book report or some sort of report. I'm just like, that was also confusing. So wasn't she supposed to be writing about Look Homeward Angel or some classic? I don't know.
This summer, me and my family got chased by a psychopathic rapist. He wanted to rape me and my mom, but my dad at the very end saved us.
So that's what I mean, though. Why is that there? What are, again, not what's the lesson, but what are we supposed to get out of ending on that? I find this movie baffling. Ludicrous.
Well, like some endings could be left ambiguous. Some endings could, or just not like, it's like watching Disclosure Day. I'm like, oh, so is there going to be a sequel to it now that we know? Okay.
Yeah, but that isn't ambiguous, is it? I mean, we don't know what little.
Or like, or I'm saying like, you know, what could come after if you know, some people would want more from a movie, you know,
right?
But this one, it's like the Cape Fear. It's like, okay, there's an ending.
I mean,
a frame ending like that is, you know, it's so simple in 62. They're just riding away from Cape Fear on the boat. They're done. They lived, and then you can cogitate on what this is going to do to the family life. His Law and Order. You can, but it's pretty simple. They're just going away from it. But to bring it back to the here I'm doing my report is such an odd choice. I thought. I
mean, I don't think the script was like they talk about this throughout the making of documentary. Like the script was not good. Like this guy comes.
I agree.
Even they admit that fact. That the script.
Oh really? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then they did multiple drafts of the script, and then they had like all these notes, and then the guy had to make another draft of it. So and the guy never worked with Scorsese. Scorsese repeats the same collaborators. He worked with this guy one time. And like never worked with him again. So I mean, I don't know. I think it's just a relief. I think it's just you see something. It's scary throughout it. It kind of drives you kind of insane, and you're watching it throughout it. And although I think it kind of goes off the rails in that sense at the end when it's like, you know, he's like that lost it for me. Like the tension of it is gone for me at that point. But I think you kind of feel relief at the end of something like that, where it's like,
no, absolutely. But surely the relief shot is the shot you've already got. They're going away, or they're back at home, or whatever. They lived. But the book report or the therapy report or whatever the hell,
it's just a plot device.
It's like, why? But and the ending is kind of important. I don't know. It just drove me nuts. I'm just like, man, why are you dragging this back in? Who the hell cares? Who remembered that she was trying to write a report and then
it's like, it's like I don't know. I feel like maybe you started with that. You feel like you have to end with that. I don't think it's necessarily like like
anything meaningful whatsoever. And yet this film has an excellent rep. Like excellent. Like it's really considered a good film.
I mean, I'm just saying for that plot device, right? To begin it one way, because I like beginning it that way with the book report. I think it did a good job kind of drawing you in. I just feel like maybe you write it at the beginning and it's like, well, I guess we have to end with it because we began with it.
Yeah. Well, also too, you know, she was talking about, the houseboat Cape Fear. Now she's like, here's a really bad experience I had on that.
Well, I know, but I mean, it's just maddening, especially for someone who's channeling Hitchcock. Hitchcock doesn't do. There isn't a shot when Hitchcock's got control. Every goddamn second counts. That's the whole thing about Hitchcock. That's why it's all so tight. And to have just be like, we started this way. So I guess she's got to finish her report at the end.
You know, all right. I do this every time with you. I always think of like an alternate version of, you always have a question. I feel like I always think of like an alternate thing. So my alternate thing for this, right? Keeping the thing as it is that this is her college admission essay. And, because she has the problem where throughout this movie, she's Juliette Lewis is trapped between childhood and adulthood, and she's kind of acting like a child throughout it, but she grows up. So I wanted the end of it. She hands in her college admission essay, and it like gets her into some college, and then you see her go to college, and there's like a voiceover that's like, I finally left my parents' house. And I don't know, it gives you some kind of closure with the fact that she's writing. This is her college essay. Writing about like what's the hardest thing you ever had to overcome. And the hardest thing she ever had to overcome was Max Cady. She goes to college and then she starts her life, and it's like
I'm out of there because that home was irredeemable. That would at least signify something. I mean, it's funny, but that would at least signify a complete thought.
After this, we bought another houseboat. At least, I
know.
I'm sure glad the insurance covered our next houseboat.
Sorry, I just had to harp on it. I just couldn't fathom it. So that's all.
Well, you get what I'm saying with like I feel like if you had her go to college, I feel like that could kind of be a sense of closure. Like she grew up.
No, I agree. That would at least put a definite, might be a kind of naive version of it, but it's definite. It's like, no, she not only had to get past the Katie thing, she had to get past her family. She has to get out of it.
And she had to, she's gonna make a great roommate for somebody.
and now we gotta pass to the letterbox one-liners.
All right.
Yeah.
That's right. I know Conan ain't here, so I'm in charge. So as you all know, Letterboxd is a place where film lovers and film haters and even film curious folks gather with it to each other to talk about the films they love, films they didn't love, the films they thought Robert De Niro was so freaking hot that they just couldn't contain themselves. And of course, this is all best succinctly. It's not just a Siskel and Eberts of the world. Anyone can chime and opine. And of course, with every episode, we always do these. So here are the Letterboxd one-liners for Cape Fear 1991 edition. Take it away, Forrest. 2 hours of Jessica Lange wondering why she didn't divorce Nick Nolte when she had the chance.
Yes, I agree. That's brilliant. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Like,
You got it.
He's such an interesting looking guy too. It's like you feel like she could do better.
Yeah. No kidding. Scorsese sure knows how to make money over the fact that Robert De Niro is hot.
Oh my God. I find him so not hot. Well, that's part of the problem, maybe. Maybe if I found him hot. No, seems like that would be even more disturbing. I don't know. God.
You said you weren't disturbed by it, so maybe that is the thing. Maybe you would find it more disturbing because he's hot.
Oh my Lord.
It's just hard not to see just this Robert De Niro. Like,
yes. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
You talking to me? darling, you talking to me?
Cape rage bait.
Yeah.
That is basically this movie in a nutshell. He's just rage baiting, the Bonans.
Yeah, is that the modern version of this though? He's online and he's like just talking shit, and it's like they're like so like every time the Bonans like post like a family photo, he's like, kid's ugly. Kid don't look good. Or he's like posting like this is Sam Bowden's social security number.
Yeah. Oh God. He would have that information somewheres.
Sam
Bowden streaming on Twitch. He's like,
yeah, maybe that'll be in the series if I was going to watch it, which I'm not. Maybe all that'll be in there.
Can you imagine Max Hayes streaming to do like religious sermons and teaching people about law and how to read? Coworker study streams.
He's like, you might think this is hard, but you know what was hard? When I was in prison for 14 years and I got gang raped by 4 white guys and then 4 black guys, that was hard. And you guys can't do this one little thing. Listen up. I bet you can.
Drinking game. Take a shot every time Robert De Niro says counselor.
I do really like when he's like, well, I represented myself, so we're basically colleagues now. And that is rage baiting. He's clearly trying to get everyone to be like, we are not colleagues. You are not a lawyer.
Yeah.
I'm basically a lawyer myself.
Mm-hmm. Answer. Came in for Martin Scorsese, stayed for Alfred Hitchcock.
It's like half a Hitchcock. It's like Al Cock or something. This is like
yeah. Fred Hitch. So wait, the movie is over and still no Joe Pesci?
Yeah, exactly.
I think
can you imagine if he was cursing?
Or just what if you swapped out like the next version of it? You had like De Niro's Pesci, like another person make cameo appearances.
Keitel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keitel then. Yeah.
Keitel could have easily been like the Robert Mitchum kind of role as like the like the sheriff that he goes to or whatever, and then Joe Pesci would have had to be Max Cady though. That's the thing. Like you can't. There isn't really like another role that you can put Joe Pesci into.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I guess
Southern accent.
I mean, no. He can only stand around while other people do Southern accents at him.
Yeah.
That's what he was doing around the same time that this was happening. He's obviously
you're doing My Cousin Vinny. He just done.
Oh,
yeah.
right.
He won the Oscar, and then he had to go back to filming My Cousin Vinny. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Most people behave like Max Cady in movie theaters now.
That's how I behave in movie theaters.
Minus the cigar.
Yeah. I don't smoke. I'm like Max Cady if he ain't smoked.
By far, the most inappropriate film to be nominated for the MTV Movie Award for Best Kiss.
That's very funny.
Yeah, I forgot that
MTV,
was though. I looked it up. I'm like, wait a minute.
Best thumb in mouth.
Yeah, and they always have to have the actors do the kiss in front of the audience too. For those who don't realize that.
That's probably why I didn't win.
Yeah. Anyway, those are the Letterboxd one-liners for Cape Fear 1991 edition.
Mm-hmm.
You can follow Conan. He's over there doing his Criterion collection.
and touring.
And touring right now, obviously. And of course, Forrest and always Flacco. He's always logging in stuff for the podcast and stuff whenever he feels like watching. Obviously, he's probably on a bit of a Robert Mitchum kick, right?
Yep, I've watched a bunch of Robert Mitchum movies.
Prepare for this one. And you can follow me at Kristina at Letterboxd, and I'm logging in stuff. We'll be logging in a lot more summer blockbusters that are coming out, like Supergirl and the Spider-Man movie. So be prepared for that. Eileen, are you on Letterboxd or no?
No, I still have not. I don't think I can bear it. I know I should
paid for her reviews.
Yeah,
that's the thing. She's
it's more writing of reviews. Don't think I can do.
Yeah,
it.
you don't need. Yeah, that's the last thing a film critic needs is a second, film critique.
Well, I thought maybe
hustle.
I could go wilder and be more insane on it.
Or just do like one just for the fun of it, like I do. These guys take it too seriously, so.
Yeah.
I don't know. A lot of times I do it. I like routine and like figuring stuff like so. A lot of times
You're a Virgo. That's why.
Yeah, but no, I try to think of what I'm going to say in the intro.
Mm-hmm.
Point I want to make in the intro when I make my Letterboxd one, and then I do my Letterboxd one. Yeah, and then, I don't know. That's
reading a script.
It's good mental rehearsal. All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't come up with the intros on the fly. I just can't. But yeah, I'll hit it with the plugs.
Yeah.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end, because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week? All right, Conan's on tour, so he's doing June 24th, Youngstown, Ohio. June 25th, Baltimore at Wax Atlas. June 26th, Brooklyn, New York at the Gutter Bar. June 27th, he's in East Hampton, Massachusetts. And then June 28th, Boston, Massachusetts, Middle East with Miracle Blood. So that's where he is.
Nice.
By the way, they just called it for Claire Valdez.
Yeah, and Brad Lander too, I think.
Oh, coolio.
Yes, they're already calling in New York City. You know, it doesn't have to be California where it takes a million years to find out.
Yeah.
But Eileen,
Yes.
do you have anything to plug?
Oh, let's see. What am I doing? I just finished a little belatedly my Toy Story 5 review that is making bizarre boatloads of money for a number 5 sequel. Like, I think it's a record breaker for the series. That's crazy.
They made Woody fat.
Well, meaning what?
They made Woody fat and they made him bald.
Oh yeah, they did. They made him fat and bald. They're definitely
Our toys can eat.
So I just reviewed that. I'm trying to write about the Odysseys series on Criterion Collection, which is tough. It includes, A Brother Where Art Thou, and what else? There's just a whole series of not at all related films that have people traveling around, going different places. So I have no idea. It's clearly just there because the Odyssey is coming up
Also, it's not all like things that are based on the Odyssey. It's like
no, only Oh Brother Art Thou has this loose connection to the actual Odyssey. As far as I know, the others are not. One is Darjeeling Limited. There's just all this.
That's weird. That's weird.
Yeah, so I'm just racking my brain trying to come up with an argument for what I'm going to say about these Odysseys films. I think the Criterion channel, programmer is sort of taking the summer off mentally. There's another one that's on weddings. It's very light. So anyway, I'm just worried. Those are the two things that are most recent for me, and otherwise, just and of course you're going to be on my upcoming podcast, my Film Stuff podcast. We're going to be doing a Mitchum episode focusing on
Out of the Past.
Out of the Past is the main one, which is of course
But I'm gonna watch some other Mitchum to try to get.
Yeah, I meant to come up with a list, but I think it's okay if we just watch a bunch of stuff. I've already seen a bunch of stuff because I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
Of
I should come on because I'm really much into like Marilyn Monroe right now. Don't Bother to Knock. I love that. That's like her best role, in my opinion.
That's quite a discovery. When you first see it, you're just like, well, damn, she was very good.
Yeah, she kind of created the trope of like the Cupid psycho.
Yeah.
Type.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't think, but she's.
But yeah, no, it's kind of a revelation. Yeah, and they were buddies. He knew her before she was famous.
Yeah,
he was friends with her first husband. So yeah, and then they were in that terrible Western. What was it? River of No Returns. Absolutely awful.
Yeah,
they're both charming. This terrible movie. So yeah. Well, hell, maybe we should have you as a special guest. Talk Marilyn Monroe briefly. So anyway, that's coming up. It's gonna. I think it's gonna be released the 30th of June. I believe.
They have I haven't seen it in a really long time. Asphalt Jungle, where she makes that cameo in the John Huston. She makes that cameo and just blows the whole movie away. Which obviously then they made Asphalt Jungle as like a TV series after that. I'm pretty sure for like a bunch of seasons.
That's a mind blower movie. I can watch that movie anytime. That's talking about every shot, everything in the movie is great.
Yeah. I haven't seen this since film school, but I always think about like I've seen that scene since, but I haven't seen like the whole movie.
Yeah, that's the one that she was so insecure she thought she had not done it well. And she does it, I think it was once, and John Huston said cut, print, and she's like, can't I do it again? I know I can do it better. And she was convinced she was not good. She was so good. Crying.
But Kristina, do you have anything coming up? Anything you want to plug?
Yeah, so I did my show today. People were very curious to know about the love story of Michael Jackson, Lisa Presley, so I just gave that whole because I did a subathon and I reread her memoir, and I totally forgot that when her son committed suicide, she kept his body frozen for months before she could bury him. I mean, I was crying reading to my Twitch chat. They're like, "Are you okay? You need a minute?" I'm like, "I'm fine." I just love Lisa Marie Presley. I've always been inspired by her. I've always defended her. I have a connection with her because her father and my grandfather were in the army together. They were not close, but they were in the same, unit, whatever. And he couldn't stand Elvis because he was always, feigning illness to get out maneuvers and doing all this stuff and not being where he wanted to be. So when I friended her on Facebook, like right after she joined Facebook from her MySpace page, I told her that story. So every once in a while, we were always communicating and stuff like that. So when she died, I was very, very sad and heartbroken. But also, too, I'm going to stream a little bit after this, get about a few hours in. And Thursday, I'm going to be streaming. Friday, I'm going to be streaming. Saturday, the 60th anniversary of Dark Shadows. You know what I mean? Shadow Saturday. I'm excited.
You should get people who have been on that show to like guest on your Shadow.
Yeah, like Dave Selby and all that. Like I can, Catherine Lee Scott. Like I can probably, probably. I'll figure it out. By the
way, Brad Lander didn't just he really, really trounced Dan Goldman. He's right now he's at 65% and Dan Goldman's
that
at 34%.
Bump really. Hell yeah.
Dan.
I'm very curious to see how Daria Lisa's gonna do. I don't know if Bernie didn't endorse her apparently.
Oh.
But he did the rally with her, but I don't know.
Did AOC endorse her?
No, but like I don't think anybody but Mondani endorsed her.
So
I don't know. I don't know if they look at like Adriana Epsilon as like that much of a villain, like as much of a villain as.
Well, I mean, he was being kind of like racist when it came to like hate. There was a whole drama with him being very racist and other stuff. So it's like there's a lot.
Well,
of that.
It's never been him that has done that. It's everybody that was working for him, spreading the distribution. which is insane. They're bringing old I don't know, like 1900s ethnic politics back to New York in like a big way. They're like they're trying to tell Dominicans she's Haitian. They were trying to tell like Cuomo when he ran against Zoran was trying to tell him that we're trying to tell the Sunni Muslims that he's Shia, and it's like he was trying to bring like that kind of sectarian politics to New York City.
Well, it looks like Darlene says is
go wrong at all.
ahead. I think it might be a very, very slim, like very like close call for her. So I'm gonna be covering that tonight afterwards. So it should be exciting.
And then tomorrow at we'll
30
talk about these
Space.
things. Yeah, on a 30 Space.
Yeah.
It's the 20th episode. It's the
Yeah.
20th episode of 30
Also, I
Space.
want to talk about the Millie Alcott like hate campaign because it's so forced now. These guys just need to stop. It's just getting to the point where it's like comic book female character. We don't like her.
It's almost like this whole time they just haven't liked women, and they've
Rachel Zegler, like they just
they're coming up with excuses of other
was
things.
Snow White for you, dude, who's like 40 something and white and anti woke? No.
Yeah.
Jesus.
But
find
yeah,
something else fun to do.
we'll be talking about that stuff. Eileen, final thoughts on this movie that you found out?
Well, I've already shut my mouth off
baffled
to excess, but yeah, I'm the hater. I'm the official hater of the 91 version.
But it makes a good conversation though.
It does make a good conversation, and it did remind me talking to you guys of things that were good. There, it's not like it's a Scorsese movie. He's madly skilled and quite.
Yeah, that's my when I first watched it, I was like, even like a B or C tier Scorsese movie is still like
there's still better than to look at. So I still don't get it. I think it's just fundamentally that I feel like he's going for something, and I can't wrap my mind around it. I should read more analyses to see what the hell he's doing.
I was like, there were people that like really seemed like he was zeroing in on something.
Oh yeah,
something that
I get that sense. Yeah.
People
really think he's
Christianity bad. Speaking in tongues bad. Catholicism
great.
Yeah, no problems, nothing.
Yeah. But anyway, it's fun to talk about it. You're right.
Yeah, it was. And I'm very excited to talk about Robert Mitchum, and I'm gonna watch more Robert Mitchum before.
Yes, me too. I gotta dip into some of the things that I don't remember so well. Yeah. So mostly he gives such memorable performances; they really stick with you. So
I watched Night of the Hunter because it's on YouTube for free. I watched it for. I mean, we were talking when I invited you on it. I just watched Night of the Hunter, and I was trying to like. But it's on YouTube for free, so it's like I've watched it like 3 times since.
Oh my god. You'll be well up on it. Well, good. You can quote directly.
I don't know. I love Night of the Hunter so much.
It's
but
so
Out of the Past on HBO Max until the 30th. And so like literally the day that your episode comes out, it's gonna be like off HBO Max.
Okay. That's good to
But Kristina, final thoughts.
Yeah, this is probably one of the like, even though nothing really probably would need to be improved from the original one, this is actually one of the better remakes to like up with the times, because I feel like some remakes just don't really do that. But there's some better but this doesn't mean that it's better than the original. Like it's when it comes to like just remakes, this one is better than like other films that have been remade in the past, where it's like it's already a very, very, very good film and you didn't make any changes to it, and that's kind of the problem. But with this one, there are changes that are made that does make it a striking difference between the original and this one, and even like the original book, which I don't feel like has been properly adapted yet. But like sometimes people forget that this is based off of a book.
So, The Executioners, right? Is the name of
the So I always say, like, if you want to do like a watch of like remakes, put this one on there. It's still Scorsese. He still does pretty, good job at directing and the performances. And of course, Robert De Niro's performance has been referenced and parodied so many times that it's like sometimes you forget that Robert Mitchum did it first, and he doesn't get any parodies or any of that, because again, Robert De Niro's is so ludicrous and it's just so like just clownish and just crazy wild and
Hey there, counselor. I really in my dreams I'm gonna hear counselor.
Could you be there?
Thanks so much for could you be there? Would you be there? Thanks so much for coming on, Eileen. And
my pleasure.
Next time you come out, Conan will be on, I'm sure, and we'll.
Yeah, he wants to do the original one because he's like, do the 91 version.
He wants to do the original one. We'll have you on for that when we plan that out. But
yeah, I'd love to.
Next week we're gonna be talking about Supergirl. I think it's gonna be Wednesday rather than Tuesday. So you know, if you're looking for us, it'll be on July 1st.
Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time. Oh, it's time.